recordings.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Stefan has now joined us properly.
Awesome.
Okay, wait. I haven't streamed in a little while. I haven't actually unmuted myself on stream. Alright, let's do this again. Greetings, everyone. I'm Stefan. This is Wizard and Hypno. With me, and they're going to be spectating. Well, we're going to be spectating on another tournament game. Now, this one is in 3.3, the newest Unity update. I have my reservations about the update, but it did change the game quite a bit, and I would like to observe what has happened. So, yeah, thanks for Hypno for hosting this whole thing. Special thanks to SCM. And Wizard, if you'd like to say a word about yourself.
Alright, so thank you for that. I am Wizard. I've played the game since before it came out. So yes, I have been around that long. However, I stopped playing for quite a while, and then started getting back into it, and then joined SCM, and I've been enjoying the great role-playing atmosphere that we have here. But it's nice to go and commentate on some proper competitive every now and again.
Wonderful. Alright, so there is a rules document in the description, but the short of it is there's going to be a peace timer until year 30. Up until that point, you can't go to war. Past that point, diplomacy is somewhat limited. You can only have 2 subjects up to year 50. Then you can have 4 subjects past that, potentially 1 ally. So overall, this is not going to be, you know, a clash of big federations. Is going to be more of a clash of competing interests. And in this lobby, we have, 28 people, 30 with us included, or 27 people. I can do math. So 30 people total. And yeah, we've already started. Some people are making their initial moves. And the thing that I'm most curious about are the Empire builds. Because everyone had a chance to take a look at what this update entails when, you know, the beta came out. So I'm curious how everyone adapted to it. So
I would just say that while you're looking at the build, I also recommend you check out what's happening between Comrade Truck and Ezra, because they have spawned 3 systems apart, and 3 of the habitable worlds are right next to each other. So right in the south, the 2 of them are so close together.
It would appear
Truck and Ezra. Oh,
it would appear they're about to make contact.
Wow. Alright, well that's going to be quite interesting. I believe Ezra was a strong player in one of the previous tournaments that we have had, and right now he's number 1 on the leaderboard, probably because of the build. Let's see.
Comrade Truck is number 2, and they are both doing pretty much the same build in the Masterful Crafters. It's just metocracy versus the functional architecture.
Indeed. Now,
I'm pleased to see there's more build diversity here than previous tournaments. Before there used to be only 1 or 2 specific viable builds, but now there's quite a lot more around.
well, let's check out some of the builds, because right now I only see 2 Prosperous unifications. But
yeah, Prosperous has done well with Masterful Crafters being in nearly every organic build.
okay, so the top 5 players have Masterful Crafters Prosperous unification. We have a Hive with Ascetic and Natural Neural Network. Jojo.
Yeah. So Jojo is a player that is in SCM, and they've been having mixed bags when I've seen their games. They're not the best player, so it'll be interesting to see if they actually manage to pull anything up. Because they do have a reasonably nice spawn location. Like, they have 1 choke point and a lot of systems. So.
I love the spawn location. This is the comfiest thing that you can go for. And a Hive can't really attack early. Like, there's really no point for a Hive mind to attack another Empire at year 30, because they can't do anything with their population unless they're another Hive mind. So what he's probably going to want to do is just kind of sit here and wait until biological ascension or just overall growth. to be able to really go out and conquer. So this is the perfect position for Hive Mind, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm just looking at him though. I'm a bit confused with why he's building up so much food. Ah, there we go. Now he's switched it around a bit, but he was getting 43 a month.
I mean, you start with a lot of food at the beginning, but I mean, let's see what he's doing.
I thought you would have sold it to get some stuff because you only need a few hundred for your colony ship. Although he already has one colony ship out saying that, and it's about to go and land. So, yeah,
I mean,
he's
to
got
be
a very
fair,
nice start there.
to be fair, when I've been playing Hive Mind, what I've started doing by the time I've gotten, a bit more competent is I don't sell a bunch of food early because in the end you will need the food later on. You'll need to buy food later or build a food district. And if you just stockpile food and use it for colony ships and make a little bit of a buffer, it's pretty efficient. Because remember, selling stuff has a hefty 30% market fee. So I see what he's doing, and it seems pretty alright.
Ooh, saying of the build, the placements though, Artanax in the very top galaxy in the sort of 10-11 o'clock position. Once again, one choke point for 6 planets to take.
1 choke point, 6 planets. Comfy.
Yeah, and they're all habitable by the looks of it.
Alright, now let's see. Artanax is playing as... Wow, what a surprise. Prosperous Unification, Masterful Crafters. I mean, you say there's build variety. But right now, I'm not sure about that one,
see
Chief.
a couple of robots in there. Not sure quite how meta they are, but should be interesting to see. I didn't think they were that strong, but I've seen more than one in here, and that surprised me a bit.
Because unfortunately, the Vogue servitors are just way too powerful, and so I went and said no to them. But
Yeah.
a couple of people were asking me, and I did go and recommend that if you wanted to do robots, then you can do certain resource consolidation builds still.
Yeah, the problem with Rogue Servitors is that they buffed them a little bit with the Unity thing from Biotrophies. Like, first, they had Biotrophies produce just a bunch of Unity. Then they made them not produce a lot of Unity, but give a little bit of a bonus to output. Then they buffed the bonus to output, and then they buffed the Unity production. So now Biotrophies are just crazy.
Yeah.
And Rogue Servitor is one of the strongest builds there is in 3.3, I'd say.
And there we go. Artanax has taken the vital system, so he now gets that entire cluster to himself.
I do love how he did that. Instead of going for the relatively unnecessary system in Stramag, he went straight for Gamma Draconis.
Well, Ezra also did the same thing down in the south next to Comrade Truck. He went straight for his habitable world.
Yep.
But he has now put himself sandwiched between Comrade and Yukakiri? I can't pronounce his name to save my life. But the Starship Troopers.
It's also interesting to see that there's currently a race between Comrade Truck and Ezra to survey that system between them as quickly as possible. You can see they've all got a couple of science ships in there.
Well, I think the main thing is...
Oh, Ezra's building the Starbase.
Ezra's building it. Wow. I'm surprised.
Comrade got there too slow.
Yeah,
he
because
went the other way first.
I believe Comrade did get to the system first. He did survey it first, but he never actually...
He went into that system on day one
with
his science ship, but he went for a ride to go and take it first. I'm guessing he thought that because he didn't see anyone for a while, he thought it was safe to leave it. Yep, they're already talking in chat.
Interestingly, they've both got a guaranteed habitable in the same system.
Hence why I was saying about that spawn
My
when
God.
we started. I was just like, Yep, Ezra got it.
You see, we were thinking, do we restart the spawn? Do we restart the spawn? But I think it's worth it for the drama that's going to unfold here.
That is
Well,
hilarious.
the thing is, he has sandwiched himself between Starship Troopers and Comrade, as I said. So he might have got the extra planets from it, but he is now got some big angry neighbors next to him.
Interestingly, Starship Troopers are also locked away in that little cluster now. They only border Ezra.
And
Which
they have
means it's
some
almost
planets.
guaranteed for
Yep.
that fight.
Also, just to remind everyone about the stakes of this tournament does have a $200 prize pool with $100 for the winner of the tournament, so there is a lot to play for here.
Indeed.
Also, I've been seeing some people in Stefan's chat just asking how they get into tournaments like this. So this tournament is hosted by Stellaris Community Multiplayer. The link's in the description along with Stefan. And what we do is when we run some of these tournaments, we give out some invitational places to people like Comrade Truck, and we keep some places separate, and we give them to you lot, the community, in a giveaway. So anybody has a chance of getting into this.
Yep.
I'm liking Athora's start. He is actually going for a different build than everyone else.
That's
Let's see what
interesting to
A4 is
see.
going for.
Yeah, he has the idealistic
Foundation.
He's got a lovely spawn there with the planets as well. And he's gone remnants.
I mean, to be fair, Idealistic Foundation isn't that bad. They did buff it to give 10% happiness instead of 5. So
Yeah.
when you translate
Still
into resource output, that's about 5%, I believe. It's like 3 to 5%
I think it's less.
output to all
think
pops.
I think 10 happiness translates as 6 stability, and then obviously over 50 stability every 5 is free. So I think it's actually like 3.4 or something like that.
3.4.
So it's not as much.
Well, getting 3.4% to all output is pretty decent. It's definitely not a meme perk. But remnants,
Just looking at, he's currently using it, so he
It's a
doesn't
little weird.
have to go for amenities.
oh yeah. And by the way, amenities are one thing that's been changed in the 3.3 update. Rulers, especially, don't produce nearly as many amenities as they used to before. And so, like, you'd start the game and you already have amenity issues. It's
However, that is
bit of a
certainly
pain.
something that's affecting the organic empires far more than it's affecting the hives and the machines.
That is true, because they never had ruler pops to begin with. It's all about the maintenance drones for them. So with organic empires, it might be actually worth it to go for gene clinics.
My real question
At one
is,
point.
how long is it going to take Kaji in the 2 o'clock position to find another empire?
Let's check it out.
Look at that space around them.
Ooh. If he expands up north, he's going to be chillin'. There don't seem to be too many planets in that area, to be fair, but just look at all those resources. If he just expands there and sits, he's going to be in a very good spot.
Well, he's also got the 2 wormholes right outside.
There's a lot of wormholes. Did you up
He could
the
be
number of
hitting other
wormholes?
people when they don't expect it.
Did you up the number of wormholes in this galaxy?
Yeah, it's ×2.
Times 2. I hate you. This is going to cause so much border gore later on. This is
It might cause problems with border gore, but it'll also allow more wars to happen with other
God.
people, so
I mean,
I'm always happy for more wars.
it does enable more wars, but it's not orderly war. It's not war for borders. It's war about war. It's chaos. Wormholes are chaos. I personally hate them in Stellaris. So, I mean, we'll see how messy this galaxy gets by the end.
I was slightly worried about Calp for a moment, but then I realised he was playing Void Dwellers, so he is actually fine. But I think he has no planets.
Speaking of Void Dwellers, I did hear that they got severely gimped in the update.
A lot of people have said that. Like, they have taken definite problems, but with there being less need for influence, you can build more habitats quicker. So it's a bit of a one here, one there
Yeah, but the issue with Void Dwellers is they're very much based on ruler pops, and considering how ruler pops got 1 extra upkeep and 2 less amenity production, it's definitely going to be a problem. Now, he does have Hollow Theaters on the capital planet. I don't know if he built it or he started with it, but I suspect that he's going to have to use it at some point in the future because amenities are just such an issue in the current update.
Well, I do wonder if you can get away with doing the likes of the idealistic, again, for the plus 10% happiness. You might be able to just ignore some of your amenities to still work the build.
Well, you don't ever want to ignore them, because it doesn't matter if you have plus 10% to happiness, because you would still get a minus 10% or however much for ignoring amenities. You're still losing out on resources. You may not get below 50 stability, but...
Yeah, but in terms of keeping the early game, just keeping the power, because you will get the 2 ruler pops.
There's been an interesting development.
Have too many pops on a habitat. It's...
One thing I just want to butt in and mention, sorry to interrupt this conversation, but Comrade Truck has dropped out of the tournament due to a spawn. He doesn't feel that he can do anything with the current spawn competitively. So it's very much all to play for.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, I did say the spawn might cause issues, but... Like, if he knew what it was with you killed with the Starship Troopers, he might have held on.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the galaxy develops with his empire down.
Indeed, because Comrade is one of the best players, I would say, that plays in these competitive games.
2 previous STN tournaments in a row.
Yeah, with this power void, we're going to see someone else swoop in and take the position.
It does mean we need to quickly think of what we're going to rule in terms of if Comrade's AI attacked Ezra, do we allow Ezra to go and take Comrade's planets before year 30?
I expect now. I think we'll keep the year 30 piece in there, and we won't change any rules to alter this.
We will. We will talk about it if we get to that point.
Yeah, because there's always dangerous when you get an AI up here.
Yeah, there's a war. We'll talk about it, but hopefully, Comrade Truck's AI is going to be agreeable. But let's see. Who else is there in the galaxy? We did start out talking about different builds, and we did see
what is
quite a few.
He already has 4 different species.
Who?
R. He's currently in 2nd place.
Let's see. He's probably Necrophage, right?
Maybe?
Yep.
Well, yeah, that would explain it with the primitives.
He's Necrophage, and he might have gotten a primitive, an extra primitive planet.
Got 2 primitives already.
Well, you start with 2 guaranteed primitives. Actually, wait, no, never mind. This makes complete sense. You start with 2 species on your capital planet, and then the 2 primitives on your guaranteed habitables. That is what Necrophage is.
Them out quite quickly. So he certainly has a good pop lead, which is why he's gone into 2nd place.
I mean, quickly, you would expect a Necrophage to take out the primitives by this point in time. Now, Necrophage, compared to what it was initially, isn't nearly as strong. I believe at one point, you could potentially spawn with planets with 24 primitives on them. And if you get 2 of them, it'd be absolutely beautiful. Yeah,
it was just hilarious when it did happen because of the amount of rebellions that I saw with bad players picking it up.
Oh yeah, I mean Necrophage was never, and I think is still not a very beginner-friendly origin. But now I think it's, what is it, like you either get 4 pops or 9 pops on your guaranteed habitables. So it's a nice pop advantage, but
I thought they set it difficult. That it was 6 to 7 or something like that.
6.
Or is like the same thing over and over again.
I mean, they keep changing the numbers. Last I checked, it was something around 4 to 9 or 4 to 8. Under 10 is what you get usually, and sometimes you get very limited amounts of pops. Then again, I haven't played Necrophage in quite a while, but it is interesting that even as Necrophage, he's using Masterful Crafters. It seems that a lot of people are using Masterful Crafters. So, I mean, what do you guys think about this this perk? Obviously, with rulers requiring extra consumer goods upkeep, having a perk for extra consumer goods is a good thing, but is it really that good? Why is everyone using this thing? That's what I want to know.
It's just because it's generally good all round, you know? A little bit of trade, a little bit more consumer goods, a little bit of science, like, it's good. However, we did find a bug recently for it in our modded Stellaris, that the civilian industry buildings weren't applying the +1 and +2, and we don't know where the bug came from, so we might find it in vanilla.
They were applying the +1 and +2. What do you mean by that?
So when you put down the civilian industries building, initially it gives you 2 of the artisan or artificer jobs, and then the upgraded building gives +1 consumer good, and the next upgraded building gives +2.
Yep.
And it just wasn't applying those positives.
Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't come up in this game.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't see it.
Yep.
Galaxy is certainly developing now.
Let's check out some of the other empires out there. We took a look at a few. I would like to cover a few more before we get into the warring period, because at that point we're only going to be able to focus on a few different empires and a few different wars, because taking a look at 30 different people all doing something is kind of hard. So let's see, technocracy, Masterful Crafters on Edo, and Edo does seem to have a relatively chill spawn, like some of the other players on the right side of the galaxy.
Though it is being lithoid, which is definitely different than the rest of them.
I mean, lithoid, I wouldn't say lithoid is bad. Like, if you spawn with a bunch of low habitability planets, it might be worth it. But it doesn't seem like that's the case.
If he keeps on going west, he'll find a few, but yeah, I don't think he's got enough to make it worth it in time.
Yeah. And I mean, in these competitive games, what typically happens is you would colonize your 2 guaranteed habitables, and you would just develop them up until you're 30, because there is a return on investment time for colonies, and if you go too hard on expansion early, you're not going to be able to build a big fleet. So there's that. It might be good to have lithoids as a species, though, just for the sake of resettling your ruler pops onto newly conquered planets.
Decided I hate DZ9IKX because he doesn't have an empire name.
Okay, real quick. Some people are saying I have a mic issue. Let me fix that real quick. I'll BRB. Alright, test.
IKX because he doesn't have an empire name.
Okay, real quick. Some people are saying I have a mic. Okay, I do have a mic issue. It sounds like I am in a tunnel. Alright, let me try to reconnect my mic. Hopefully it gets better. I don't want to sound like I'm in a tunnel the whole time. Test. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait the delay to hear myself on stream. But yeah, okay. Test. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait the. Why do I still sound like I'm in a freaking tunnel? I do not understand this. Oh wait, Lamau. I'm stupid. Alright, that should fix it. I'm not even gonna test it. if it still sounds like I'm in a tunnel, please do let me know. But I was apparently using my webcam microphone. So, yeah, it should be better now. It should be better. All right, I'm back. I was apparently using my webcam microphone instead of my big fat mic in front of my face.
I know the pain. Yep, so I've just been carrying down lists. I'm now down to Goblino Max, who is playing the Diplomatic Corps Reanimators with Here Be Dragons because they wanted to do something fun.
I missed, what is the name?
Goblino Max, the Central Intelligence Agency.
Goblino Max. Let's take a look. CIA. Oh, God.
Yep.
Alright, so they're playing as Reanimators and Here Be Dragons, as you said. I suspect they're going for just a pure defense situation.
It is.
So
yes,
they are defensive. So they wanted something fun. So they talked to me about this, and this is someone I spent a lot of time teaching how to play Stellaris and getting better. So you'll see him with very strong and resilient. He is just trying to get the biggest garrisons to annoy people. I
see. We have seen similar builds to this before. I believe, what was it? Strategizer? A YouTuber has used this build in the past, but we'll see how it plays out in this lobby. Let's see, is he in the middle of people? Kind of.
Yeah.
So, someone might try to take him on, but he is not the juiciest target, I'd say, especially with that big fat dragon. Now, with the dragon, I have seen it resurrected in like year 33 with Reanimators. I believe Raguna's managed to pull it off using Starbase and a bunch of armies to block shots.
So, I've done it myself with just using Corvette spam with Torps, but as far as I'm aware, Max is planning to just rush through the Unity and get his 4 different ascension perks with ascending and just get it at like year 43 anyway.
So he'd get the Dragon Hatchery. He'd rush that.
Yep.
I mean, I have done a stream where I have tried to rush the Dragon Hatchery. I do have to say that it's making that viable is going to be very difficult because while the dragons that you get from the Dragon Hatchery are pretty alright, I believe you need a citadel to actually be able to construct the Starbase building.
Do.
I could be wrong,
and you
but
also need nanites, which is just, it doesn't really work.
Nanites.
Yeah, you need nanites to build the dragons.
Really? You need... Okay, that is... I don't remember that.
Rightly, it's something like 200 each or something like that.
I thought it was 200 each of strategic resources and something like 100 living metal, which you do spawn with as...
Could be living metal, actually.
The Dragon Origin.
For a while.
If it was nanites, then I don't know what the devs were thinking. Because nanites are only possible to get with the L cluster. So I believe it's living metal.
Yeah, it might be living metal. I seem to think it's nanites because of the fact that all the owl drakes are made of nanites. So I might be wrong with that one.
That's because they're super special. But let's see. Now, one player that we have here is DZ9IKX. I've actually watched this guy play in the past, like half a year ago, and he is one of the more aggressive players. Like I've watched Comrade streams. Comrade is a streamer, and this guy Dizzy was the winner in about half of them, I'd say, and he is indeed playing a machine build. So he's out there to win. Now, I'm not sure if machines are the strongest Empire type in this version. They do suffer a bit from But actually, they don't suffer from empire size all that much. Right, they made it so that
the empire size from colonies now.
Yeah, you get empire size from colonies instead of a general modifier to it. Over the long term, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, over the long term, it doesn't matter, but early on, you do feel a bit of a bump. But
you cannot play wide early with machines.
You only really feel it, to be fair, when it comes to edicts. Like, the penalties for the tech and the unity aren't all that big. Like, I believe if you're 10 over, it's... Or is it 100 over? It's 1% for either 10 or 100 over your... I was going to say over your admin capacity. I forgot that wasn't a thing. Just 10 over 100.
I was playing a game yesterday, and I believe it was when I was 50 over, it was a 10% penalty. So yeah, it's not the biggest penalties in the world, but 15 per planet is quite a lot.
Okay, it's 1% per 10, as far as I can see for tech. And for traditions, it's twice as much.
Alright, yes, that's what I was getting the 10% from.
But let's see what Silas is doing. Now, Silas has played in multiple of these tournaments. He's never won, but he has been a very powerful player from my experience.
He's been my bane a couple of times playing against him, and I've been his bane a couple of times as well in the past.
Yeah.
He thought he killed me, and then I just kept on poking up with more little fleets while he was trying to fight someone else. He was not happy with me.
I can imagine.
But yeah, Masterful Crafters, Meritocracy, Prosperous Unification. Who would have guessed it?
Who would have guessed it? I mean, he is doing something right, because he is number 1 on the leaderboard, even though there's other players with the same exact build. So let's see what he's doing exactly. So on his capital planet, he's running temples. Temples, of all things.
Well, it's just lots of unity these days.
It is a lot of unity, and it is a bit of amenities. Now, of course, amenity from priests did get giga nerfed. It was 5, now it's 2. But having a pop produce 7.2 unity and 2 amenities is pretty alright. He's running a lot of researchers, and he's actually unemploying his metallurgist pops, which normally you wouldn't see. Like, he is in year 11, he only has 17 alloy income. I guess he's tech rushing hard, and then only after that he's going to be employing the metallurgist. Maybe he's waiting for the upgraded foundry tech to make his metallurgist more efficient. Who knows? But this is a little strange. I wouldn't say it's bad, it's probably optimal, but... Oh, let's take a look at his other planet. He has a planet that's literally all artificers. 7 pops, no colonists, and all the 7 pops are just making consumer goods.
What is he? Oh, he's putting luxury residence for the amenities.
A luxury residence for the amenities. Yes. Oh my god.
So he's combining the Masterful Crafters with the industry districts going to give you extra buildings every free. So he can go and get more amenities and just pump it back into it.
Yep.
And then that's just funding his economy with all his ridiculous amounts of research.
I do love to see it.
He is also running aquatics, which is slightly interesting.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's interesting, because I'd say it's optimal, actually. In these competitive games, what you typically do is you just colonize your, guaranteed planets. And so, in the first 30 years, aquatics is just a positive, because you're always going to be on ocean worlds, and you're always going to be getting the bonuses from the trade. I believe it's like 10% to all basic resources, which is quite good.
And 10% less housing.
I mean, housing doesn't impact you too much, but the resources you get are quite significant.
Every little helps.
Especially for hive minds. Now, we did see some hive mind empires. I would like to make sure that they are running the aquatic trait. If they're not, that will be weird. So let's take a look. Kaji, aquatic. Let's see who else. Jojo, aquatic. What a surprise. So yeah, it is a good trait, and in some games it's even banned because I mean it's a 1-point trait for 10% basic resources. Essentially, it's quite good.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the first 30.
A lot of aquatics.
So is this one of the new 3.3 features, or is this from last update then?
It's from
been a
last
while.
update.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Aquatics was 3.2. Either 3.2 or 3.1. It's been in the game for a little while. I mean, speaking of Aquatics, honestly, out of all the things Aquatics added, that trait is the only real quote-unquote meta thing that you really get to see in these competitive lobbies. Except for maybe the dragon, but that's not a meta thing, that's more of a LMAO watch me meme thing.
What I'm slightly surprised at is how high Apollo is on the scoreboard with how low his tech is. Like, he has quite a lot of pops, but his tech is very low. Same with R.
Unga bunga. But I do have to say that having a lot of alloy income does inflate your score disproportionately. So,
Or Diplo Eco for every alloy, yeah.
yeah. Let's see, he has built a bunch of solar panels. He seems to be playing, what is it? A Hive Mind. And, I mean, Hive Minds are pretty good as far as economy goes. He is running a relatively standard setup. He is going for one of the guaranteed planets being a research planet, the other one being an alloy planet, and then on his capital, he's mostly producing raw resources. I remember doing a stream on Hive Minds, and that's exactly what I was going for. Although, since that stream, they kind of... I mean, I wouldn't say that they nerfed Hive Mind at all. Hive Mind is a very strong build, but I remember one of the fun things you really wanted to do as Hive Mind back in 3.2 was buff up your synapse drones. And the synapse drones would produce Ammon Cap, Unity, and Amenities all at the same time. Although now it's only Amenities and the Unity. So it's not nearly as impactful. But
although it is a lot cheaper as well, though. It's like half the price for the upkeep as what it was before.
I mean, the upkeep was never that big of an issue, but let's see. What is the upkeep now? It seems
it's now
to be
2 and 2 plus the top upkeep.
2 and 2.
Before it was 4 and 4.
Alright.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the likes of JoJo and the likes of that, because some of these people are starting to get a reasonable Unity output.
Yeah,
so
you mentioned that. I've never actually looked at the Unity outputs of any Empire because I always kind of ignored Unity. But what do you have to say, Hypno?
I was going to say, what are our thoughts on bringing Comrade up in here so that he can comment on some of the builds? Since he's put a lot of work into coming up with a lot of these builds that are being played by the people from his server.
I would love it. If
Awesome.
Comrade is up for it.
Good to me.
Yep, I'll invite him across.
But as I was saying, like, just as a force, as a nature of habit, every time I look at an Empire, I just look at the tech and I look at the alloys, never the Unity. I mean, Unity did get buffed, and to be fair, it's not that impactful, I would say, even in the current version. But it's definitely not something to be completely ignored. Like, an Empire with 32 Unity production is going to be different from an Empire with 200 Unity production for sure.
Yeah, for a long time, we also lost someone else, so...
you lost someone else.
all good to come back.
Oh, maybe it's Russia doing cyber attacks. Who knows? But yeah, apologies, guys. I really need to get a better internet service provider. But Comcast is kind of the only company in the area that offers, copper cable instead of just Wi-Fi. So that is
I know the pain.
that is the issue.
I wonder how come the other
British
person went down at the same time.
Maybe they have Comcast as well.
Turns out your neighbor was playing against you in the tournament. Who knows?
But let me join real quick.
So HG is doing the build which I told him, which is basically you have your colonies to start off with, and you just go and have the 2 replicator jobs and just send everything back to your capital, and you just go and boost out your capital with research labs, uplink nodes, and then spam out a whole load of alloy jobs as much as you can get away with.
Mm-hmm.
And then after you've fully completed your capital, then you start dealing with your colonies.
Yeah, that is a great way of doing Machine Empire.
Yeah, it's just a shame he is lacking slightly with his Unity production. Back to you. I'm guessing that's probably to do with, being a machine.
Yeah.
But he seems to be a lot less than some of the players, so maybe he's running an edict, which I can't see at the moment.
With machines, it is a
not running an
little...
edict.
Oh, speaking of edicts, actually, I would like to see what edicts people are running. We haven't been able to check that out, and that's been one of the main
right
changes.
Start, Comrade Truck has gone and gone for the survey for Map the Stars, but he was about the only person that I noticed running an edict. However, most mining subsidies, depending on the player.
Yep. Are we gonna resume, or are we still waiting for the other player to join in?
It would seem that we've had another person hit red and not catch up.
Was it a Fora?
Yes, it was.
Fora constantly has issues, but they're probably okay now.
I see people are noticing in chat that Dizzy is here. Dizzy does have a bit of a reputation.
Oh, well, I'm not a fan of DZ just because he won't have an empire name and his capital doesn't have a name either.
He's an interesting individual. I've watched some of his streams, and he has an anime voice advisor, and he plays with an Osu cursor for a mouse cursor. It's a different way of playing, but I wouldn't say it's bad. Like I've been tempted to install the same mods and play like that myself.
So you want to be a weeb caster as well? Nothing wrong with it.
Alright, so Comrade is now ready to join our chat, so I will drag him down.
Lovely.
Wonderful.
Oh, dragging him into the wrong chat. There we go.
Lovely.
Sorry, Comrade, I dragged you into the wrong chat for a minute there.
Drag him through all the chats.
Oh yeah.
Hey there.
Howdy.
Open.
What is going on? Hi guys, everyone. It
hi.
feels oh, whoa, no, we haven't paused. I'm sorry, it's on my side. I saw for a second. Yeah, thank you for having me here. Kind of a stressful way to get. I guess I hacked my way into casters. It was fun to start.
Yeah.
So,
Just real quick, I want to address the situation that that happened. We did take a look at the galaxy initially to see if there's any blocked off starts. We thought that it was going to be fine if you expanded over to that system, which ultimately was taken by Ezra, and then if Ezra expanded over to his right as well, you both would have your guaranteed habitables, but it seems that we misjudged the situation, so apologies for that.
oh, that's okay. I guess it's just a lesson how to do it better in the future. I see that like on the map that you are showing right now, I see that if Ezreal expanded towards Dalberg, it was his guaranteed. I guess that we just need, like, if we have a look and we see that there is something wrong, we just need to instruct players, like, you have to get this planet, and you have to get this planet, and then you'll all have 3 guaranteeds, and then you can fight. I guess this is the best way. But that's,
Yeah.
that's fine.
It was an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, that's okay.
But yeah,
That's fine.
it's
I guess
okay.
it's
Let's
just-
focus on the galaxy. And one of the things I wanted to ask you about is the Masterful Crafters prosperification build. Now, I did speak to Silas before. Silas said that you told him not to talk much about the build to me, and he didn't say anything about the build. I had no idea everyone was going to be playing freaking Masterful Crafters prosperification in this lobby. What's so good about it?
I can tell you a little history about it. A player called Kukiril has been playing Masterful Crafters. A player close to Ezreal. He has been playing Masterful Crafters, Fanatic Xenophobe, for quite some time, and he has been fielding really big fleets, even without Destroyer Focus or Ship Focus rulers. And everyone was like, oh, he must be really good with this. And I decided to min-max at some point. I haven't played in Gestalts for a really long time, and then I decided to min-max Prosperity, trying different ways, but Masterful Crafters with Spiritualism is really important. You start with 3 building slots open, because Spiritualists start with 3 industrial districts. So your science is off the charts, even though you're a Spiritualist. You have like 200 science at the end of year 3, start of year 4. And in my best run, I was able to field 25k of fleets year 30 on Bio.
25,000.
Yes, and those were cruisers with second tier plasma, with tier 4 kinetics and yellow computers. Well, this build will be meta. And I'm really curious how Silas is going to play it. To be honest, I was selfish. I told him not to tell you, because I know that you and other YouTube creators are way better than me in creating videos, and I just wanted to save it for myself and make a guide on it. But I know that it takes like half a year for me to make a guide. So I asked them not to share this knowledge. But I guess it was leaked anyway, so now we can talk about it.
Wow. If you want to making it more interesting for us.
If you want to make a guide in the next week or so, I promise I won't say anything about it. But after that, you know, all bets are off.
You're motivating me actually to do something. Thank you.
Yep. You know, I'll even make a community post and link your video to it, because I'm sure people will be interested to see how how to play this meta build. And it's weird. It's weird how this build is.
It has come out
one of the strongest ones.
And by Empires, they have been considered quite weak, and like the only way to play by Empires was using Necrophages and Destroyer Focus Rulers, and everyone's like, oh no, Bio is unplayable, like it's almost impossible. Then Kukiril started playing, and you're like, oh wait, this guy has some fleet numbers. He had like 15, 16, 17k fleets. And we're like, maybe we are not like, maybe we have some hidden meta we don't know about. And then boom. And after that, we haven't seen like incredible fleets. Exactly, this combo works the best. Masterful Crafters, Meritocracy, mixed in a little bit Xenophobe, and Rapid Breeders to have some pop growth speed, Militarists, Spiritualist, and yeah, that's it. And Aquatic, of course, because Aquatic, especially on your colonies. One of the most important parts is that, like you run on civilian economy for like 18 years, then you swap into militarized economy. But the most important part, at least for my build as I played it, maybe Silas has a different approach, is that you do not develop your third colony. I stay there with 1 pop, and I resettle all pops to the second colony that is producing consumer goods, to get the maximum value from pops bonus on that colony as soon as possible. So you can you can peak with the number of pops on that colony the fastest. If you grow both colonies at the same time, then it will take longer, because you start to get bonuses from 12 pops, if I'm correct. So there are some tweaks, there are some secrets and tricks, and this will be actually really interesting how Silas plays it out.
I mean, he's playing it exactly as you just described. Now I have been noticing that he's not employing any metallurgists at this point in time. I guess it's because, as you said, you run on civilian economy at the start, and then you just kind of quickly transition into alloys around year 18.
And also, it's quite important to use your metallurgists on your capital in order to put them to the researchers. Otherwise, you will run out of workers, like miners and technicians. But you still produce consumer goods. So, actually, you're producing 0 alloys throughout the first. Let's say you actually stay at mixed economy till 3 or 4 to get enough for your colony ships and star bases. And then you just produce exclusively consumer goods, and after you transition to alloys, you have a huge stockpile, and you are bleeding your consumer goods, but quite slow, like 30 consumer goods, minus 30, minus 40. It gives you 15-20 years to fight the first war, and then you can stabilize it. you will see he will be hitting incredible early income around here. My guess is that he must be making around 100, depending on how good his tech rolls are, starting from year 19, 20, 21.
All
You'll see,
right.
like,
Yeah.
But yeah, so ironically, Yakuriel was spawned just to the north of you, and yes, was doing this exact build as you've just said it.
yeah.
And we were thinking when you had those contested colonies that because Yakuriel didn't have any way out of his systems except for through Ezra, that you'd probably end up forming an alliance and taking back your planets anyway.
Well,
Unfortunately, that hasn't happened, but
like there is some mindset that I have like to share, like inside, because we are fighting like all the time. Like we are playing lobbies, multiple lobbies almost every day, and usually we fight with each other. So usually what it happens, people who spawn next to each other, they first think like, okay, like the moment I saw Ezra, I was like, okay, I'll be fighting Ezra in this game. And when I saw my planet having like, it was so unlucky actually. This planet was 15 sites, that's okay. But that planet had 8 blockers. So that's already a problem. And on top of that, level 8 anomaly spawned on that planet.
I did see that.
So I was like, okay, right, I will leave one science ship there. That system had 2 energy, so I just forget about it, this system, for this time, because 2 energy, and it's next to my capital. I was like, well, I guess no one is going to steal a system. And then I see Ezreal, his science ships. I was like, okay, well, maybe he's just checking the space. And then I see there are more ships of Ezreal coming. And I was like, okay, here there is a problem.
yeah, that was so unfortunate for you.
May I ask you to, have you noticed any interesting builds? Mr. Rigonez, Lord Rigonez himself, has he brought something special?
Rigonez doesn't seem to be playing in this game.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, missed it?
Despite having been given an invite, he wasn't able to come, it would seem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
However,
Silas... Well, go on, Stefan.
I have noticed that Dizzy is in this lobby, which he's never joined any of these tournaments, and I know he's a strong player.
To be honest, I consider this my victory, like my personal victory that we finally have him. I can tell you about him that he's not the best min-maxer year 30, but if he survives long enough, like year 50 or 60, this guy will be the problem in this lobby. He's just relentless. He's going to eat everything around him, and he never stops. That's the problem. Like some people get tired, some people just decide, okay, I will not eat this one, it's not worth it. He doesn't care. He's just eating everyone around like he's like a machine. Well, he's a planning machine.
I'd also suggest we take a look just to the north of his empire, where we can see a wormhole right on his border, and then yet another wormhole even a little bit further to the north.
Yeah.
Those are going to be interesting for linking the galaxy together.
Again, the wormholes, I hate them personally. They're going to cause such a big mess later on. But for a relentless player like Dizzy, he's probably not going to be deterred. He's probably just going to go on and just keep pushing, keep conquering until there's going to be nothing left but him.
Am I right? Am I right that he's next to Amor? I see the hard sign flag.
He is.
Right.
He is. Wasn't Emma an anti-robot?
Yes. He is a machine, and if one of the machines win, there will be a mega machine, and if it will be Dizzy9X winning, we'll have the Giga machine right there. So this can get bad for the galaxy quite fast.
I see. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to keep an eye out on Emma and Dizzy, because this will probably decide the fate of the galaxy. If there's a quick war and one machine absorbs the other, it's gonna take a massive force to stop it.
I would like to say, on a different note, Kaji has still not found any other empires.
Kaji's Hive is just growing.
I have a talk about the map gen in Stellaris. Once I ran a test in single player. I was the only galaxy on the map, 200 stars, and map generator spawned me. You know how when there is a system outside of the galaxy, like there are 2 hyperlanes and it's sticking out of the galaxy. Mm-hmm. So in 200 stars, the map generator did not find enough place for my empire, where is no one else but me, and it spawned me literally outside of the galaxy. This is all you have to know about the Stellaris map gen. Sometimes it's kinda interesting.
Yeah. Well, personally, I love those spawns where you're just kind of out there on your own in a little cluster, or like just on a branch out of the galaxy. Like, I don't know, personally, as like more of an economy player, I like those sorts of starts where I just sit there, build up, and enjoy the game. Because to me, the game is more SimCity than Conquest Simulator.
And also it's quite nice when you know that there are sharks and there are little savages like these in the lobby, and you in your corner, you do not see anyone, and like, okay, maybe if they do not notice me, I have time to get strong enough to fight them. And then you see that after you're 30, the galaxy starts burning, people are living, fires are getting killed, and you're like on your like small island, like, okay, I guess I'm safe here.
Super comfy. Super comfy.
Well, saying about DZ and Amoa, DZ doesn't actually know Amoa's there yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he has first
that's
contact.
They
But
have first contact, but that's it at the moment.
Do we have a lot of hive minds, by the way?
we have
few.
a few, like four or five, I think. It's
Seems bios seem to be the main play though.
Meta is so interesting. Like, let's say 2 months back then, we had like 90% hive minds in the lobby, and now it's another wave of bio. To be honest, if there was no ban on the rock servitor, I guess that there would be quite a lot of rock servitors, and we'll see. We would have seen some Here Be Dragons rock servitors, which is also quite interesting to watch.
Here Be Dragons Rogue Servitors.
Yeah, that's
You know,
the funniest
it
part.
never came in my mind to combine those two, but I guess that works. Yeah.
And the funniest part is that actually you get a lot of bonuses from the Drake. Not only the Drake himself or itself guarding your system, but when the Drake lands on the planet, that's 10 stability and 6 unity, close to 6 unity. When it departs, you can get like 2,000 of stored research in every department, and later you can collect specimens, something like this, and get another 2,000 for sociology. So that's quite a buff, assuming the fact that Rock Servitor has a lot of stability on the planet. You get like 90 stability, and your production for complex drones, assuming the fact you have your unnerved bio trophies, that's really high.
You know,
Is
that
there
build right
five
there is something I actually would like to play. Like, I've been considering streaming Rogue Servitors in the new update, but I have done them before. But with this new build, I think it would be really interesting to see that play out.
I'll tell you more, actually we have dodged the bullet. I mean, the organizers of this tournament dodged the bullet by implying the clone army ban. There is a player called Giltanas. I guess he's playing some Bio-Empire today, most likely. Yesterday I fought against him, and he brought, it was year 30, he made 113 destroyers. He had 232 naval capacity, exactly year 30, with clone descendants. Those were not even ascendant clones, descendant clones. And he did not have ship focus ruler. This guy is literally an animal. And we're really lucky that he's not playing clones here, because this guy, like, he has the way of playing clones. He has been maxed them to the limit. It's like, it's crazy. You see more than one, like, you see 25k power of fleet on your border. You check and you see that there were no edicts yet, so the fleet power will rise. And you're like, God, please, is it real? Like, it's on my border already, and it's without buffs, so it will be even higher numbers. We'll see how he will do.
Speaking of edicts, that does remind me. I did want to check out what edicts people are running at this point in time, because with the Unity update, edicts did become a bit more expensive. But I see that when people are running them, actually, it seems to still be capacity subsidies, mining subsidies. They must have reduced the upkeep cost on those ones. And people are running with a very high edicts fund, with executive vigor.
Oh, actually, I have tried executive vigor on this build, by a build, a prosperity build that Silas is running right now, but actually there is another way of playing it, and it's more like Okukril way. He goes for Map the Stars, so he dives 2 points into Discovery to get +1 research alternative, and running Map the Stars allows you to get a lot of anomalies in your space, and assuming the fact that you finish build up of your science on your capital around here 11, you can start doing those anomalies and getting a lot of stored research. And actually this boosts your science even more. So it's not quite uncommon to have 2 hull destroyers with 2nd plasma, tier 4 kinetics, yellow computers, it means tier 2. So your fleets are really high tech. and you get a lot of value from these anomalies. And
Interesting.
you can also run capacity subsidies and mineral subsidies in order to get like economical benefits.
Mm-hmm. Although I do see Ukukuro is still running Tech Ascendancy. But, I mean, I get the value of Executive Vigor, I guess. It wouldn't be good over the long run, because it's plus 100, it's static. But I guess by year 30, that's exactly what you need. Just a big modifier that helps you run those edicts.
Oh yeah, actually this Prosperous build is incredibly dependent on the amount of minerals you get from space. If you have except for your capital, you have 20, 25, 30 minerals from space, you are on quite a good course. But if you do not have a lot of minerals in space, you kind of need to produce minerals, because you will be running out of them real fast. And I mean not just minerals you produce, but minerals you buy, up to 52 minerals per month. Even those minerals would not be enough when you transition to militarized economy, especially if you have tier 2 foundry on that planet.
Yep.
So yeah, actually the choice between technological ascendancy and executive vigor and edicts you're running, it depends on how good your space is. If your space is really good, you can stick to technological ascendancy and maybe hope for psionics. If you get psionics before year 30, oh my. Wait, is it raw on Silas?
Yeah, Silas has seems to have Zro.
How does he get these starts? There is player Dizzy, he always starts with 8 planets. I have never seen him starting with 2 planets. He always has planets, and Silas always has some resources in space. I don't know how it works. I guess they have some secrets.
Secrets. You gotta tap the screen in certain places a certain amount of times, and boons will come to your empire. Yes.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of the people switching to the alloy now from the consumer goods as well. Silas hasn't gone yet, but
I mean, he's upgrading his alloy Megaforge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will swap to alloys once it's done.
Yeah,
I think that's the strong blog that having already changed.
I'm preparing to announce the 10 years left on Peace Timer, so it's not long until we start seeing all these wars popping up.
Yep. And I mean, speaking of the 10 years left on Peace Timer, we have been running the game on normal speed, not fast speed. There's 2 things at play here. On the one hand, 3.3 did bring some improvements to performance in-game, but on the other hand, what I have a feeling they did is they just made normal speed and fast speed just faster, as a setting, so that the game feels faster. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I hate playing on normal speed because fast is too fast. There needs to be a middle setting, not freaking just speed on all settings.
Well, originally normal was 1 day a second, and then it was just in relation to that fast and fastest was a multiplier. But now fast is 3 times as fast as it was the patch before. It's why?
Yeah. Come on, man. Why do you do this?
Also, there is a really good reason why this lobby is played at normal speed, is that actually this patch we have is more beta than the beta we had, because I guess that developers of Stellaris went really deep into trying to speed up the game. So now when you switch the governor, let's say, and you want the cap governor to get the discounts, you have to update your starbase. It means that you have to order, let's say you have models like shipyards, you need to start switching shipyard to anything else and cancel it, and only after that the discount will get applied.
Oh,
and
that
any
is
other discounts as well. So it's actually, it can get ridiculous. You can have shipyards. One shipyard can have buffs for cruisers if you had, let's say, cruiser ruler, and the other shipyards that you did not update will have destroyer focus ruler buffs that you had prior to that.
Oh my god.
So players have to manually update their star bases in order for discounts to get applied to star bases.
Yeah, but then again, if you had a destroyer focus ruler, then for the rest of the game, if you don't update the starbase, it's just going to keep getting discounts. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah. So actually, you can have all ship rulers on all of your star bases if you do not update them. Well, I'm not 100% sure because I didn't do that, but it's possible. And actually, you have discounts without even having the governor. So you get the governor, you get fleet supremacy that gives you build speed. You update your starbase, then you disable fleet supremacy. You get rid of your governor.
Oh my god.
But the discount stays on the starbase. I guess it's because there is like some sort of refresh rate on the starbase. Like, let's say previously it was like 1 day, and every 1 day it gets refreshed. Maybe they get rid of it. That's why it maybe refreshes once per 5 years. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, a lot of them they did change to either checking once per month or once a year. Certainly for the pops it changed to once a month. But yeah, starbases might be once a year or once every 10.
A lot of
I have
players
noticed
were
it.
confused. The first time I was playing, my cruisers cost like 530. I put my governor, fleet governor. I set my cost of my cruisers. Like, man, there's something wrong here. Like, I never saw my cruisers costing this much. But it was, well, my governor is in place, but then I started checking it. Oh my gosh. And the moment we understood how to use it, like, yeah, it feels like literally like you have to manually make your shipyards work. Like, come on, guys, you have discount now. Oh, really? Yes. Okay, now we have a discount. But it has been reported to products already. I really do hope that this will be fixed soon.
It's probably going to be fixed in the coming updates, because that is it's a pretty major issue, I'd say. That thing. And I mean, yeah, I get what they're doing though. Like, a lot of the updates are completely unnecessary. Like having, like, obviously this is an egregious case and has been fixed a long time ago. But like having pops calculate their factions every day, that was a thing, and that was that was super silly. And apparently it was causing a lot of the lag late game. So, I mean, it's good that they're doing this, like, just trying to tweak things to make the game actually run.
I cannot stay silent. There is DZ in the chat. His diplomacy going on. Emma, please open borders. Are you peaceful? Yes, I just want to spy for claim.
Yeah, I noticed that.
This guy, Jesus.
Interesting that one of the scariest players in DZ has spawned next to the CIA, who are intent entirely on just holding their planets and borders, and don't have many ambitions beyond that.
Well, we'll see what the CIA has to say about, you know, massive fleets coming over its borders in the coming years.
Oh, they'll already know before it happens, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Please open border. I want to spy.
This guy is pure chaos. You never know what he has in his mind, but he is always evil in the end. Like, it's always like this.
That is hilarious.
The CIA just offered Goblino a Fed.
Actually, I'm really interested. Is Mr. the Mule playing the Necrophage, or is he playing the Prosperous Unification?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, he's number 2 in the Empires.
Oh, number 2.
Oh, number 3. Number 3, somewhere.
Let's take a look.
There.
Yeah, Jojo's been doing well.
Necrophage Technocracy.
Oh, okay. He has his unique approach as well. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
With Necrophage. Now, I remember times when Necrophage was probably the strongest build that you could go for in these competitive lobbies. It's really gone down since then, due to a bunch of the changes. You don't really see it a lot, right, Comrade?
Oh man, I still have like Vietnam flashbacks from Necrophages before their nerfs. Like 30k fleets, here's 30. It was something, yeah, but first we banned Technocracy, because Necrophages with Technocracy were just silly back in the days. They were just so strong, it was impressive. But then Necrophages started using military junta to get destroyer-focused leaders, and actually Mule is using Science Directorate, so it's his unique approach. He's using more science and trying to get cruisers in order to fight with empires that use destroyers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually Necrophages now are quite strong, but I would say that Prosperous Unification buyers, they are at least at the same level, or maybe even stronger. It depends on the amount of primitive pops you get. If Necrophage gets 8 or like 8 plus 9 pops, then most likely Necrophage will be super strong. But if Necrophage gets 8 plus 4 or even 4 plus 4, then Necrophage will be a lot weaker than just usual Prosperous Unification buyer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the things I'm noticing with Necrophage, that wasn't that big of a deal back in 3.2, as it is now. The Necrophage pops actually produce quite a bit of amenities. So, And speaking of amenities, Comrade, as a competitive player, like you must have noticed that amenities are a big pain now, because rulers produce barely at all. How do you deal with that?
Amenities is like a pain in one part of your body. Especially what blows my mind is that imagine you have a colony, right? You just landed on the planet. You live in a shelter, you do not have toilet paper and all the phones and like tricky consumer goods and stuff and amenities. Then you finally update your colony shelter to the like center, the city, and your amenities drop. Because colonists produce 5 amenities and administrators produce 3 amenities.
Oh my god.
It literally blows my mind. You upgrade your main building and actually it hurts your amenities on that planet. So yeah, technically with the Spiritualist build, why is it so good? And you were talking about this already, that priests produce 2 amenities, so that's 8 amenities, additional amenities you get instead of bureaucrats. Because priests are like the actual way of generating unity. And after year 20, especially with Prosperous personification, yeah, first of all, you distribute consumer goods throughout this timing. And usually I swap one of the temples for the Holoseers to get additional like 20 amenities, and usually that's enough. Some players just just distribute consumer goods after year 20, and they sit it around like -2 amenities, -3 amenities. But yeah, to be honest, I do not see a real like some of the amenities will not change at all. Like let's say for the Hive Mind. Hive Mind has been getting amenities from the Synapse, drones all this time. So it wasn't changed like at all. Like literally, Hive did not this change. But for the Bioempires, like you start with Void Dwellers. Like I'm pretty sure that no one is playing Void Dwellers right now.
There's
a single
one player. There's a single player.
There's one?
Yeah.
Remember back in the days when we had one Hive Mind and the galaxy full of Necrophages and Void Dwellers? Now how the tables have turned. how the turns have tabled. We have one Void Dweller, extinct species. Because you start with like 38 stability. You start with negative amenities. And I think that's a problem, kinda.
Yeah. Have you ever used gene clinics for amenities?
Well, actually, gene clinics are no longer a meme. They used to be a meme back in the days. Like when you conquer someone or you see someone building a gene clinic, like okay, this guy will be quite an easy target for me. Now, like gene clinics are quite okay, especially on big planets, I guess. So. Yeah, I think that gene clinics are better now than they used to be, but my preference is still Holoseries, 10 amenities. That's just wow. And also one of the reasons I have been experimented with Exalted Priesthood from start, like my first build initially was Exalted Priesthood instead of Meritocracy, because, Upgraded Priest provides you with 5 amenities instead of 3, and also a lot more unity,
really?
And it kind of feels better. Yeah, High Priest produces 5 amenities, so it may be like a resemblance to the world we live in. Religion is better source of amenities than just politicians. Like,
it does make sense.
Yeah. So actually, when you started Exalted Priesthood, it felt really good, and especially after upgrading the colony building, you got one High Priest as well that helped your amenities, and did not feel like you just upgraded your main building and got less amenities overall.
I see.
Amenities are kind of a tricky thing now to manage with bias, but actually I can understand. Like previously you just did not care about amenities. You had so many usually that it wasn't like a big deal. Now you have to actually plan what you're going to do with your amenities and how you're going to get those. But actually I guess that some numbers will be tweaked. At least I hope that some numbers will be tweaked.
Well, I'm just loving JoJo's build for the Hive Mind because he is using no maintenance drones.
He's just using the Synapse?
Using Synapse. It's just insane.
Yeah, actually, the build that facilitated the... Like, there was a guy called Bolzer. I invited him to this lobby, but he never showed up. The first time he told me about the build, I was like, why do you start with synchronicity? Or like, why do you put points into synchronicity? I thought that synchronicity is quite a waste. But actually, those 2 amenities from a Synapse drone, especially assuming the fact that you have like 4 Synapse drones from start, and then you build up additional Synapse drones, and then you get additional Synapse drones. Yeah, 9 Synapse drones, exactly. This is how you play it. So you get 18 amenities from pops that you already need. They are producing unity for you. And on top of that, if you get minor artifacts, you just distribute minor artifacts. And those 9 Cinnamous drones give you 8 instability. So those drones become like golden for you. And on top of that, they are producing amenities too. That is why like we see that Hivemans were really good. And they are still good, but the real problem of Hivemans is that exactly year 30, like if it was year 33, even year 32, it would have been a different picture, because the curve of Hivemans, it's not like they start producing 100 alloys at year 19. At year 19, you're barely producing like 50 or 60 alloys, but year 28, you're producing like 180. You can even pick it like 200 alloys, but you do not have enough time to stockpile. So every single year is benefiting you. But nowadays, buyers are so strong that, to be honest, I will be surprised if Silas attacks Jojo, that Jojo will be able to repel it exactly year 30. Because year 30, buyers are so strong, but they fall off later, and Hivemans, they get stronger with the time as time goes by.
Yep. And speaking of Silas, I mean, as you've been talking about the build, Silas has been doing exactly to the word what you've been talking about. He has the distribute luxury goods. He's converted his consumer goods planet into an alloys planet, and now he's bleeding off his stockpile. He even that was something like every single thing you've said, Silas has done, and he does have 130 alloys income at this point in time, and he's had it for the past couple of years as well. So
remember the guy I told you about, Giltanas?
This is
I played
textbook.
yesterday. When I played against that guy, I checked exactly year 23. I'm checking his stockpile, and I see he has close to 11k alloys. I was like, yeah, that's bad, but that's manageable. Maybe he does not have that much per month. And then I check his monthly production, and I see 192. And 3 months later, I see 196. To be honest, at that point, I just wanted to exit to menu, because, okay, when your enemy has 200 alloys, that's okay if that enemy has 1k in stockpile. But when he has 10k in stockpile, and he's making 80 more alloys than you, on top of that, while having better stockpile, it feels like, I don't know, it felt like playing against Necrophages when they were at their prime. Like, you just check and you understand that they are just on the different level of power compared to your empire.
Yeah. I was saying about that, the Yukiro with the build, 178 alloys a month at the moment, and 8.5k stockpiled.
My god. And I mean, I thought Silas was doing well. Wow, that is... Like, if we take a look...
Comparing that to the very bottom, that one Foxy is only producing 17 at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah. Competitive players are just on a whole different level from the regular player base.
I have to note out that actually small details are really what is important now, and actually stabilizing the economy. Like, look, I'm pretty sure that that Coca-Cola must be bleeding a little bit more consumer goods than Silas and having a less stockpile, like lower stockpile. Even like, look.
Yeah,
even
he does.
Small changes, like, to be honest, I have noticed a difference like in my builds and Silas builds. Like, am I right that Silas on his third planet he has priests actually, like 2 priests?
He does. Instead of colonists.
Silas seems to be struggling a bit at the moment, though, with minus 100 energy and minus 50 consumer goods.
Well, minus 50 consumer goods, that's okay, that's planned, but minus 100 energy already without building up the fleet, I can tell that there is something wrong with the economy.
It's a bit of a yikes, yep.
So, yeah, two priests. What I have been doing, right after I get the colony, I build up civilian industries there and employ that one colonist. Only one colonist on consumer goods. And actually, it feels like not a big of a difference, but one pop producing 10 consumer goods for like 20 years, you get like additional 2.5 thousands of consumer goods. And that allows you to survive. Like, the biggest trick is to survive on the militarized economy and foundry planet. Because if you switch from militarized economy, or if you switch your planet to the industrial world, you lose a lot of alloys. And those alloys are required to fight other players.
Yep.
And actually, we'll see year 30. It will be incredibly important how players will, stabilize their economies. Because if you're bleeding 400 energy, like, you have the hugest build possible, right? But if you're bleeding 400 energy per month, well, that fleet is not going to survive for long, because it will eventually like just kill your economy itself, even without the enemy.
And as we were
Silas
talking,
fixed a lot of it.
Salas, seems to have mostly fixed his energy drain. It's now down to minus 43. He does have a couple. Okay, he has one minor artifact in storage still. They did change it so you can only use it every 5 years, 10 years, 1 year for selling them.
It's 6 months, I guess.
6 months. Okay. Honestly, I would prefer if they made it like a curve, like you sell minor artifact and the price goes down to 100 and then it slowly builds up over time again. But I'd imagine that's performance losses right there. But yeah, I guess minor artifacts. Let's actually take a look at the Remnants player. I know Remnants starts out with a bunch of minor artifacts. I want to see how he's doing on it. I think it was this guy. Yeah. 3 minor artifacts. I guess if you can sell 2 minor artifacts a year, it's fine.
I guess that's one of the not problems, but maybe some fixes I would do to the whole system of minor artifacts is that when you proclaim religious something, I forgot how it's in English because I'm not a native speaker, it gives you 500 unity. And it gives you 500 unity if you produce 30 unity or regardless, or if you produce 100 unity. So even let's say 300 years into the game, you sell those 2 minor artifacts to proclaim religious something, and you still get 500 unity, even though it may be lower than your 1 month's production. So it felt kind of like the longer the game goes, the less you get from it. It still kind of gives you the government
Spiritualist attraction.
Attraction. So it's kind of, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, actually factions are so they produce unity, so you have to restrict robots from start and try to get the rival as soon as possible. Once
Restrict
you see
robots from start. You mean
forbids, or how it's
remove it in the policies?
Robots, yeah, robots disallowed, and this will please your spiritualist faction. Thus, it will be more happier and produce more unity, if I understood it correctly. I have been doing this.
The life organic.
Oh my god, Silas is not min-maxing properly. He has forgot to disable the robots policy.
At the same time, he was not playing that. He was not playing that much. It's we tryhards who did not have the he has, as far as I know, he has classes, so he had to put his time into actually learning something useful. Well, not like conquering other empires is not useful, but at least that you can use in real life. So maybe he had not enough time to actually min-max everything perfectly. And it's always easier to actually, it's always actually easier to check someone and find flaws than play yourself into everything.
No, absolutely. I was making more of a joke. Yeah.
I understand. I'm just saying that even the best players sometimes make mistakes.
Absolutely. I mean, how does the unity from factions scale? I see that how does it scale? Is it based on the number of pops? So as you get more pops, you just get more unity?
I guess so, but to be honest, it's the same as we had to put some time into understanding what is a lump amount of unity you're getting from the prosperous, that technologies that you get with the prosperous unification that provides you with plus 5% unity and a lump sum of unity. So that's quite an interesting term. In the end, it was I guess it was 12 months of unity production capped at 1000 unity. So if you have around 770 unity, you can do it and literally lose nothing. If you're producing less than 70 unity, or 80, and also it's quite important that it does not count your actual income, it counts the total production. So you have to check, you have to add leaders or just check it in the production. Maximum 1000 unity, and it would be so much better if it wasn't just a lump sum of unity, because, well, for different players it's different, especially for some empires like Resource Consolidation, where from start you produce 7 unity. Imagine that, okay, yeah, I get a whole 1 year production that is 80 unity, while I could get 1000.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Rodenoff in chat is saying it's based on number of pops and percentage approval.
It's 0.5 unity per pop base if faction is happy. Jane Hran just said in chat.
All right. But yeah, I mean, hive minds don't have it, and robots don't have the faction unity system. But honestly, I think it's fine. Like at this point, we're 26 years in, and Silas is only getting like, what is it, up to 30 unity from factions. It is equivalent to like 4 pops worth of unity production for priests, but I don't think hive minds suffer too much from not having it. TBH.
No, but machine empires is certainly hurting them.
I mean, machine
Except for
empires,
Rock Servitors.
they hurt, yeah.
Rock Servitors do not care about, to be honest. Like, it feels like those bio trophies. Like, I remember once I was talking to Stefan. He once made like 30 alloys from one metallurgist on Rock Servitors. I had like 32 alloys. Like, these bio trophies, they are just like, especially assuming the fact like the best way to play Rock Servitors is like to stockpile all your bio trophies on your capital early on, and on your capital you only produce like alloys and science, which both are complex drones, and you also get like 20% production from your bio trophies, and super high stability and prosperity and machine capital 15%. Oh boy, those bio trophies, like Rock Servitors, like I don't understand the reason why they were banned, because Prosperous Unification, Rock Servitors, like the first ban we had in beta, I once played Rock Servitors and Prosperous Unification, and I literally saw that Rock Servitors had like year 23, same 11k of alloys, and 135 alloys per month. Rock Servitors are like different robots.
So Aurora has just found a Cyberx Alpha.
Cyberx Alpha. Well, let's see if that comes into play at all.
Between him and the strong Blorg.
Oh, it's on the border. The race for Cyberx Alpha.
Now with Cyberx Alpha, I believe they changed it so that you get the secrets of the Cyberx and the event if you do a special project on the capital. Is that available to everyone? I don't believe it is, but let's see.
However, I don't think Aphora is going to be too much of a threat controlling it. And their Federation is not doing particularly well.
Federation? Aphora's in a Federation with the CIA. Yeah. Now
the Central Union of Mutuality.
Oh my freaking god. Now, do we have a rule that Federations can't attack until year 50? I believe we had it last time.
They can't attack non-federated players until 2250.
Mm-hmm.
And they also can't guarantee or be guaranteed by other people.
I see 2 players building fleets already. Well, actually, I guess almost everyone is building fleets already, but 2 players kind of forgot to shift queue.
Yeah, Zalcius has been building steadily throughout the game for some unknown reason. He had like 500 fleet strength at year 10 with no like crystals or something to hit.
I mean, he's probably more of a casual player than competitive lobby. Competitive lobby is it's a very niche playstyle in Stellaris, all things considered.
Yeah, he should know better. I've taught him better than that in the past. He knows he should be shift queuing. So I'm guessing he just did it for some random reason. Maybe he had pirates spawn or something silly.
Dizzy's not ship queuing. Dizzy doesn't care.
Yeah, this is his playstyle. He's one of the laziest players I know, but he's one of the smartest players I know. This guy is like, he knows the trick. Like, you know, when your fleet's like, actually when you're fighting like year 30, it takes a lot of time to charge the hyperlane jump.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it takes way longer than in the late game. So what he used on me, he sent ships one by one to cancel. The jump. Yeah, and he wants some time to build ships using this. Man, this guy is a mastermind, but he's so lazy. Like this is the only reason. This is the only reason. Like we have a chance against him. If he was tryharding to the maximum, oh boy, that would be like messy for everyone.
I love it.
Moa isn't doing any sort of shift queuing, doesn't have any ships at the moment, but they did just complete the Fleet Academy, so I'm expecting them to start shift queuing soon. What else have we got?
We got a number of people between the 100 and 200 alloy threshold now per month.
Mm. So 4 different shipyards, no stronghold though for Ukuru. So interesting that.
Yeah, it seems that a lot of people are between the 100 and 200 mark, and they've all seemed to be started to build fleets. Except maybe like a few people like Silas. Silas hasn't built a fleet yet. I mean, to be fair, who is Silas going to attack? He's next to a robot empire and a hive mind empire, and I guess Zaltios. Okay, Zaltios is a regular empire. But I mean, if you're a bio empire, trapped between a bunch of gestalts, like what do you really do? I would imagine you'd attack one of the gestalts, right?
Yeah, you take a tributary.
Yeah, you take Tributary, or if, let's say,
Tributary, right?
those
Forgot
planets,
about that.
Those planets are really juicy next to you, then you can just kill the Gestalt and get, let's say, ocean planets, just for the future. And also, sometimes it depends on if you know that this particular player is known for trying to rebel against the Overlord and trying to like mess with your plans later on. Then sometimes it's just better just to kill that person, like that player in game, to not have problems.
Oh my god.
Afterwards. Yeah. There are some players that are peaceful, there are some players that want to scheme around and try to help enemies of the Overlord. Someone is rebelling, like 1v1, come on, I'm gonna kill you in 20 years, something like that. This is like one of those. He's like, okay, you can have my tribute for free, but in 30 years I'll kill you. And sometimes you're like, oh, maybe I just kill him right now, so I'll not have any issues like in 20 years.
I'm feeling slightly scared for Jojo though. He hasn't started any shipbuilding production.
He's
So
definitely got the
got
alloys for it though. He's got it, everything stockpiled and ready.
I mean, he's built a lot of... Is he building defensive stations? Nah, he's just building
At the
anchorages.
moment, he's switching into building anchorages to set up his naval camp, but
Yeah.
he needs ships.
Interestingly,
I mean-
Silas next door also hasn't started building his ships.
I mean, we're around the time when you can start building ships. I would imagine if you have a very aggressive neighbor, it really matters, but there's leeway, for sure.
Was since they're only running one set of shipyards, like they needed to be building earlier if they wanted to defend at year 30.
Usually, if like there is some sort of an estimation, usually if you want to have a big fleet around here, 30 exactly, with 4 shipyards and quite a lot of buffs, let's say the cap governor and the build speed, the technology for the build speed, you need to start building ships around end of year 25 in order to have your ships ready. And sometimes you get some technologies closer to the end, like let's say sensors that are extremely important. But to be honest, to be fair, there are different playstyles. There is more safe playstyle that will actually bring more victories, that you do not attack year 30 exactly. Silas is one of those players. If you're actually going to, like, if you're actually going to get, like, you're going to try and win the tournament, not the first war, it's better to actually wait until 2 aggressive people fight each other and then attack the winner of those. Because first of all, they will spend their fleets, they will spend alloys and energy for the upkeep of the ships, and they will be weakened by the fight. But the trick is not to attack too late, because otherwise you will give time to kind of replenish the losses and get more benefits from the economy you have conquered. Maybe Jojo and Silas have, let's say, an agreement, and Silas has checked the alloys of his neighbor, and he sees that he's not in the threat, so it's better to wait for all the technologies and build fleets and conquer the neighbor, the other one, not Mr. Jojo.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that Silas also just got mind over matter restarted to go psychic.
Nope.
So what is the optimal ascension route at the moment then for a bio-empire?
I would say psionics.
Psionics.
Psionics, like, the problem with, like, synthetics is still strong, but the problem is that Gestalts scale so well, especially in the mid game, that as a bio-empire you will not outscale them. So you sort of need some sort of a buff immediately, and psionics is the best way to get that buff, because your leaders are just insane. Your admirals are on the next level. You get more stability, you get more research, everything. Let's say for the Bio Ascension, you need 2 points, so it comes later. For Synthetics as well, you do not get a lot of benefits from Flesh's Week compared to Psionics.
That is true. Yeah.
And also Psionics is like the way to go if you're Spiritualist, and it aligns really well with the build, with all the buffs you have. And if there are a lot of Spiritualist empires on the lobby, you will have no issues with factions and happiness, because everyone is just Psionic.
Yeah. But
Okay,
this really goes to show you that competitive lobbies play differently from what you would maybe normally, maybe peacefully. Like certain things like Executive Vigor and Psionic Ascension aren't that great in the long term, but in a competitive lobby, because you want those bonuses early, the conditions are a bit different, and that's why we see a lot of people going for these sorts of things. So
there is like some sort of saying that it's way better to colonize with your ships than to colonize with your colony ships, especially year 30. So sometimes players tend to get all the benefits early, so they can get another empire and snowball after that. Because if they are successful with their first conquest, they will scale faster if they were just peacefully trying to build up the empire. If they fail, though, well, that's it.
Yep.
So this is why all of them are trying to get the maximum amount of value exactly year 30.
Yep, the ships are starting to come out.
Let's see,
Got three
Ukukaril
people over
has
10k fleets at the moment.
15k fleet power. Arc has 14.4k. These are pretty decently sized fleets.
How's
Now,
Mr. Gildanos and Ukukaril doing?
how's Urdanos?
There is a lot of shift queue there sat ready for Ezra, so they might
Wait.
be able to pull it.
Let's see.
Right, we're less
Gildanos-
than 6 months off wars. I wonder who's going to declare first.
I see Gildanos is straining his economy to the max. Everything's in the red. It's just a matter of time.
That's what we should have quickly looked at, is see if anyone has any defensive alliances, etc. So Silas does have a non-aggression pact with Jojo.
With Jojo. Ah,
Yep.
well, actually, I guess that would make sense why Jojo's not in a hurry to build up a big fleet, because he's not in that big of a situation. Like, Silas is the main opponent. Winter Cobra might attack him, might not attack him, but perhaps he
Winter
has.
Cobra has a truce with Jojo at the minute. There's 5 years left on that. So there
Oh, they-
must have been some kind of
Yeah.
non-aggression pact between the two.
All right, well, in that case, it makes sense why Jojo's not really concerned about pumping out a fleet, because he doesn't have to. And if you don't have to make a fleet, then it's better that you don't, because then you can develop your economy. Like, we can see that Jojo has 768 tech per month at this point, and I would imagine that's the highest out of any of the players here. Just because he can
PGR
focus
has
on
the-
economy instead of fleets.
Yep, chilling and vibing is where you want to be if you can.
I can
Yeah,
tell
EVR
already.
has a
Oh, wait.
defensive pact with Hitmarker,
Someone
but
has
neither of them
surrendered
has a fleet.
already.
Someone surrendered. Bruh.
Yikes.
There we go. Arga's declared war against Apollo.
I can tell
Misclick.
that if you
Oof.
check players who do not have high fleets right now, that's Jojo, that's Silas.
EZ has declared war against Amua right now, and fleets are charging into his territory already.
Okay,
Whoa,
let's
whoa,
take a
whoa.
look at that.
Apollo's fleet has just been wiped out by Arg.
And there's so many things going on. Let's focus on just a few conflicts. Like, for example, this conflict between Dizzy and Emma. So Emma doesn't have that much fleet power at this point. He seems to have started building his ships late. And there's a chance that Dizzy will be able to get him in time.
Although 2 planets have been claimed, Dizzy hasn't managed to claim the capital yet. Or 2 of the colonies. And so there's still a
Well, it
fighting
is
chance
claiming
for
9,
Amua.
so
Exactly.
I see
Wait,
that
actually,
Emo
Emoa has
only 18
attacked
capacity.
Dizzy. Okay. I completely missed the fact that Emoa attacked Dizzy, not the other way around. I thought it was the other way around, considering
Dizzy
how.
is the attacker.
Dizzy is the attacker here, yeah.
Yeah,
Wait.
Dizzy is the attacker.
Okay, in that case, I am slow. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's so many to keep track of. It's
Could
really
have
hard
sworn.
to-
Okay. Yeah.
What I was saying is that those players who are playing peacefully with each other, like strong players like
Oh, wait,
Georgian
no, okay.
Silas,
Just
those
real
two
quick.
are most likely going to win. Yeah.
For whatever reason, on the declare war thing, when I click on the pop-up, it says defenders Dizzy, but when I take a look at the war screen on the bottom right, Dizzy's
Wow, low.
the attacker.
Talking about
That's why I was wrong. I'm not going senile yet.
All depends on your
Frickin-
point of view. Who is the bad guy?
It
here,
all
kinda.
depends on your point of view. Yep.
Silas got attacked, and the person who attacked him is now regretting his decision.
Oh, Silas has popped up 15k
Silas.
fleets from nowhere.
Wow. I guess he must have queued his ships perfectly. Because he just
And
spat out that
Zalatos.
fleet.
Zalatos has just sat there hiding on the station now, hoping it's going to make the difference.
And Zalatos has nothing. I think.
But it is not going to make the difference. Silas is already pushing him in and chasing.
And Ukuriel is attacking
Oh my.
Ezra in the south now, and it looks like it's probably going to be an easy win. Yeah, Ezra's already running away his fleets.
Silas must have more fleets. He must have a lot more in transit or something, because this is quite a low fleet power.
He has
54.5k?
15k total. So he's missing 3k somewhere.
Up in the north, we've also got Gilithnas at war.
Oh, how is he doing?
He seems to be winning quite well, and it's a tributary war, interestingly.
Oh, that guy has
it's a
surrendered him,
robot.
right?
Yeah, that guy
No,
surrendered.
he hasn't.
There's a dude 3-1 that has surrendered. He says it's a misclick. I'm not sure what's up with that.
It seems that one Foxy is now the new target and hasn't surrendered. That one
Yep.
Foxy is the weakest empire in the game for the minute, and
Yikes.
so using the ally cap up on tributizing him might be interesting.
Well, you can always release them later, you know.
That
Well-
may have to be the move here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to use him to fuel his ships, and then he sends his fleets to conquer someone else.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Does he have a target next to him on the other side?
He doesn't know of anyone
No.
else. He has TBR under him. TBR is an organic empire. I haven't seen TBR play. Let's see. Where is he?
TBR is
He's
one of
near the
is one
bottom.
of the better comp players in SCM, and I reckon he
okay,
could
he-
put up
I
a
mean-
good fight.
He's still building a fleet.
TBR has a slight issue that he doesn't like building fleets.
Hmm.
He waits as long as possible, and way too often he waits too long.
That might bite him.
So,
That
yeah,
might bite
he
him.
likes to just keep on teching, and he just relies on a defensive pact. Luckily, he doesn't have any huge players near him which are likely to kill him too quickly. But once DZ finds him properly, he might die.
Well, speaking of DZ, let's see what DZ is doing. He's deep inside Emo's
Wait.
territory, and where is Emo? Emo has 6.8k, DZ has 12k. I have no idea where Emo's fleet is hiding.
He,
Just at the capital, I
he's
see.
claimed every planet system that Amoa has other than the capital.
Hmm.
And that'll be another 230 influence before DZ can do that. So it looks like DZ's going for a complete win.
Yeah, okay, it looks like Dizzy is, after all, the attacker, because there is a modifier of 100% for offensive war for claiming the systems, so...
Oh, there is a problem for
Yeah.
Dizzy. That capital is in the nebula, so Dizzy has to bring his science ship in order to check that
Which
system,
is
and that
probably
is
why it hasn't claimed it yet.
And he also has no idea what fleets are in there. I'm sure he can tell a bit from the Diplo, but he won't have a complete idea of what's going on.
if Dizzy will be left to his own deeds after this, maybe I will consider myself lucky that I had a really bad spawn and I'm just commenting it right now. So I will not face him in the lobby, because when he wins, like me and him, we have like this hate-love relationship. We always fight each other, and we always mock each other if we win. But usually it's so bloody and it's so violent. So maybe it's just even it's better to just watch from outside.
Yep, so Silas had a little claiming spree and has claimed all the way up to Zalcius' capital.
Let's see.
So that will be pretty much goodbye Zalcius in the near future.
Funnily enough, the biggest fleet is for Mr. Kukiril, right? I see only 17.5k as the biggest fleet right now.
Yep.
And he seems to be engaging a fleet, or trying to chase a fleet down as we speak.
Oh, he's actually in 2 wars now. He got attacked by Tango Yankee, which is the people to the right-hand side.
Yep. Alright, Kukiril is engaging. He seems to have won the combat pretty easily. Yeah. Ezra had no chance.
Yep. No, Tango Yankee's going to get taken out as well with only half the fleet.
Yep. If Tango Yankee and Ezra managed to unite their fleets, it'd be a different story, but as it stands, Kukiril was able to get Ezra's fleets first, and it's going to be very hard to oppose it from this point onwards.
The power blocks are developing much faster than I thought they would.
Yep.
Yep, the strong Blorg are attacking as well into a Fora.
So currently in the lead, we've got DZ, closely followed by Silas and Jojo.
Silas is one of the few people not at war. So
what do you mean?
He is getting what he wants as a Hive.
And the big
You mean Jojo?
bad bucket dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jojo, sorry.
Big Bucket Dad has lost.
Yep.
F.
F's in the chat, boys.
Our first casualty of the day.
And most definitely not the last.
Most definitely not the last. Let's see what how Mule is doing. We have talked about him before. He seems to be advancing on Mario Minasia. And Mario is unfortunately not getting to the castle and not getting the princess because he only has 1.4k fleet power.
I think the Goblino Max, although he's in a defensive war at the moment, has 0 fleet. I imagine a Fora is kicking himself for having fed it up with him.
He's just trying to be the biggest pain in the ass with his reanimators and very strong and resilient for the defensive armies.
You don't need a fleet if you have a big army. Come on.
But poor Fora used his 1 federation with him. No support.
He doesn't even have very big garrisons at the moment. I'm a little bit disappointed with Max.
For people who have watched a couple of these tournaments, I'm sure you'll all remember River setting the gold standard for armies on planets.
Yep.
Oh, else, actually, Tamwin says that Nebel does not block capital vision. So DZ decided to claim everything but capital first, and then claim the capital itself. I guess it's some sort of frightening your enemy, putting
a power move
into the heart. Yeah, sort of.
I see he sent in a single transport ship to scout the system. So now he knows exactly how much ammo it has.
Funniest part is sometimes
even in the fleets there.
Yeah.
Sometimes if that's I once had it. I sent one army, but it got killed so fast I didn't see anything in the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess it's like somewhat in the day tick or something, like when the ships are on the border. Now he sees it, and we are going to see the
Oh, it looks like the final battle is about to happen. Imua is moving into the Seat system.
Actually, it feels like Imua is going to get on top. He has cruisers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And DZ is now retreating, although DZ has much better weapons tech than Amua has.
I'm trying to work out where the rest of DZ's fleet is.
It's probably in reinforcement. Now, I'm not sure if reinforcement ships in reinforcement count towards the number of ships on the observer screen, but it does seem like it. Because he only has one fleet. It must.
They do indeed.
Yeah. Oh, he's building cruisers as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What is the sensors?
6 cruisers.
May I ask you to show the sensors on the ammo side, like what level of computers he has?
Okay.
Amua only has level 1 sensors.
And computers?
Level 2
give me
computers and level 1 sensors. Why is that
If that's
relevant?
He's also only got level 1 weapons equipped, even though he does have some level 2 weapons
But
research.
they are
level
plasma
2
block
lasers.
throwers,
That,
so they're not quite level 1.
no, I think Hypno's talking about the mass drivers, the level 1 mass drivers.
Yeah, it's the mass drivers that worry me a little bit.
Oh no, that's a mistake. Oh no, that's a big mistake. He has yellow computers, tier 2, but those computer artillery. You need to have picket computers in order to have tracking against destroyers. It can make a difference like 1.5 times the DPS. Because, well, you don't hit if you miss. It doesn't matter how far you've fired from. So yeah, as an advice, you always have to go for the picket computers if you're fighting against maneuver targets like destroyers or corvettes.
Yeah, but I would imagine against cruisers, going with artillery computers is fine.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, a few misplays here and there. I don't know how long Dizzy's been out and Emma's been out of Stellaris. And I do have to mention, personally, like, the reason why I'm asking all these questions is because I have to admit, I personally haven't been playing Stellaris all that much over the past few months. Like, I did state my opinions on the update previously, but personally, I just don't see this update as much of an interesting addition to the game. It's more of a game changer as far as mechanics are concerned. Like, mechanically, you would have to do certain things differently. You make decisions differently in this update. But as far as new content, there's really not much of it. So that's just a thing from me, personally. Now, I'm sure some
point out that R1 is war, so he's got his nice Tributary and Winter Cobra. He's now getting quite a lot of mineral income.
Unfortunately, poor Amua is not going to be able to win this with DZ putting his shipyards into overdrive and Amua's alloy production having fallen to 29 compared to DZ's 150.
Did Dizzy occupy an alloy planet, perhaps?
I think that might be it.
Let's see. Well, Emma actually has a lot of colonies.
It would seem he didn't occupy a dedicated alloy planet.
Has he bombed it, maybe?
It's probably the case that Emma can't afford to employ a lot of pops in.
No,
actually,
like,
Emma has
Amoa
18
is-
pops.
Oh,
What?
no.
It's because Amoa is selling 91 hours a month.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's because the energy planet has been occupied. And so Emma has to deal with the situation. And there's not a lot of energy districts on the capital, because the capital is there for the tech and the alloys. So Emma has to compensate, and because of that, he can't pump out a big fleet. But I mean, if he does manage to catch up to Dizzy,
Well, Amoa's now got his 3K starbase to sit behind.
Amua is also popping out armies at the moment
Oh,
as fast as he can, and soon he'll be able to retake his generator world, and that'll turn things around.
Well, the thing is, the generator world is the world which he has in the south, the complete opposite side of where the fleets are.
And
Yeah,
he'll have
he
to go
doesn't
and
have
take
the
out that
starbase.
This is killing Tianqi. He'll get 2.5k energy and like 200 gases from it.
oh my
now.
god.
on his way back home
On his way out,
from
yeah.
shopping. Yeah, he's getting some additional resources. And there's a question in the chat. I was seeing like 75 tracking on those weapons. I doubt the destroyers above that in invasion. L-slot weapons that are the most lethal when you're fighting against destroyers. They have like 5 tracking, really low amounts. They're
Yeah, 5% tracking on plasma.
Yeah, and that's why tracking is so important when you're fighting these small, tricky targets.
Yeah.
Ammo is pressing on, but that might be a mistake. He's fighting in the space of Dizzy, and his fleet was split. Oh no, okay.
Oh yeah, I think it's over for Emma. Emma,
The Galaxy will know terror
Yep.
from Dizzy now.
And Ezra is about to die. They've only got the last planet,
rip Emma.
and it only has a garrison of 234.
Emma is not happy in chat. Dizzy is responding with XD, as usual.
I mean, even if the lag caused the fleet to split, I think either way, Dizzy was on his home turf. The starbase was there, and
Yeah.
perhaps he would have lost a bit more fleet, but it still would have overall been the same.
You have always to remember that when you're fighting on the enemy territory, your enemy has 50%. How it's called? Not evasion.
Disengage?
Disengage.
Yeah.
So it's always lost, like the amount of. You only have to fight on the enemy territory when you have more numbers than your enemy.
Yeah.
It would seem that the Necroblorg Tech Go, as they're now called, played by Strongblorg, have fully invaded Aphora's space and are now just waiting it out.
Wow. So after taking all of Aphora's space, the
He just
war
popped up
exhaustion
and
is
stopped.
at a mere of 15%.
Gosh.
Yeah, 'cause he hasn't taken that many of the planets yet. He just has the capital by the looks of it.
That is true. Was there a space I guess there was no space combat because I don't see any engagements. So
No, there's no space battles.
let's
It
see.
would seem that Aphora has considerable garrisons on the ground as well.
Yeah,
Does
'cause he's
Aphora have a
currently
fleet?
playing with Max. I think Max has actually been sending himself. Don't know for sure though.
Maybe they just decided to both go for the army strat. Who knows?
Aphora has 1.9k fleet, but he's out of star bases to build them from, so I think that's it for him.
Yep. Although taking him over is going to be very difficult. The war exhaustion doesn't seem to be ticking up very quickly. So
Well, he has to hit the other Fed and the planets, so it's going to take a while.
that is going to take a while. And the fact
is
that
also-
the CIA is in the Federation means that I'm pretty sure it means that the war exhaustion ticks up slower because there is more planets overall. But I'm not. Don't quote me on that.
Also, there is a nice small detail. You can see that Stromblorg has multiple one-ship fleets bombing planets. It's not to inflict damage, but it's to prevent.
Regrow.
It's to prevent POBs, or rather defense armies, of the additional strongholds that are being built from spawning. So even if now his enemy rebuilds all the buildings in the strongholds, the enemy will not get additional defense armies because they do not spawn additional armies from strongholds when the planet is under bombardment. So it's like one of the ways to limit the amount of defense armies on the planets, unless it was changed in 3.3. At least it worked this way previously.
Yep.
And Gilfanis has gone and attacked the hit marker for the Silent Monarch, who's had the defensive pact with the Black Rose, but even combined, they have nowhere near the fleet power to defend this.
Oof.
So
Yeah.
hit markers are about to lose a few planets.
I mean, Gilthanos is in a position where he's just there amongst. I mean, I don't want to be insulting, but I would say weaker players in this lobby, and he's just taking full advantage of that.
If I
Oh,
turn our
okay.
attention back
Well,
to the west
rip Kelp
quickly,
Kingdom.
F's in the chat for Kelp.
Yep.
And back in the west, we see that Silas PT has also just won his war against Zalatos.
Let's see how his economy is doing.
Yeah.
It's not too.
And
It's not too good.
it's tanking a bit.
It's yeah.
And Jojo is starting to prepare for an upcoming battle with, I imagine, Winter Cobra, and he's just printing fleets in the back.
Well, Wild Cobra is a tributary under Arc, so and R is pretty strong at 19.1k.
Oof. I mean,
I really hope that Silas and Jojo will not team up on Arch and Silas fights Arch. That will be a nice fight. Because otherwise, because Arch, Silas, and Jojo are all players of the same caliber. They have a lot of experience. But
Mhm.
Silas has. Silas has an advantage of taking over another empire completely, and if he manages to fix his economy, he'll be far ahead.
I'd like to say that Silas has continued moving some of his fleets up to the border, and yeah, more of them are moving. They are bordering R. So it looks like they're both going to attack Winter Cobra now.
I wouldn't say that.
I would love to see Arch and Silas fighting each other year 30. It would be so fun to watch. looks like Silas think that Arch he's like one of the threats on the map.
Well, R actually has a larger fleet than Silas does at the moment. R is very much ready.
Cruisers, but Silas has cruisers, so he has an advantage already. Does R have Destroyer Focus Ruler? That's a question.
Let's take a look.
R does have Destroyer Focus Ruler.
Does.
Okay.
Military unit coming into play, yeah.
R is now moving ships up to Silas's border as well. It looks like war is about to break out over there.
I can definitely say that Silas was not ready. Actually, there is a problem. Sometimes you can tell that, okay, let's call not like bad players or inexperienced, let's say less experienced players, to not like call names and something. When you are fighting against a really strong veteran, at least if you win, you get a really nicely built planet, like meta built planet, let's say, like competitively for the competitive lobby. But when you fight against players who do not have a lot of experience, their fleet numbers are lower, but at the same time, their planets are not managed the same way as experienced players do, so you have to invest more time into rebuilding and fixing, and sometimes you even suffer losses. I guess this is exactly what is happening with Silas' economy right now. He has to put a lot of stuff to fix it right now.
If we do pan to Silas and R quickly, Silas hasn't noticed that he's I think he's just noticed that he's being flanked. Or not even yet. R has managed to go round the side.
Okay, Silas is gathering his fleets in one system, in Tallow.
He's cutting them off from his capital and his shipyards, though, interestingly, up in Tallow. So he won't be able to reinforce them against what is currently a superior fleet from R.
Yep.
To put this into perspective, both Silence and R has won 2 tournaments, ISL tournaments. Both of them are superbly good players, and if there is a mistake,
take this away.
If there is a mistake on one side, most likely one mistake will determine the outcome of the war.
There we go. That's the war.
It'll be the tiniest detail that breaks these two.
That's the war.
So Arg declared it.
Right now, Arg definitely is the favorite to win with his bigger fleet, but Silas did have a big stockpile of alloys just recently, 10k.
Oh, Silas is printing his fleets. He just shot up 3k.
Yep, he had a 10k stockpile of alloys before this all kicked off.
However, his mineral deficit is going to hurt, and he's only got a bit over a year for the consumer goods.
Immediately his planet is getting invaded over there, although that could be a beneficial thing given how much these new planets have tanked Silas's economy.
It's a 7-pot planet, isn't going to make too much difference.
That one won't specifically, but in general, these new planets being taken might not even have a hugely detrimental effect.
I agree with Hypno, actually, because I looked at the planet production versus planet deficit on this specific planet, and it had a bigger deficit than production. Like, it was a net drain on the economy. And now it's less of a drain, so...
The next one's more of an
issue.
I see what is the problem, actually. I just saw on the planet. So the best way to play it out after the first conquest, you must enslave entire species and do not put this species to the residency.
Holy moly.
Otherwise the stability will be really low. So you have to resettle your pops to these planets to rule them, to become rulers.
I just saw...
got shredded.
Okay, it must have been one of his fleets. He must have gotten his fleet split because his other fleet is out. So I think what happened is one of Silas's fleets got caught while he was hyperdriving, and he got defeated in detail.
He hardly lost any of the ships, though. They've all just returned.
Cruisers.
And there goes the Union of Human Stars. Another F in the chat.
F.
Oh
no! The fleets returned over to Tethel. Oh no! Oh no!
No, that was another fleet, I guess.
That was another fleet?
Yeah.
It was damaged. What do you mean? I'm not sure. That was a damaged fleet, the one in Tethel.
But he lost only 2 cruisers out of those 16 I have seen. Oh yes, wait, you're right. What the? Wait, no, this is the damaged one. Maybe
Yeah.
Silas did
Oh
not
my
repair
God.
his fleets from the previous war. Is it possible?
No. It's because
Actually, it
they
might be
got a first
possible.
fleet caught out.
It might actually be
So you've seen the
possible
First fleet.
because there were no star bases in the entire space of Zeltius. There was just the one in
he
Towel, and that's why he was
deleted those.
moving.
I guess he deleted those starbases because he got over the limit and he had so little energy and was negative, so he decided to get rid of some starbases.
And then perhaps he
Actually,
couldn't repair because there were no
Yeah,
star
yeah, yeah,
bases.
because of
Yeah,
that.
Oof.
But yep, we've got the Mega Machine and DZ.
Yep,
He won
DZ
his
has
war.
grown.
Okay, it's
Plus
unfortunate to me that
275 alloys. I just had
I'm
have to point that out.
forecasting. I can forecast the future from now, like till they're closer to the end of the tournament. Just do not quote me on that. Arch will be fighting against DZ. They will be 2 major power centers, and DZ will have 30 planets or 40 planets.
It's going to be half the galaxy versus half the galaxy, I bet.
Well, I think you're also missing out about Yukaril.
Yeah.
He hasn't quite won his war yet, but he's about to win 2 wars in the south.
That is true.
And
So
again,
there's gonna be
Jojo I wouldn't sleep on
3
either.
power centers, I'd say.
Oh yeah, and most likely Arch will be fighting with Ukukiril or with Jojo or something. Like these 3 players, they cannot coexist together. There will be a war. And
Jojo could stop R in his tracks for quite a while.
well, this will be a shame if it happens, to be honest.
Mm.
But we'll see how it goes.
Yep,
Oh, there
we
goes
go.
the
There's
Ezra.
Yukaril.
F.
Yeah.
DZ is now a great big blob.
Giga machine in the process.
Yukaril? What? Well, he already has all the space. Does he have any claims on that lot?
The CIA must be quaking right now. Poor Max.
Yep, he's claimed pretty much all of the other person in the South Yukaril as well. So Tango Yankee is about to be completely absorbed as well. So that would be 2 full empires underneath Yukaril.
This is DZ right now. I pulled up an image on my stream. Just Giga Chad Robot Man. This is what he's gonna become.
Damn, that's a nice picture, actually.
But yeah, Silas was unfortunately caught. He was in a situation where he could have made it out alive, but unfortunately his fleets were split. His fleet was defeated up in the north, and the reinforcements that he's building are not going to be built fast enough. Like, he has 21k total fleet power. Like, he has a lot of fleet power overall, but most of that is in transit, and it's not going to arrive until you're 20... I mean, it's 4 months from now, but I doubt it's going to arrive in time for the battle.
Probably not.
It was very much that flanking maneuver that did it. A really good opportunistic strike from R.
And actually, yeah,
Yep.
destroyers are faster than cruisers, and those were flying so fast that even if Silas noticed that, he just did not have enough speed to run away from the fleets that R had.
Yep.
Yep.
Although R is going to stop to heal up.
Ark
so-
stopped.
Is
That
he
is-
bombing the alloy planets?
He's
Oh.
not. He's just stopped.
Hmm.
He stopped and healed up the starbase and he hasn't moved again.
Yeah, there is a bug with the starbases. Sometimes you click on heal, even though the fleets technically can start
He's
healing,
going
but
in.
they don't.
Yeah, I've noticed that bug before.
And Silas has retreated his fleets to his secondary starbase.
Oh,
And
there we
getting
go. There we
further.
go. His fleet has
Reinforcements
jumped
just
in.
Popped in.
Oh no!
It's such a
Oh
bad
no!
time.
Ah,
Oh no! Yep, Silas is left with
Silas.
8k. Yikes! So Silas had way more fleet power overall, but every single one of his fleets just got defeated by itself. Defeat in detail.
and R is not stopping. He's continuing to
Yeah.
thrust into him.
And now Silas doesn't care. He's just moving.
Yeah.
It's ogre. It's all
Mainly
ogre.
because Silas had to sell a lot of resources in order to keep his energy up, so he had to spend a lot of time doing this, while Arch was like totally focusing on the chasing
Mhm.
and actually
Yep.
maneuvering his fleets.
And yet he's only losing a ship or two each engagement.
Yeah, cruisers. Does he have the hull bonuses for his cruisers?
Let's check it out. Engineering. He has 1.
He lost in this engagement that was at the 2K starbase. Maybe I'm a little bit like behind the stream, like 10 to 15 seconds. Silas lost 2 cruisers, maybe 3 maximum.
Another engagement again?
No engagement.
Oh, no.
They pieced
That
out.
was reinforcements arriving. Okay.
They pieced out. Actually, Silas didn't lose a lot of territory, like at all. Arg took 1 planet, Talo. I would imagine it was the capital, but actually Silas lost barely anything in this war. Just the 1 capital that he just conquered. Overall, Silas can still come back from this.
Yeah, the strong Blorg has finally pushed through and is sat on Goblin max now, so looks like he will win that war at some point and vassalize his neighbour.
Mm-hmm.
Gilthanas is just eating away because he doesn't have any threats. So yeah, we're going to have a good few power blocks here.
And a 4 down south is still at 80% war exhaustion. Oh no, only at 53% war exhaustion, forcing back the strong Blorg. Oh no, my bad, that is 80. I'm reading the numbers wrong.
Yep. But it does seem like there's 4 power blocks for the 4 cardinal directions of the galaxy. Ukukurel in the south. We're going to have strong Blorg in the east. Gilthanas in the north, and then Arg in the west.
Well, I'm still waiting to see what happens with Jojo. He's got 20k fleet power now.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on Jojo just yet.
Pardon me
If
for
he does
interrupting.
end up teaming up with Silas.
It feels like that there is a huge lag issue in the lobby. Some players have been reporting. I have seen in chat from Silas and Atonics for quite some time that there is some sort of an issue.
Interesting.
Well, I've been
Is it
spectating.
okay now?
It doesn't seem to be a
now it's
problem.
better, yeah.
I've been fine, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lag issue a little while ago with one of the players who somehow passed the potato test, hitting red for most of the time.
Mhm.
But he has since died. So,
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, true.
yeah, if these are old messages, it'll be down to that.
Yep.
But I don't think it was bad enough that it made a huge impact anyway.
I think Jojo's about to declare war. Fleets have moved up to Bora.
Is he going
Right.
to declare the war on Silas?
No, he still has the non-aggression pact on Silas, so there's only one option it can be.
Ah, I see.
I mean,
which
why
means
would he
Ara is about
declare
to get
war?
another war.
I guess he could potentially pull it off. Arg did lose a decent chunk of fleet power by fighting Silas.
Well,
But it's kind of risky. It's kind of risky attacking both
Well,
Winter
it's only
Corporate.
attacking a
and
tributary,
Arg.
so Arg doesn't care too much. It's like, yeah, take a planet.
If we just pan things right the way back up north, I've just noticed that TBR has been in war for a while with Gilthanas.
Yeah,
But he
because
hasn't been
Gilthanas
taken
has
yet.
hit marker.
Well, that's because
Yeah.
Hit marker to the left.
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah, Gilthanas has been
21.6.
going for another one.
I see that Silas like fleet power is jumping, so he might have issues with economy still, like struggling to balance everything. Yeah, 21k, 9k, something like this.
Oh yeah,
I think Hitmarker is trolling slightly. He says he's terraforming some of his worlds because he's been under occupation for so long with nothing to do.
terraforming. Oh my.
Such a Chad
Gotta
move.
get more open worlds.
Wait, terraforming not with weapons, but just with the technology of terraforming?
Yeah,
Wow, that's bold. That's bold.
It's been that long that they've been invading for.
he's been fully under occupation. It has nothing to do with his resources. But yeah, DZ's now pulled ahead at 25k.
I mean, DZ's
The question is, who's he going to
A robot
attack
that
next?
can steal
Like,
another
his
robot.
fleet is moving up, or is he just clearing out the crystals?
He'll clear every single neutral entity, he'll take every single planet, and then he'll move to consume another empire. I know it sounds quite green, and I'm not trying to act here.
Obviously TBR is in war on the other side, so he could just hit TBR in the back here.
Honestly, if DZ just kind of sits here and grows, he's gonna outscale many empires.
Wait,
Just-
am I seeing this? Sorry for interrupting. Am I seeing this right that R has 256 pops?
He does.
He does.
Has he conquered one empire and taken another capital?
He's taken the capital from Silas.
He's also broken.
Has he taken? No, he hasn't
Wait.
taken Silas's capital.
No, not
He's
Silas's
taken-
capital, but the capital Silas took. The one that
Oh,
originally
right.
belonged to
Did R break
Third Empire.
rules? He didn't
Did he?
claim in line to take all the systems to that previous capital as Alcius.
I mean, that's
Interesting.
He's gone and returned a whole load of territory, so it's not easy to tell. But like, there's one neutral system and one controlled by Silas.
Neutral systems do not count into this.
Well,
You
I
have to
don't know-
conquer from the
Yeah, I
border.
don't know what way he went though, because I thought that was already in the control of Alcius.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'll pop down and have a little chat and just make sure that they're aware that claim in line is
No,
rule
no,
here.
I can guarantee that he knows, and well, we play a lot of this with this rule, and there are no rule break because he can get this is the first system of Silas,
Mhm.
and there is a way to get there for
Yeah,
R.
through Zaltius.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
in
he
line.
wasn't ally of
Okay.
Silas, so that's okay.
This is legit.
Okay, that's fair enough. Oh, it would seem that Aphora is offering to come up here and give us his take on things as he holds off the strong Blorg, one army at a time.
All right, let's talk to him.
Yep. Let me just drag him in. Hello, Aphora. Welcome
Hello.
to the stream.
Hello.
So, how have things been going against the strong Blorg then?
As you can see, not very well. Could be better. We shall persevere. All that stuff.
And do you think you're going to make it out of this one at all?
This
It's
isn't
an
the same
nationalization
as
war.
last game. No, I am not making out of this one. Unless the Starship Troopers attack the Necroblog. And then maybe my measly 262 fleet power. Okay. I don't know.
I mean, it's still up and running.
Yeah. Oh, you know the Admiral got lethargic
Oh god.
after getting beaten up twice and losing his entire home empire.
Gale speed
He got
lethargic. He has the yin and the yang.
Yeah. He has lost his purpose.
Very interesting to see, though, and great that you're holding out. Honestly, kudos to you for keeping the war going this long.
Yep.
I think this might be the end of Blorg domination in the south.
Maybe. Goblino Max had a really innovative strategy of spamming armies. Yeah.
And he's not been doing too badly with it, has he?
Well,
Oh, the
he's saying
USA
he's
has
saying
been
fight me if you can.
The
Right,
USA
the
is getting
USA.
battered. Yeah.
100% devastation.
Yeah,
It's been at
gonna be
100%
a very,
devastation for a while already.
It's gonna be a very painful slog, and if Starship Troopers actually does something, Necroblog might.
Those fleets are doing.
The
I'm not
poor
sure if
CIA.
Necroblog has. I'm not sure if Necroblog has fleets in his empire, but from what I can tell, he only has 3 planets. So
Yeah, no, he's been doing very well to keep his economy going strong through all of this war with only 3 planets.
we've hit 100% war exhaustion. I think I'm gonna go in 24 months.
Yep, sounds like you have a little chat to have with your allies and with your future ruler.
No, he's not. He's not vassalizing me. He claimed all my systems, and then he's vassalizing the CIA.
Oof.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah. Last stand.
Soon the CIA will work for the Blorg.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
with
he's a
100%.
really good. He's a really good buffer state.
He is. He lasted a while, but with 100% devastation on his capital and constant bombardment, the garrison's not going to last long.
Yeah.
It's going to be over for the CIA soon.
Right, well, thanks for popping into the stream chat, Afora. I'll pop you back in to continue talking to your allies.
Yeah. Lots of talking.
Yep. See ya.
We shall
And
strike
good luck.
back against the invader.
Yep.
Yep, Kirill has ended up winning both of his wars and taking all of the planets to those two people, and he's stabilized his economy as well, so he's looking very strong at plus 369 alloys a month at the moment.
And over 1k tech month. I mean, he doesn't really need to build a big fleet at the moment, because Strongblorg is occupied, and the other empire to his left is Comrade. And yeah, it's an AI with 2,600 fleet power. And a few fleets of 0 power corvettes, because that was the only corvette design that Comrade left the Empire with. I do find it hilarious when, you make the 0 fleet power corvette design just to strip your initial corvettes, and then the AI comes in afterwards and just builds them. Like,
Going back to what I was saying before, JoJo's fleets, they are getting close to ours homeland. They've currently gone all the way through Silas's land.
I see. And JoJo has 27k fleet power. That's quite a bit. And
R doesn't know. R's fleets are right the way in the north.
R is trying to vassalize or tributize Artonics.
But R is in a federation with Winter Cobra.
Well, Winter Cobra isn't a big...
it's a tributary.
Oh, okay.
Isn't
of course.
big empire.
So,
I'm sure if Winter Cobra...
is about absolutely slammed. The question is, does JoJo have enough armies? He only has 500 though.
I mean, it's not like Ark has a lot of armies on his planets.
Has no garrison.
He's not the CIA.
Those armies will do it.
Yeah, there's very little garrisons on these planets. So there we go. The
War's
has
been declared. In they go. Oh wow.
So
Actually, am I seeing this right? Winter Cobra is not involved.
Yeah, Winter Cobra doesn't care.
Yeah, because he's a tributary, not a vassal.
Yep. So he's taking both capitals, both R's capital and the conquered one, which was previously Silas's, which was previously Celsius. So could be big power move here for JoJo.
Yeah, I mean, if JoJo just takes out all the planets, it's going to be a while until Arg can get his fleets back. His economy is going to be blood dry.
JoJo's supporting the independence of Winter Cobra.
I guess that we also have to remind players that after year 50, there is no claim in line rule. Closer to this. I'm surprised that JoJo did not grant independence of the tribute, and that the tribute of Ark did not rebel. I guess that's one of the obedient tributes that you can get. So...
Well, he guaranteed the independence. Just Winter Cobra didn't declare.
Cobra decided not to do this. I see.
I don't know why. Maybe he's feeling faithful, or maybe he didn't understand how powerful JoJo was.
Or maybe he wants to declare another war, so Ark will be in 2 wars at the same time, with the same enemy. Technically this can happen, kinda.
There goes the TR League. Afora is officially dead, and the CIA is under the control of the Blorg.
CIA is under new management.
Meanwhile, Hitmark is still holding on against Gilfanis.
Oh yeah.
He's doing very well since he only has 180 pops, but he does have 2 tributaries.
mean, he has planets that are full-on fortress worlds. Like, I'm looking at Anahita Prime, and it's just got strongholds. That's all it is. Just a big, fat fortress world.
What's this for hit marker?
Yeah, for hit marker. He's holding out till the last.
Yep. Well, it is literally the last planet now. But it does have 2k garrison.
All of ours fleets are running away, but now Artanix is chasing him down.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of bombardment happening on that last planet, though, so it isn't long for this world.
So Ark is going to be sandwiched between two people, and, you know, the thing I said about Ark being the power block of the West might not materialize.
Yep.
Yeah, Ark's about to be decapitated.
Yep.
What's he going to lose for those 2 capitals?
Soon we'll see the JoJo Imperium.
I mean, would he lose all those planets? JoJo is quite far away.
109 pops. 109 pops.
109 pops. Yikes.
Ever 152, so that would just be decapitation.
Currently, the most pops in the galaxy is Ukukarel with 305 pops.
Yeah,
The Hive.
He conquered both of
Not
those
the Hive,
people down
Yeah.
there. He's not the Hive.
He's
just
not the Hive.
sort of organic.
He's just big.
Yep, conquered 2 players is a lot of pops.
Seems the CIA are trying to negotiate. They don't seem to like their new managers.
I'm really surprised he hasn't gone for the AI though. Like, that is 93 pops on the border, which is no threat whatsoever. Easy wall.
I believe we made the decision that you can only attack it past year 50.
Nah, right.
See what Silas is up to. Silas has his fleet on the border with JoJo. He might strike. Who knows?
He shouldn't do because the defensive pack, non-aggression pack's still there.
Do they still have it?
They do still have it.
Yeah, they do
yes.
still have it. Alright. In that case, there's really nothing going on here. There's an Empire more Alice for me that's still just kind of there. It's a machine empire that's just been there.
Yeah, and he has a non-aggression pact of Silas as well, so... He
Silas
just
is
gets he
not
slowly
doing
goes
badly.
to
Awfully
13.
diplomatic.
He's doing quite well at rebuilding his economy.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely behind some of the people that have conquered other empires, like, for example, Ukukarel and DZ, but he's still a threat. Still an obstacle.
Just overtaken Arg again. But that might have something to do with the amount of bombing going on right now.
Yep.
But JoJo and Arg should be at war very soon in terms of the fleets actually fighting. They are getting very close together.
They are. And I mean, that's the advantage that the Defender has. The Defender can build up a fleet while the attacker really has a hard time transferring ships over.
Well, you have 15k coming in the other side from Artanix.
Ooh.
I wonder whether they're going to coordinate and try and go for it at the same time. Because Artanix would have to come in from the other end. There is no way around for him looking at closed borders from Silas.
Oh, yeah.
That would be quite the feat of coordination to get both fleets to come in at the same time from each end.
Wait, did Arg eat someone else?
JoJo's moving away. Did Ark eat someone else? What do you
I
mean?
swear we were saying he had 150 psych pops a minute ago. Was I looking at the wrong person? Because he has 260 odd.
Yeah. There hasn't been any
Yeah,
wars in the past 20 minutes involving Ark that he's won, I don't think.
I was just wondering if he had integrated a vassal or something that I hadn't been paying attention to.
Oh no, he has been sitting at like 250 pops or like some time ago.
So just read the pops from earlier, but still losing over 100 pops to the war with JoJo is certainly going to hurt still.
Looks like Jojo is pushing back up with his fleets as well. They're going to be sitting in the Targon system.
Mm-hmm. And Artonix is actually moving his fleets away.
R isn't building any fleets either at the moment, and his economy is really, really struggling.
Oh, well, he has 200 minerals per month, and everything else is kinda like, except for the alloy
It's
income.
not that bad,
Does
Yeah.
R have proton launcher technology?
Let's check it
If he
out.
does, I know what he's waiting for. He's waiting
He
for
does.
year 15.
He does have
Uh-huh.
proton
He
launchers.
does, yes.
So Jojo has to attack right now, otherwise he will fight against Destroyer Focus, Proton Launcher, no
I
retreat,
might say that
Destroyers.
Ark also isn't using the Edicts at the moment, nor is Jojo, so both of their fleets, if either of them put them on, is going to be a lot more powerful. If either
That is
of them
true.
forgets when the engagement begins, it's
Yep.
going to be massive. Oh, Ark's moving. He's going for it.
Artanix is also going in.
Let's see, is
Could
Jojo
this
going
be
to run away?
Artanix
No,
to the rescue?
Jojo is actually approaching.
Oh,
Wait,
With
is it, no
reinforcements?
is it no retreat for R? Or is
I
it still
think
hit and run?
Jojo... Okay. Let's see.
Ark is hit and run.
Because his fleet powers jumped by quite. Oh, I guess he got
He probably
psionics.
did the edicts.
and he's
Yeah.
lost to
He
Jojo quite
did one edict.
spectacularly as well.
He lost.
Yeah,
Wow.
he did one edict.
And
Whereas
now
Jojo-
suddenly we've got Artanix coming in from the back.
Yep.
Oh, he's surrendered to
He
Artanix?
served. Yep.
Had to in many ways.
That was a surprising fleet
Yeah.
outcome. That's weird. Like, the fleets were very close in strength, and
Yeah.
pretty sure they were close in composition as well. Like, what's
Can you check
the reasoning?
computers and sensors?
I'll check that for you now. We're looking at level 3 sensors and level 2 computers. That would have done it. And also he's using auxiliary fire control on his destroyers, which must be helping too.
And what did R have on his?
I don't remember the sensors. He had
Ark-
plasma accelerators as well.
Ark is level 4 sensors with the advanced combat computer.
Yeah, but were they
It
on
is
the
on ticket.
fleets? I mean, I guess they probably were, I would imagine. Okay, let's see. The fleet is here. Level 4 sensors, and then level 2 computers. He has a lot of armor on his fleets instead of shields. Jojo is
He also-
shielded up pretty well.
He also has weaker armor and shield tech, but he's spec'd heavily into the plasma accelerators.
Both of
And
them
that's
have.
probably not helping against the shields.
Yeah. So I think what's going on is Jojo has a fleet with a bunch of shields, and that's really helping against plasma accelerators. Meanwhile, Arg doesn't really have a lot of shields, and that's
Does
the
R have high-level kinetics? Or maybe he's...
Level 4 kinetics. He's got them
Oh.
equipped on some of his ships. It looks like he's using a mixture.
Yep.
Most likely he just overbuilt his energy weapon ships and full shields from Jojo just tanked all the plasma shots.
He's almost half-half in terms of ship
I
composition.
think there's
Yeah.
also like a couple of days delay in between the two fleets hitting coming into the system,
Mhm.
which would have hit slightly off with Alpha, which would have been annoying for him.
That could have been.
Yeah, you never want to be the first one in if you can avoid it.
Although it looks like by surrendering, he did a deal with Artanix because Artanix closed borders, so Jojo can't get any further.
Mm.
Lamau. Arg is left with 2 planets.
But without Jojo being able to get any further, and Jojo still needs to go back to take the previous capital of Zalcius in Tallow. He's going to have to give up one way or the other. So Arg's fleets are going to be able to take back some land. Oh no, Jojo's made a deal. Artanix is open borders.
There's probably going to be a round 2 of combat, and now Jojo has a decisive advantage as far as fleet power goes.
It's not that much an advantage. Only 2k.
I think last time, the thing is, I think last time Arg had a slightly bigger fleet. So, gone from
Yeah, but Arg
slightly
also was
more
there,
to
okay.
slightly less. Makes a difference.
what else is happening in the galaxy?
Meanwhile,
Gilvanis has
Mr.
finally got bored with TBR and is actually attacking the systems.
Just look at the fleet powers. Mr. Disnanix sitting at comfy 55k, year 49.
Yeah.
Yep. How many planets does he have?
Oh, there we go.
12
Hitmarker
colonies?
has been
Alright.
forced at the wall by Gilvanis, although it wasn't that bad.
Hey, Hitmarker didn't lose a lot of planets, actually. One of those was the
That could've
planet
been
that
a lot
was
more.
a pure fort. So I guess fortifying really helped them out. I want to get back to the JoJo fight. It is interesting. Right now, Arg and JoJo are one system apart. Although Arg has started to move away. It's like a dance. Who's gonna strike first? Who's gonna go for it?
Well, the other question is, what happens once the truce with Silas is over?
Hey, so rules have switched up briefly. There is no more claim in line. Wormholes are now considered borders. The Fed cap has been raised to 3, and max defensive pact has been raised to 2.
Hmm. Arg might be going back to upgrade his fleet to neutrons.
Saying that.
Or
And a
protons.
neutron on pro. I'll make sure to announce that as well.
Yep.
Mhm. Yep, Silas is
Because that makes a big difference.
pieces over. So Silas could attack Arg right now.
I mean, if Silas attacks Arg, I don't think there's gonna be much to take. Unless Arg manages to push back,
He works out.
Arg is kind of...
Because like, so obviously JoJo is in a bit of a stalemate. Oh no, they've gone in. They're going for it.
Yeah.
JoJo's fleet is surging up in strength.
Arg is currently trying to upgrade his fleets as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be in time.
I think it will be in time. Actually, no. One of his fleets might upgrade, but not the other one. Yeah, you're right. The fleets are coming in.
JoJo's already put on all his edicts. Arg's hasn't. There you go. Arg's just clicked it up, and that's a massive boost in strength for him. And JoJo's reinforcement fleets are still miles away.
Oh. It's a close fight. It's a very close fight. But,
Shields have won the day again, by the looks of it.
Yep.
And that is probably going to be the end of Arg.
Indeed.
Has JoJo claimed any more during this war? Nope, he's just kept it with those 5 claims.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to claim at this distance. Like, I guess I can't really check. Maybe I can.
Especially as an offensive war.
Let's see.
It's 400 odds to claim a system.
Yeah, it's 400 to claim. He only has 200 influence in stockpile, so he's claiming all he can.
Actually, in this fight, Arg did not lose as many ships as JoJo. So it's not like the super end of Arg. He has some chances still.
Actually, where did
But looks
JoJo's
like
fleet go? Lamau.
He's moving in. Has he repaired?
I think JoJo lost his fleet. Something happened. There's no big fleet anymore in the north.
Yeah. He lost. He won the battle, but since Arg had proton launchers on his ships disengaged and ships of JoJo were destroyed.
No, but like JoJo's fleet is actually disappeared.
It
that's
got
why that was a
destroyed.
problem.
Yeah.
He tried to push in to not let Arg upgrade his fleet, but there is a problem. Arg is at 100% work exhaustion, so in 2 years, JoJo will be able to status quo. So Arg has to get his starbases back as soon as possible. And he has to get JoJo at 100% work exhaustion as well, in order to stop this war.
Yeah, so he's going to lose 4 systems.
So that engagement that we saw, that was a tactical victory, but a strategic loss.
Have you noticed that Arg is building stuff at Zalcius' old capital? So he's got a few little ships that are just coming in from behind. I wonder if he's going to try and take back those systems.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be much use there. It looks like he's going to try and retake his old systems. He's going in for the Mizar system.
Yep.
Yeah.
And since Jojo's far away, it's going to be very hard for him to defend all this space.
Yeah.
Jojo has to force the status quo before long, but...
And R is pushing forward from the north as well.
So this might be a really good defense from Arg then.
Yep.
No, he only has to take back his star bases. He does not need to take back his planets. And he has to take back star bases and not allow Jojo to take them back before the Warg's Ocean hits. He has to use this momentum in order to clear his space from Jojo's fleets. Jojo has more alloys per month, but R has less alloys, but he has already installed protons on his ships, so he has advantage of the momentum. Not for long, though.
It's going to be very hard for Jojo to go back.
Has not declared independence during all this stuff. Because that would have certainly have hurt Arg even more.
I don't think it would have hurt Arg all that much. I'm pretty sure if you're declaring independence, you still have to pay the tax during the war.
Also, interestingly, while we've been chatting about this war over here, over in the east, we've got DZ with 63k fleet pushing into the Black Rose.
Yikes.
Yeah. So we thought he might attack into the back of TBR, but...
Big
actually,
boy.
Mr. Mule has 53k of fleet as well.
Yeah,
so
Mule has taken over another empire, I imagine.
Yeah, in the first war. And he has 286 pops.
Yeah, we've been
Dutch
sleeping on
troopers.
him, but he's one of the biggest players in the galaxy at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also wondering about HG, because he's just slowly pulling it up, and he's been given so much time with all those extra planets.
Yeah, he's just been
Mule
sat there
he's
doing
just-
his thing.
Actually, I'm so happy for Mr. Mule, because he has his unique approach, technocracy, no ship focus rulers, and he's doing pretty well.
And I'd imagine he's upgrading his fleets to neutrons at this point. Yep.
Yeah,
Big
as
boy
is
fleet.
Eukaril. There's mass upgrading across the board at the moment. Oh. Damn.
Also,
Yep.
I have witnessed an interesting tactic, because usually, like we have seen with Jojo, he went for full shields, and the best way to counter protons is going full shields. So the tactic I've seen, especially from DZ9X, he upgraded to kinetic artillery, and even put, usually kinetic artillery and just usual artillery. So actually his ships, if he's fighting against full shield enemies, he puts on full shields on himself, on his ships, to counter protons. Like, protons are considered better weapons. But if you know how other players behave, you can counter their feats, knowing what they will bring. And those ships are so scary. You have to counter them with armor. And it's so, like... It's not easy to put armor on your ships, because it costs so much, and it's so
That's
vulnerable
true.
to other
Yeah.
protons. You just have, like, a block doing this. And then he starts fighting you, and you're just losing one ship, like one fleet after another, because you have full shields, and he's going full kinetics. Wait, is he doing this right now again?
Yeah,
he
he's
is
going
full
full
kinetics
kinetics.
at the moment.
Yep.
And he is mostly shields at the same time, so he
I
needs
love
a
it.
counter
This guy.
kinetic to fight
This
him.
guy, like, always.
This guy is
always has
something else.
something.
Yep.
He doesn't
The
have
only thing I
kinetic
would-
batteries yet, but still.
He does only have level 2 sensors, though, I will say. But
I'm pretty sure, yeah,
can't knock him on that. What he
Railguns-
does have otherwise.
railguns have decent tracking. Actually, do they? 5% tracking on the large weapons, 30 on the medium ones? Not sure that's actually better than lasers.
The thing that everyone's trying to put more shields because they're cheaper and they counter protons, and everyone is putting protons, but then there is one guy who's like, okay, everyone has shields, then I'll just put in kinetics and just hope that everyone does it. But I have seen that Mr. Mule, he was putting like half armor, half shields, and usually I do it as well, because you cannot be hard countered by enemy weapons if you put like half armor, half shields. If you put, let's say you put all shields and then there is a storm, or there is a shield modification system or something like this, you're completely screwed then. If you have some armor, at least you have some armor still.
Yeah. The thing I said about railguns versus lasers, they're as inaccurate. They don't have a tracking advantage. It was wrong. I was thinking of autocannons. So I guess it's literally just all about what counters what. As far as kinetics versus lasers.
With the speed at which this game is progressing, I imagine it's not going to be too long until we start seeing megastructures popping up.
Megastructures.
Is that still meta at all, to start putting down megastructures, or is it always better to put it into fleet?
I guess at this point it's better to put it into fleet, but however we already have one megastructure called Dizzy-9X on the map. Yes, if you can call it like mega war, like war form.
Those machine
right?
rods.
Yeah. But actually, yeah, I would guess that if he let's say if you just conquered one empire and you do not have any targets around you and you do not have any threats around you, actually you can try to rush for megastructures. But at this point, when there are a lot of empires around, you better just go and conquer and put into fleets, into star bases. When you run out of naval capacity, and when you have you need strategic comm centers, you want to invest into science nexus. It's more like at this point it's better to invest into habitats if you do not have anyone to conquer, and later, like in 20-30 years, to go for megastructures.
Okay. Oh, interestingly, I'm spotting that Kaji is still colonizing at this stage.
Where
Got
did
2 new
Kaji?
planets he's putting down.
Yukaril is taking. Well, he went and built a random star base miles away from his systems just to take a 30 minerals.
Interesting.
Oh my god.
Guess he needed his minerals.
I mean, on the one hand, it's minerals. On the other hand, it's a... Wait, is it a good... No, it's literally just for the minerals. It doesn't connect anywhere. It's just...
It's a terrible defensive position.
Well, it is getting on towards 2270 or 75, so, jump drives not too far away.
I
And
suppose.
there you can jump into any of Mule's main systems.
Here's an interesting thing. Starship troopers are going to find themselves pretty much bordering DZ through wormholes.
Oh my, wormholes. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I hate wormholes. You can't tell who's neighboring to who, really, with wormholes.
That's why I absolutely love them.
You love it until you check it and you see that there is DZ on the other side. And you hate it immediately, like, oh no.
So you're saying Stefan's just been stung one too many times by wormholes then?
I have been stung by wormholes. It's incredibly... I mean, it's more annoying than anything else, to be honest, but...
It gets annoying when you don't have the tech to cross yourself, and it's a one-way war.
It's especially annoying. Personally, I've gotten into a habit of not really picking wormhole tech all that much. If there's energy from jobs plus 20% or the wormhole technology, I would usually go for the energy technology. But when you have to go through a wormhole and you don't have the tech, it's the most frustrating feeling ever.
Okay, because I tend to stick to the more roleplay session side of SCM, as I'm sure you can tell by some of my competitive comments. I always end up researching wormholes quite early on, finding them quite interesting. They change the dynamic of the galaxy a bit halfway through, almost a bit like a reshuffle.
Oh yeah, especially when you know that there is someone on the other side of the galaxy who is growing, and you want to fight that person to not give the chance to get even bigger, but you have to cross 50 stars to get there. And then there is a wormhole, and you can actually put pressure on the other side of the galaxy. Yeah, that's a completely different story, dynamics as well.
Oh, at the moment, Kaji and the Mule are so close in terms of fleet. Absolutely leading.
Jojo has gone and missed his chance to force the peace. And so...
yeah, Ark has retaken all of his space.
Yeah, the planets are still under Jojo's control, but...
that doesn't matter much. It's... he's got to get them back.
It's just a long war for nothing now.
it seems like the West has been destroyed quite a bit. I think the West might find themselves gimped compared to the East late game.
Yep.
If they can't
Well,
get back on their
Cyrus is
feet.
up to 40k, you know.
I mean,
So
the
I
East is
mean-
literally DZ. He is the East.
Wonder if this might be the first competitive session that ends in the galaxy just being one empire.
Well, the strong Blorg has attacked the Kaji entity. So you've got the CIA versus the Edu.
DZ going for first, second, and third place if he's the only empire left. It's just him and the AI. Do we have to give it to Paradox?
Yeah, I don't think the Techno Blorg realised how strong Kaji is.
And a reminder
This is
to
not a
everyone
good
in
war for
stream,
them.
Kaji
you
is
guys will
Stork.
get to choose who gets one of the prizes, so there'll be a poll going up towards the end.
Yep. And speaking of the end, I mean, it's actually going to be 2 hours until the game ends. We're past the halfway mark. This is a shorter tourney, 5 hours long.
Yeah, we're 3 hours into it, gosh.
Yep.
Barely feels like that.
Oh wait, no, it's the Kaji attacked the Necro Blorg. I read it the wrong way around.
No, it seems the Necroblorg are the attackers. They've got the attacker symbol by them in the observer mode.
Yep. But if you check
Like, when I'm-
the missing war goal tab, yeah, it seems to be wrong. I made the same mistake with Dizzy and I think Ezra.
Right, yeah.
I found the observer tab tends to be correct.
Yep.
But still, I'm not sure what the Necro Blorg are thinking with this one.
Surprising that Kaji attacked. No, Kaji didn't attack. He defended. Brain fart. But yeah, Strong Blorg is up against a big opponent.
Well, the Blorg attacked Edo by the looks of it. Edo were the target here.
Yeah, he
And
did.
Edo a tributary under Kaji.
He's probably hoping that Kaji doesn't really care about it and just lets him take it, because if Kaji puts up a fight, it's gonna be quite
You might
bad.
not be entirely wrong here. It doesn't look like Kaji is putting up a fight.
Really should be.
He's not even
Like,
upgrading
Edu
his
is a
ships.
lot of pops. It is an awful lot of pops.
I mean, how much
but as a
resources
tributary-
is he getting from a tribute? 140 energy and 126 minerals. I mean, that is
That'll
a
sting.
decent amount of resources.
It's
So-
certainly something you don't want to lose when you're bordering your energy credits anyway.
Yep.
Something you don't want to not have when you're bordering DZ.
Well, on the upside of DZ taking TBR's lands, he can't actually get anything from the pops, so he's not going to surge up too much.
He's gonna get the planets, and he's just gonna grow robots on those planets. Easy peasy.
Whether we end up with Gilthanas
DZ.
versus DZ soon, looking at the advance.
Galthanas doesn't
Gilthanas
stand a
has
chance.
dropped down quite a lot.
He doesn't, but I wonder whether with his alloy stockpile he couldn't make it difficult.
I doubt it.
Like,
He is-
compared to DZ.
He seems to have gotten bogged down by his conquests, and he hasn't scaled all that much. It's probably because his conquests haven't been annexations; they've been tributaries, and so
It
he's
is
not getting
unfortunate.
all that much resources out of it.
Part of it is he spawned next to some of the less competitive players, and so I think taking the systems might have ended up hurting almost as much as
Well, it's
tributizing.
not even the fact that they're not competitive; it's the fact that they're gestalts.
Yeah,
He
that's
wasn't
it.
able to take their pops.
I hadn't noticed that actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember we talked about this. Gilthanas' only neighbor that's an actual organic is the TBR. And the TBR is the Gestalt, so it's a
Silas has
hive.
60k fleet, and they've just moved the border. What's now ARG, but I'm not sure it will be for long.
It's partially Ark, it's partially JoJo. I mean, Jojo does have a single system there, which actually could come in handy if he wanted to invade again, because then he'd be able to
nice
claim.
little staging point.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Silas is about to change that.
Oh, Silas is back in the game.
Silas is taking revenge.
This has been intense for those two. That
Yeah.
back and forth they've got going on.
Although Arg does have almost 50k with a defensive fight. There we go.
To be honest, I kinda don't like the fact that 3 experienced and strong players, Tonics, well, are attacked into
what?
Silas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
But-
it's G that did the attack. And
Yeah,
he
but-
called Silas in.
Yes, but wait.
So
HG
what is HG claiming?
What is HG claiming?
Everyone
He
is
isn't he's an arrival. But
This
he's
isn't
playing
HG's war.
Snowy Star,
Oh no,
Snowy
I
Star.
think HG wants to take
He's going for the
territory out of
Tributary.
Winter Cobra, and then Silas wants to
Yeah,
take
he's going
territory
for
out of
Tributary.
Arg. Yeah. They made a pact.
Yeah, I think that's too much for Arg this time.
I don't really like that R has been targeted this hard, because like Jojo and Silas and Antonic, they're all experienced players, and it feels kind of unfair.
I mean,
but Arg
Artonix-
is really he's a smart
Artonix was
player, actually.
targeted, not the other way around. Arg
Yeah,
invaded
he was,
Artonix.
he was
Yeah.
invading Antonics.
Yeah.
And he surrendered. He surrendered his cap, like he didn't see that there was a claim.
No, I think he
And
saw there
actually-
was a claim. I think the reason was Artonix had, what is it, like 16k fleet power moving into his space at that point, and he
needed it
just
out of
wanted
the
it to be
equation.
over. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
saw in chat that Arg said something like if you check in the chat previously, he was
Oh,
like,
I see that. Yeah.
F.
I missed your
Yeah,
claim.
F.
Rip. Okay.
Well, actually, the funniest part is that Arg lost his tech planet, so it wasn't that important if he had the technology for portal launchers already. So
That is
he
true.
even got his consumer good, like the amount of consumer goods
Oh
he
my
needed.
God.
Like, so it's totally worse, I guess, in this regard.
It wasn't the worst planet to lose. If he lost his ally planet, it'd be a different story.
Yeah. He would be dead if he surrendered his ally planet. That's it. No coming back.
Yep. I see.
In one of our recent games, Mr. Mule, he spawned Eldritch Horror in this system with his ally world. It was year 20 or something, so I don't remember exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way to lose your game by just
Oof.
spawning something not in the place.
Now we have been talking about Arg and how it might be too much for him. It might or might not. He's not too far off from Silas's fleet power. There's only 10k difference, and Arg is rapidly building up fleets. Like right now, there's
Yeah.
the difference has
Well,
shrunk.
some of Arg's fleets are split though. So he's got around 10k in Silas's lands.
Ooh, right. I see that.
So he's quite outnumbered at home. So let's see if Silas pushes his advantage or if he comes back to defend his own lands. 'Cause
And actually,
that
Arg,
bombing could be a pain.
Arg's main fleet is cornered. He can't. Well, actually, it's not cornered. There's one system out, but he can't retreat back to his other planets because Artonix is in the way, and there's close borders.
Yep. I think Silas knows that. He's sniffing blood.
Let's see. Is Arg going to hold and fight, or is he going to run away?
Silas really needs to put on his edicts as well.
See, I'll watch it from Silas's perspective. Silas is struggling with energy as this is going on. He might not be able to afford the edicts.
He's kept a remarkably good economy through all of this war. He's still
Oh, he should
sitting on
have.
240 alloys a month.
Because you got to remember that edicts now are monthly upkeep, and he's
Yep.
got over 100 in stockpile for all of them.
Hmm.
So he would be able to last a
Well,
year.
in that case, Silas just forgot. Yeah, he just enabled them. He just enabled them. But actually, he won the battle anyways.
Yeah.
And actually, the fact that he
Yeah,
lost a
no,
lot
I've
of
lost a
ships
lot of that.
might be good for him because now he's not negative on energy. He was at minus 200. Now he's at plus 29.
Yeah. And Arg has lost a lot of ships there, being slightly salty chap.
Arg lost ships, but Silas also lost a bunch of ships. Like, One of his fleets is down to 5 cruisers from 22.
Oof.
And then now,
Kaji actually defending.
HG is
Kaji's
fighting
fleets
against
are
Arg's
moving
fleet.
down.
Or is he fighting? I guess HG missed Arg's fleet that's inside Silas. Not a very good ally.
HG had his stuff bordering elsewhere, I think.
If our fleet starts bombing the ally producing facility of Silas, there is a big chance that Silas can lose this one. Unless the ally of Silas gets rid of that fleet. Ark is so resilient. He has been attacked by Jojo. He attacked into Atomics. He has been so aggressive.
Yep.
Like,
I
To be
mean,
honest, as it is at the moment, I am thinking Arg is my player of the tournament so far. Like, just constant wars, either
Constant
attacking
war.
or defending.
I mean, you also have to
Yep.
consider that being constantly on the offensive is going to draw enemies. Like, I believe in the last tournament, Silas was extremely aggressive. And then in the end, it all came down to him being attacked by 3 different empires because, he had tributes, he had enemies, and overall being super aggressive only causes more conflict. Getting brought upon yourself. So it is karma in a way.
I just noticed that Okukuril does not have any fleets. What has happened? He has like 7k fleet power. Did I miss
He's
something?
currently in a defensive war versus Mule. So a mule appeared.
A
Oh.
wild mule appeared. Yep.
The leader of the CIA wants to come and have a little chat with us.
The leader
We
of the
bring up
Also
CIA.
explains why
Of
the mule
course.
dropped from 70k to 25.
How can we say no? Hello.
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 I have
How's it
been
going then, Max?
integrated. I've been
How are the
integrated.
I see
Oh.
that.
Ah, the death of the CIA.
Yeah. I believed you got a pop-up, but it wouldn't have mattered if I noticed anyway, since you can't declare war to rebel while you are at war, which they had declared.
Oh my god, I knew it.
Sadly.
Just real quick, I have to point out, chess god. I knew it. I knew by your voice that you were a chess god. You have a completely different identity on this server from from the flotilla. My god.
Yes, I do. I am much more annoying on the flotilla compared to one could call it.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm,
you were
I
quite
learned,
annoying in this game as well. Just you had a planet that's completely filled with undead armies.
Yeah, I just wanted to check out the spy system, try to steal some tech, see how that system worked.
And how did that work out?
Well,
Did the results speak for
honestly,
themselves?
I think it's actually a good system. I think if you actually, if you just focus on one empire, and you do it as like a side thing, and play something that actually works and is serious, I think it's actually a good system. I think it's possible to utilize it well.
Bear in mind that the system's getting a bit of a rework, so it's going to cost influence to do operations.
Oh, that's even better, because
Alright.
the energy cost is a lot. But yeah, I tried a lot to drum up support to take out down Necroblog while he was weak and attacking me.
Mm-hmm.
Did not work out. DZ sort of just went for TBR Black Rose and Starship Troopers. I had enough intel to see his fleets. Same with DZ and Kaji and Edo, but they could have killed him, but they had other matters to attend to.
Yeah.
Sadly. It was
I'm
super fun,
surprised that Starship Troopers didn't end up going in on Necroblog when they
Yeah,
were
I'm
weaker.
shocked
Yep, and
I
now
really
Starship
tried to,
Troopers
like,
is
get him. to do it.
getting
Yeah, he's
invaded.
losing hard.
Wasn't
Yeah,
opportunistic enough.
Yeah. Tarbarite were like, I saw their fleet power on the end screen. Holy moly, like 80k or something, right?
And they're not even the highest in the galaxy.
Yeah, that's like, who is it, DZ, right? Or something?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's properly scary. He's about to break the 100k threshold.
DZ is terrifying, man. I like took one look at him and went, he just got he's a robot who took down another robot empire.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it
Yeah,
doesn't
actually,
get much better than that.
yeah, and actually, we did not have a lot of robots in the galaxy, but 2 robots, one of them Dizzy, spawned next to each other.
100k
Speaking about
from Dizzy.
well,
I
to
think it was 4 robot empires.
And DZ has breached the 100k.
Yep.
Gosh.
103.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's
year
transitioned
60.
into neutron launchers as well now. He's no longer
Oh,
pure kinetics.
damn, I wish it was
that's
still like.
ruthless.
Actually, it's really safe to watch it, not being there. But man, fighting against this creature is so fun, always. No, I mean, I'm saying creature in like in a good sense. He's some sort of like a specimen.
Calling it a creature and a specimen. It's a little ruthless.
He's
But, man,
something else entirely.
Well, it's more like of a joke, but not a joke.
Yeah.
At the same time, we call him the only pro.
Mhm.
Sometimes he dies in the lobbies, sometimes he getting rushed, but we call him the only pro. So if he joins the lobby, that's a pro lobby. No dizzy in the lobby. This is just like skilled lobby, competitive lobby, but not pro lobby.
And we can definitely see why.
Yeah, he's got a good shot at being $100 richer in 2 hours.
Yep.
I'm currently watching Arg's fleet. Yeah.
Interestingly, the Mule has lost a lot of fleet to Starship Troopers. They're only on 40k now.
He did go down to 25k. He's building it back up pretty quickly.
Yep.
Okay.
Sprungborg
Yeah,
is probably
Arg.
going to lose eventually.
How
to
is
Archer's
Arg?
division.
Oh, actually, Silas
It-
passed
it's
to
fleet-
Arctonics. Yeah. And now
To
Silas has
Arg.
taken his space.
How
Yeah,
does
like,
he
he's
lose?
lost all of his speeds, and then like he's
Oh.
just about to lose his fleet now. So he's going to have nowhere to go back to.
Is Arg gonna lose his fleet? Ah, he will. I think.
Like there's
maybe?
another 6k from the horses coming in behind anyway.
Ah, I see
Even
that.
if
Yeah.
he wins this, it's
Yep. So actually, HG Death did contribute to his ally Silas. He's no Italy.
yep. And that is all of Arg's fleet's gone, and he has no more stations other
Yep.
than one at Tefal, so no more fleet from him. Which means I think that war is over.
It could be over, but at the same time, there's still the claims on Winter Cobra. They might go in and
well,
clean him up.
yeah. Winter's 5k fleet, I don't think is going to prove too much of an issue. The
Yep.
combined fleets of Silas and HG.
Yeah, he said he had like.
I'm
200
kind of
hours in the
surprised by
game.
not seeing one of them go diplomacy now, and 3 manning feds of HG, Jojo, and Silas, because they are in their own little power block.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
We need. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Feds soon to take down DZ, especially because Feds can declare offensive wars in this rule set.
Hmm. At this point in
I
time.
believe it's at 50, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The only thing is, none of them are anywhere near going diplomacy and getting the ability to.
No,
Although it isn't under diplomacy these days, is it? On Vinlil.
I think you just. No, I'm pretty sure it is. It's locked
Think-
under diplomacy. Still.
I wish you could check.
I know that.
But-
Right. There we go. Yeah, the ability to form a federation is still under diplomacy. It's just
Yeah.
the different types are under the other stuff.
I don't know if I like that change, to be honest. But it does make things more flexible to be able to go for basically any fed as any empire. Still a little blocked.
I really want to see what this guy's unrest is on my home planet.
So the Blorg peace state with Kaji, and I can't see any systems have changed hands, so it looks like it's a white piece.
The CIA is
Your
quite
Manus
criminal.
fleet's taking a bit of a punishing. What's his?
Who are you focusing on right now?
Gilfanis.
Gilthanas.
he's fighting Artanis in the north,
Hmm.
and he was up around over 40k, but he's down to 27k now. And Artanis still has 17k somewhere. Yeah, Artanis is pushing back out with his fleets.
Yeah, I guess Gilthanas lost a battle in Artanis' home space.
Over 100%. How long until they force peace out?
Yeah, funnily enough, Artonic would have to go through a lot of territory just to get to Gilthanas' home space. He has quite a bit of tributaries.
I'm surprised that Gilthanas hasn't integrated in many ways. I know that
They're tributaries. They can't be integrated.
Well, they can be switched to vassal, and like
Can they?
one of them's an AI, so
I'm not sure. Can you switch a tributary to vassal? Comrade, do you know?
No, you can't.
You can demand this, and if that
If they
player
accept.
or A rejects that, then you have the casus belli.
Ah, okay.
But in this case, I guess that those two are gestalts, right? There is
Yeah,
no
they're
point
gestalts.
in integrating
There's
them,
really no
kinda.
point. Yep.
yeah.
He's trying
It's
to
more
get
for the
resources.
huge amount of space. There's a lot of space you can take and control. A lot of space resources for yourself.
I mean, space and space resources aren't as critical as planets. Like, I'd say you make about 4 times more, or 4 or 5 times more from your planets than you do from your space, especially at this point in the game. Early on, it matters, but as it gets later on, it's mostly just about the pops.
Also,
Yeah, like
there's
he's not getting too much tax from the likes of the Fowlerton Collective, and it'd make it a lot easier for him to attack other people, the likes of Artanis.
And also you
if
have
he
to
has.
not forget about such detail that those wait, are those players or are those AIs at this point?
The tributes are AIs.
AIs.
Yeah, because the players
so
left.
Actually, when you start the lobby, a lot depends on the difficulty of the AI. As far as I recall, we had Ensign this time, and usually actually at least our lobbies are usually played at Admiral level of difficulty, so actually get more from the AI with that buff, and maybe Gilthanas just has like muscle memory that it's better to have tribute, even if it's AI, because usually at Admiral level it produces a lot because of all the buffs, but actually with the Ensign difficulty, the AI does not have any bonuses, and it gives less resources, so it's kind of still this ES has like desert worlds, like worlds that are not of great use.
Don't subjects lose their AI bonuses? I know it's either Fed members that lose their AI bonuses or subjects. It's one of those two. And I think it's subjects.
So I think it's time to point out that the Mule won his war to take out the Starship Troopers, so there's a nice hole in the Starship Troopers' main lands.
Gosh, wow.
And he's also tributarized the AI, which was Comrades. So he's now looking reasonably strong in his eco sense. So how long until him and DZ butt heads?
For the first time on this channel, Comrade has been tributized.
And looks like without a fight.
Yeah.
I just surrendered Mr. Mule.
What kind of a... we were talking earlier about different sorts of tributes and different sorts of vassals. What kind of a tribute or vassal are you, Comrade? Just out of curiosity.
Well, it's not like I have a lot of experience with that, but usually if I end up being tribute, I'd try to be as silent as possible and maybe scale up for like 70 years and then try to make a surprise to my overlord.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically, like the best way is that you minimize the amount of the payments and then just spam habitats, or try to colonize all the planets. And you also have to cancel all the trades, monthly deals. Like if you're selling allies for energy, you'll also pay taxes from that energy that you get from the trades. So you trade manually. You try to minimize everything, and then when your overlord is busy fighting someone else, you're just okay. Hello there. You shift all your ships, so they pop out. Like if you see your tributes and you see that there is increasing fleet power, you can have a hint like this guy has something in his mind So you make it a surprise, and then boom, hello. It's time for retribution.
But yeah, TBR and Hitmarker certainly aren't making it easy for DZ to just take over the lands. It still hasn't reached 100% war exhaustion yet, so it can't be forced pieced out.
They done all armies as well.
There's a lot of armies on some of Hitmarker's worlds.
I'm very proud.
He had over 2k garrison on one of his worlds earlier. Let's have a little look.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning move.
So it's currently got 3.5k garrison, but
It's been
has
captured
already been
already.
occupied.
Yep.
And then the other one has got 2.8k garrison. TBR looking like. Well, he's fully occupied.
Someone leave?
I'm just surprised then that the war exhaustion isn't higher.
I think it's
only
because
one planet not.
TBR still has a fleet.
He does.
Yeah, there's been very little space battles. 10 ships lost to the defenders.
Has TBR just been running around with his fleet?
As he likes to do.
Perhaps it's the best thing he can do. Just hold out, try to be annoying, and don't get destroyed. Like 16k fleet power is enough to take out basically any station at this point.
Yeah.
So it's the best way of continued survival. Honestly, Dizzy, if he just splits his fleets, which normally wouldn't be that good of an idea, if he just splits his fleets to catch him, it'd be over.
Yeah. Honestly, the one thing that would be very funny to see is for TBR to get his fleets behind DZ's. Because then he can try to, I don't know, race to Moscow for his DC home systems and start bombarding.
Yep.
And at least waste some time.
And actually bombarding the capital of the resource consolidation machine, where there is a lot of science and alloys are being produced, it's one of the best ways to actually hurt someone. Even if you have like 2-3 times less fleet, you just sneak it somewhere, especially in the nebula, and then try to sneak in and start the bombardment. Sometimes people I get so mad at you that they just turn back and try to catch that fleet. So if you have, let's say, corvettes or destroyers, that can be quite an interesting, set of events.
Yeah.
Non-stop rage and just...
We can see that Dizzy's capital is producing the vast majority of his alloys and science. So losing that would be quite detrimental to his progress.
He also has some shifted onto the homeworld called Zero that he conquered from... Who was it? Emio or something?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, must be.
There he also has a lot. So he sort of shifted it to be on both. At least they have equal science.
Yep.
I'm slightly amused by the fact that we're only a few years away from jump drives being available to be offensive. And the only people which have level 3 hyperlane modules are Jojo, Silas, and HG.
You know what the funny thing is? You don't actually need level 3 hyperlanes to research jump drives. At least I don't think. I've played a game where I got jump drive before I even researched level 2.
You can get jump drive from Anomaly, which gives you 10%.
Okay, let me check the tech tree actually.
You can also get it from Devourer. No, what's it called?
The horror or something.
The dimensional horror, which there is one hiding on the left-hand side of space, just to the left of Arg's main.
Yeah, no, you don't actually need hyperlink. I just checked the tech tree. Jump drives off branch of 0 point power. You actually don't need any hyperlane technology to get jump drives.
That'll be interesting.
Yep. I remember doing that and thinking, wow, okay. My tech progress go brr.
Hyperlane jumps are really the most useless tech after all.
Yep. Just rush to jump drives, Lamau.
Nah, I'm not going for hyperlane 2s. I'm going straight to jump drives. What are you guys doing?
I'm surprised that... Wait, is Dizzy at the automatic research, as he usually does?
No, he's not.
He usually does automatic. What?
Yeah,
What?
he's so lazy.
An absolute Giga
Then at
Chad.
some, at some
What an
point, he
absolute
just-
Giga Chad.
Yeah,
He
he's
wa-
so. I'm not bothering for this
Yep.
additional clicks. He just goes automatic.
Yeah, he's got it on.
That is
Yeah, that-
Giga Chad.
Is it
Holy
on?
no.
Does he have it on? Okay.
Like this. Well,
Holy. I like
he
this
just doesn't
guy.
give a. He just doesn't give a. You know.
How
I
is
work-
he doing
I work-
so well?
Well, to be honest, it's also like a lot depends on your position on the map. He had a really like fight against Emo. He won it, but after that he was not threatened by anyone compared to Arch, who have
He's
been
just
attacking
sat there
everyone.
vibing though.
Yeah, but as I said from the start of the game, if this guy survived till year 50 and no one spoils his game, then the galaxy will be in danger. Well, here it is.
Whoa.
It's come true.
6. My god.
Yep.
If he
So
started
Arch-
like fully trying, I wonder what would happen.
I'm not. To be honest, I'm not sure. Like,
Just
I would guess that it
countdown.
would be so much harder for other players to fight against him. But also, when you are kind of cutting corners and not building the maximum fleet year 30, you're also propelling yourself ahead because you can get, like, let's say, additional economy technology or get additional colony. And that's like this is why I said that actually going somewhat safe year 30, not attacking like right away, and then trying to attack those who are fighting already is usually the way to win in the long run, because you are not wasting your entire, like, you're not putting all the resources there, and you're just searching for a target that is already weakened. And this is like, he doesn't even need a target, he just wants to scale on his own and then pounce on someone. He saw a robot, that's why he went aggressive.
Mhm.
Usually he just goes, colonizes every single planet, and sometimes he doesn't even build the fleet year 30. If he gets conquered, well, unlucky. If he doesn't, he has 10 planets.
Doesn't he
And then
normally
that's a
play
problem.
Hive? With that?
He played Hive Minds, and at that moment of time I played Void Dwellers. He told me, okay, play Hive Mind against me, and I will join your lobbies. Then I started playing Hive Minds. Then he switched to machines. He actually, I guess that machines and Hive Minds are his too, but he was playing Hive Minds back then when they were completely, like, underpowered. He still played them, and sometimes he won lobbies with them.
Mhm.
Because usually, like, no one is like, well, why would you conquer a Hive Mind? No one plays Hive Minds. And he would get, like, all the planets around him, no fleet, nothing, like, no technologies, just pure mass, and then scale for, like, 70 years. And usually people let them, I don't know how he's doing it, people just ignore him. Look now, no one is attacking him. Arch has been attacked from 3 different sides, no one is attacking Dizzy.
They're
He
too
has, like,
afraid.
some-
Well, nobody
you
could
know-
attack, does he?
Well, it's like he has some sort of aura that people do not care about him for some time, and then he's such of a problem that no one can, like, fix it.
Yeah. Well, the 3 empires below him could attack, despite being all over the galaxy. If they all banded together to attack him in a Fed, they would lose.
Yep.
At this point, that's kind of not too late. He's not at the Super Saiyan level yet.
Yeah.
But let this guy play for like 30, 40 years, and you'll see what is real suffering.
He's still breakable.
Well, yeah, he's still breakable, and sometimes he even loses in the late game. It happens. But, you know, it's like some sort of exception of the rule.
Let's see.
I'd just like to say about how much tech Mule has.
Yeah.
That strong 2k tech.
I don't know if it's really worth it, but maybe it'll help him get to those jump drives quicker.
I mean, the top players
Yeah,
in
quite
the
useful
lobby
something.
are about on the same tech level, about 8 to 10k, based on the observer screen. Like, it's surprisingly equal.
Interestingly, Mule is on double the alloy production of DZ, and Yukukuri is on 3 times the alloy production of DZ at 650.
650. Does he have any Commonopolis or something? What does he have?
Let's take a look at that.
No eco.
No.
No, he just has a whole bunch of alloy planets that he's upkeeping with black magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of clone vats as well.
He's getting
pumping out
700
those.
minerals production from somewhere. Guess just all over the place. Yeah, all of his planets have like 100, 200, 300 minerals income.
Well, I suppose this
Ah.
is why he flew right the way to the north to get that 30 mineral starbase. He's really desperate for him.
That is a crazy amount of alloy output, though. Although it is showing like he doesn't have a lot of tech.
Yeah.
Because of it, he's going all in.
But yeah, it
But
might not
apparently-
all be over for DZ with alloy production
Oh.
like that against him.
He's got a lot of unemployment at the moment.
Who?
Yukira.
Yeah.
Got unemployment on every planet.
And actually, earlier I talked about gene clinics and how they could be useful because the amenities are suddenly more relevant from them, and he actually is going for gene clinics. And it's not a bad idea. It's something to see.
Also, to not happy in the stream chat, I'm asking what civics he's using. He's using Masterful Crafters, Distinguished Admiralty, and Meritocracy.
Yep. But I guess the general combo to go for is PU Masterful Crafters. That is the
I suppose
spine
we
of
haven't
the build.
really looked at the galactic community in terms of what's
Has
been
anything
happening.
even been going on in that community?
Well, they're doing the council at the moment.
Oh, there's the council.
Really? My God, I don't think anything would get passed.
Yep.
But honestly,
Yeah, they've got some things. They've got regulatory facilitation, charter of workers'
But
rights.
notice this. All of the proposals have been proposed by AI. Not a single player has proposed this. It's just the AI. They're the ones
I
driving
proposed the
diplomacy.
galactic market.
Which I'm almost
Oh,
surprised
okay.
at, given how many people are capping on influence right now.
Yeah, you'd think they'd actually use it.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you pass a proposal to increase your, like, let's say, alloy output by 10%, everyone gets it. Like, it's not really in your advantage to push for proposals that basically give
If
any
you're-
benefits.
But if you're in the lead, it does, because despite the percentage affecting everyone, it'll affect you more because you've got the most base production. So it'll just increase the leads.
No. Actually, it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
Because you would have the most bonuses to your production. Well, assuming you're ahead, partially technologically, you'd have the most bonuses, and so extra bonuses on top of it are worth less than bonuses granted on top of a lesser modifier. There's diminishing returns, and so...
Yeah, you've also got to look at it the other way, that 5% for you, even if you've got a bigger base amount, that's also 5% for everyone else, so that's effectively, if there's 10 other players, that's 50% across all of them. So there's 50% more alloys against you.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
So it's really not in your benefit to push good proposals. I think the only thing that you really might want to push for is like Comfort the Fallen, that debuffs machine empires. Like, I think if everyone came together to comfort the fallen, maybe DZ would have less of an edge. I don't know.
But
man.
even then, he could just pull out of the community if there aren't other positives in place, like a reason for him to be there.
I suppose. Yeah.
And admittedly, even Comfort the Fallen doesn't do a lot for against machines. You have to go quite a far bit down before you actually start. You need to go down
Oh,
to
God.
Yep.
tithe the soulless before you actually get effective.
Interesting. DZ has just told Kaji in game chat
To
that
pay
he needs
tax.
to pay tax.
Pay tax.
Had you be strong, paid tax.
Unga bunga.
Unga bunga, please give mom energy. Wow.
Yep, he
Fine.
has demanded bastardization / tributary.
Oh no.
So he could tributize him in a war. However, he has gone into defensive pact with the Necrophage. And Yukariel has jumped up 93k fleet power. He's put those alloys to good
Ooh.
use. The question is, who will he attack? Will he go back on the mule? Or will he go for the
99% it will be mule, and also this is the reason why he's not producing a lot of science, because at some point, let's say you just had a fight with Empire next to you,
Mhm.
and that fight was somewhat close. So now you have a choice. You have your pops working at science, but you can put those pops and their consumption to the production of alloys, kind of like stall your science from that point and go all in on alloys. And if the other empire continues to pump out a lot of science like Mule did, let's say 2k compared to 1k, you'll get that advantage in alloys, even though that empire is getting more science. But if you have neutron launchers and the other empire has neutron launchers, let's say the other empire gets plus 5% fire rate. But that 5% fire rate will not compare to additional 200 alloys per month that you're doing right now. That's
true.
why Ukokirill is just literally focusing on his alloys, trying to make a strike. If he fails, though, he will have issues and problems later. But for now, he has only one goal, like to max out his...
I reckon he's about to go in as...
Back across to consumer goods. So he can
Oh,
save
and now
his
he's
economy.
building a load more ships as well. Okay, he's cooling off a bit.
Switches to
Oh,
consumer
well,
goods,
60K.
and he got plus 400 per month.
I don't think it'll happen at all, but it would be amazing if him and the Mule allied against Easy.
Oh, I think the Winter Cobra is finally going to get pieced out.
Yeah, I mean,
It's taking a while.
Silas and HG Death were in a completely mutually beneficial scenario. Like, first they took out Arc, and then Silas helped HG take out Winter Cobra. And both of them get territory from two different empires.
Jojo must be shaking a bit now. They've kind of been relegated to the minor leagues.
Yep. Jojo hasn't been able to expand all that much.
Almost so close in R, but they made that strategic mistake at the end of their war, and it cost them.
Yeah. But then again, it wasn't necessarily a strategic mistake, because if Arg was left to his own devices building up a neutron fleet, he might have just been able to kill Jojo's fleet and his territory anyways. So Jojo had to go for it. He was a little bit too aggressive, though.
Maybe this galaxy would look very different if Silas and Jojo hadn't formed that non-aggression pact.
Yep.
Well, I think the bigger mistake for Jojo, though, was the fact that he didn't force the auto piece through for the status quo to take a couple of those planets from Arg.
Yeah.
He waited and waited and then lost it all.
He got greedy.
If that was me in position of Jojo, in position of Silas, we would have had a fight here, 30 for sure. But they are not that aggressive usually. That's why they decided it's better to have some conquest first and then decide who is your enemy or not. It also kind of revolves around of how, like, some players tend to play alone, like Arg. He could have, let's say, have a death pact with Atonics and do not attack him at all and focus on the next war with Silas, and that would have been way more like safe for him. But he's like, as a solo player, he always wants to like attack the maximum amount of targets and to go on his own.
Yep.
It's just a matter of like of your choice. And also, I would tell you that the galaxy, especially at the bottom, would have looked differently if that freaking level 8 anomaly planet was actually mine. Even though if that was there. Like, it was the first anomaly I got. And that moment the planet got green, I'm like, oh no, please. You open the system in 8.
I will say, like, I'm a bit sad that your AI empire outlived me. By
Even
20
Comrade's
years,
AI
it's
has
been-
skills.
Alright.
It's been 15
I'll be
years now.
RB. Keep talking. Be back in a minute.
Okay.
How much time do we have until the end of the game?
The end of the R. The end of the game, 1.5 hours, just under.
Oh yeah. Can I ask you to post in the chat and like post every like maybe half an hour, because so players know that the end is coming soon.
Okay.
I can guarantee that we'll see a lot of wars closer to the end. Like for the last end of the R. Here he goes, the warrior. How many empires has he fought with? Atonics, Silas, the first empire he conquered, so it's 3, Jojo, and then the guy he has tributized, 5 players, and more allies for me, H3. Hack Death, I guess, right?
HG Death.
HG Death, yeah, like 6 players.
Yeah.
How to make friends?
No, HG is
101.
independent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, it's
Interesting.
HG dead?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've played with that guy for like months now and I hadn't realized.
What have you been calling him?
I've just been calling him HG and then praying that he doesn't like
HG is what we call him for short, yeah.
Yeah. This was like HGD3. Okay, just like random letters, whatever, it doesn't matter.
He runs your blooming main lobby.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder
charge
how
of Sam on.
Gilfanis looks after his current wars, because he's just gone to war. Well, he's been at war to take over all of Hitmarket and all of TBR's lands.
I'm back.
Oh.
So he will then control pretty much all of the north sector, and will directly border DZ.
Oh, then we'll see a Clash of Titans.
Oh, as far as I can see, there is the defensive icon on the mule and offensive icon on Kukrill. They just had a fight, and the Kukrill lost his entire flotilla. He was ahead. He had like 110. Oh no, he ran out of energy actually. Never mind.
Yep.
And
Okay, let's see.
Kukrill has like 30k on mule, and he's about. I guess he is about to go into the territory.
Yeah, Mule is far
but
away.
that is
His
that
main
is a
fleet is.
very
So
painful energy deficit. He's gonna have to keep on selling all those alloys.
Yeah, that's the downside of doing the focusing that hard on alloys. At a certain point, you just have to declare the war because you can't get any stronger. But you know, do you have enough naval cap at that point to keep it going for the whole war? And how long can they stall you out?
Only thing is, Mule does have a lot of time to prepare here. His fleet is so far away. So he's not going to get caught out with it. He
The mule
knows
is
exactly what he's
climbing
fighting
as well.
against.
He's climbing fast. I
Yeah,
reckon
every
Mule has
time-
this.
every time you
He's
invade
finally
an enemy
building battleships.
that's large, it follows the same pattern. The dude who attacks has a bigger fleet, but by the time they approach the enemy fleet, it's about the same strength or more. Like,
Yeah. It's also interesting to see that that Mule's fleets are generally better tipped. So that might come into a lot of, like, his battleships have giga cannons and neutron launchers, and you know, tier 5 shields and 4 armor, while
just happy to see
Mules or Eukarils doesn't. They're stuck on like
Yeah.
kinetic launchers.
Now, in
I'm
my
just
opinion, I think the better push would have been to go in from that northern connection that he has and go into the Rukla system. 2 jumps out of the capital.
yep, I think so
It
too.
depends what he's actually set the war goals to, because he hasn't declared rival. He has claimed a few more systems, but they are all in the south. So if he wants
It doesn't
to,
matter.
like, to-
I mean, really, like the
yeah,
biggest
but if you take
thing
to a
would
deadlock,
be taking
then
out the
status
fleet.
quo.
He needs to take out the fleet, otherwise there's a good chance he gets nothing from this.
Yeah. Oh, but even then, it's a couple of systems. Mule might have ran away by the time he got a fleet up there.
I think able to go through Heart space, by the way. Like
But,
the Empire Heart.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was happy to see that there's 4 people which are over 100k fleet, because the Blorg are also up there.
It's true.
Really?
Although
People are really
DZ
pushing into
is,
those numbers.
Easy
DZ
is
is
starting
getting
to
closer to
lose his lead
200.
a little bit. He's doing well still, and he's still got a good lead, but it's not what it used to be. Now the 2 empires below him together could take him quite easily, I expect.
Yeah.
With the exception that Mule and Yuka are about to ruin their fleets.
Yeah.
There we go, there's the Feds.
Could we be seeing the
HG
fight
and
for second
Silas.
place? Okay.
The Dark Horse Union. My God.
They're not wrong.
That is one hell of an eco strength, though. Just behind. Well, as in
And
combined.
HG has renamed himself to More Alloys for Me.
He's been called that all game.
Yep.
Has he? Oh.
Yep.
Oh, I'm just blind then.
So Silas, which we thought might have not been there, but he looks like he might be close to the running. Although he just dropped massively again in the score, so don't know quite what's happening there.
Yeah, the score tab's
He's just
been
jumping
moving
around.
a lot.
Weird. He's having
It's
issues
jumping
with
around quite a
food
lot.
and minerals.
It might be because of the weird way edicts cancel. It might be those. Because if you go negative on anything, you lose all your edicts.
I have seen him jumping in the amount of pops. Most likely he has conquered something recently.
It
He
was
did
the
conquer
stuff that they got.
Arg recently. Yeah, that must be it.
But yeah, he is then sorting out. But yeah, it's him running out of food. It was crippling him for a month, which is why he's jumping down and they bought more. So you're seeing the same again here.
And now you just jumped up to the top. Yeah.
Did Ark have
yeah.
an Ecumenopolis somewhere? Or did he start repairing one? No, that's not there.
No, but he did have a lot of ally workers on his planets.
Oh, that must be it.
Yep.
Ooh, Jojo is federated with Artenax.
Hmm.
Okay.
It's all
Also,
going down
TBR's
now.
calling it.
Interesting union given the distance.
I mean, the distance has been kind of closed by these random patches of each other.
Yeah,
between
it's
them.
a horrendous border gore.
I hate it. Yep.
Someone needs to come along, take them out, and paint the map. I think DZ might be the man for the job. After all, DZ seems to be living in Wormhole Haven.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
speaking of
none
Wormhole
those-
Haven, have we even seen a single use of Wormhole up to this
No,
point?
nobody's been researching them.
And
nobody's bothered.
Artenax doesn't have any wormholes anywhere near him.
Well, I say no.
They just seem to be a
As you say
devoid
that,
from top left.
DZ's researching Wormhole travel as we speak. That an
Well,
essential
the
theory.
AI is researching it
Yeah,
for
yeah,
him.
it's technically not dizzy, but yeah.
He won't even know he's got it until till quite a while later.
Maybe he's just AFK right now, who knows? You never know.
He probably
If you're
doesn't realize that he
AFK
could.
and you're sitting as number 1, it's you're a good player.
Well, he's dropped to number 2 now.
Mhm.
Certainly in the economy score, that observer score is what we're going by when it comes to giving out the prizes. So
Yep.
he is now
But-
second place.
I think Thaddeus' lead right now is temporary, because Thaddeus can't sustain his economy.
Also.
He has a lot of alloys and a lot of tech production, but he can't support it. So he's
Yeah,
gonna have to
it's
scale
only-
back.
And also, he has a Federation score as well. We'll be checking the victory score.
Yes.
No, it's observer score. With
No, yeah, observer score
Observer
doesn't
score.
affect
It doesn't include feds.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess it would be fair that he has to stabilize his economy first. Yeah.
hmm
Because all
But, like,
the
tech level-
purchases... Well, all
Yes.
purchases must be rejected.
Yeah, all
we'll
monthly
remove all
trade
trades
deals.
before we calculate.
But yeah, tech level pays a huge amount to observer score. So where people are saying about that 2k tech, it is really helping these people with their score. And even if you lose most of your pops, etc., you still keep that score.
Yeah, but let's focus back on the conflict between the Mule and Ukukurel. As I was saying, you know, with the whole cycle of someone invading and then the defender building up a big fleet, that's exactly what happened. The Mule has 180k versus Ukukurel's 144k. So that's the big difference.
Yeah, the Mule has the biggest fleet in the game now.
Wow.
He'll take
How the
it all
mighty
back
have fallen.
instead. This is very unlucky. He'll take it all back and just like... Where is it currently, by the way? Oh, there it is.
Yep, moving to engage.
Jesus, look at that. It's mostly cruisers, though. With only 2
With some
mission
battleships.
just apiece. He
I think
does
we're
have a
about
good
to
amount of
see
battleships, but-
Ripperoni Pepperonis.
I also saw line computers on those cruisers, which is not that great against destroyers, but numbers can be decisive in this case.
I think
They
the
also-
difference is probably just big enough that it doesn't matter what he has.
Mm-hmm.
It will depend who will use the army, like in the best way, as a shield.
Yes.
Actually gets that off. Ukukurel
Actually,
doesn't seem to be
Ukukurel is
using
holding.
the army at all, though.
Jumped in.
Yeah, Ukukurel isn't using an army.
The armies didn't get used properly by the mule.
Yeah, either.
But maybe it doesn't matter. Let's see.
Yeah, it
So
does look
close.
like the mule is winning.
It's close. I
decisively
can't tell.
Yeah. It's
Nah,
a mule
the-
Okay,
win.
Mule won.
Yeah.
Mule won.
by a lot as
He
well.
lost a lot of fleet power.
And if you look, those were permanent losses. He's missing a lot of ships on those fleets.
Yeah,
but
in the
your
late game,
Kirill is now less than
basically all
20k.
losses are permanent.
Wow, less than 20k.
He's got 52k fleet left. That's a huge blow. Gone from the strongest empire in the game to one of the weaker ones.
I do love it. That battle right there brought both of them to full war exhaustion. Just
Wow.
that battle.
Wow.
Which is
That's
when I was
what-
then saying about having come round through the bottom. If you then can force peace out.
It's still going to be 2 years. Still 2 years until force peace could happen.
All those planets, especially the likes of Mituhar and that.
I reckon if he splits his fleet a bit, yeah.
If he
Possible,
splits
yeah.
his fleet to get it.
It's possible, but if you split the fleet, you're then vulnerable to Ukil coming in and attacking you as well with what's left of his fleet.
It's going to be interesting to see if he manages to mop up in time.
Honestly, don't think he does. I think this is too big of an ask, just because of how long it takes to move things around. But, you know, saying that, your Kukurill just pretty much took them both out of the running for first or second place with this. I don't think they're going to be able to recover in like time for the second ending.
They've got an hour to recover. It's doable, but somebody's going to need to take a chip out of DZ and Silas, I reckon.
Exactly. And I highly doubt that anything significant will happen. I think people will be too scared to, because they don't know the scores. So
I'm looking at HG and just thinking, maybe. It really is the Dark Horse Union.
I do see HG pulling up. I do think he could get there.
Well, he's got 521 pops. Like, it's the second most pops in the
He's
game.
actually doing pretty well, yeah. Like, weirdly enough, I don't think we even talked about him in the first couple hours of the stream, because it was just kind of there.
We mentioned him every now and again, but
he's a true
there was
dark horse.
fighting going on.
He sat there, he made his NAPs. Oh, Stefan is out of sync.
I'm out of sync, bruh. Okay, let me just rejoin real quick, because it's kind of relevant for me to be able to see stuff, you know?
Yeah. Kind of useful.
I'll
update our host.
Yep.
This is exactly what happens every Saturday game, pretty much. HG does peak around like these 80 years, 90 years. Though obviously that's in Woolly, so it's different later.
It's the resource consolidation build, so we've got 2 robots in the top 4 or 5 at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how telling that is for how strong robots are in the new update, though. Since DZ did get quite a lucky spawn.
Well, it's just like where beforehand you kind of had one meta. You got 2 resource consolidation robots. You've got 2 organics with the Master Crafter Metocracy, and you've got which were they the Necrophage build? I can't remember now, but they're doing something slightly different.
Yeah. One of them went Blorg went Technocracy, I think, because he wanted to try to rush for a specific tech. Which is pretty
just having extra research alternatives is amazing for all the techs. Just being able to decide what you get is so useful.
Yeah. Mentally, though, I'm not sure if it's because it nerfs your early game, because the way that leaders cost so much unity these days. Having it that if you've got a leader which has a trait that you really don't want, having to use so much unity early on to rotate leaders to try and get a good one can certainly hurt you for a while.
Yeah, speaking of that, Comrade, are you here?
Yes, I was about to say that I will be soon going off, unfortunately.
Okay.
I have to leave you. Yes.
So, re-rolling leaders, how does that...
way easier.
How does that work in the new meta? Do you just stockpile a bit of unity and re-roll still?
Wait, first of all, leaders are now refreshed every year, and I'm proud to say that.
Right, yeah, they do get refreshed. I forgot about that one.
And I'm proud to say that I was kind of the person who asked about it, and it was implemented. I'm really grateful that Paradox did it. And also, one thing is that, to be honest, first of all, there is no cooldown on the emergency elections, which is kind of, not so, I guess, logical. And on top of that, the price of the election emergent selection, like to click the button, is 250 unity. I guess this is the only price that has not been scaled from the influence. So it had to be like 2,500 because it costed 250 influence, if I recall it correctly. But actually, it was set at the same amount, 250. So it's way easier to roll for the leaders right now.
All right.
Yeah.
To be honest, I guess that Ukukril could have done it, and I guess that Silas could have done it. I mean, to roll for some leaders, especially after you reform into Distinguished Admiralty, your leaders are drawn from your admirals. So technically, what you do, you just get, maybe you can even get rid of some of unused scientists just for this. Then you hire like 3 admirals and press that button. 250 unity, not that much. You check if you have a leader. Not abstain, delete leaders, 3 leaders more, 100 unity each. Press the button,
God.
check if you have something, and then just over and over again.
Yeah, you're right. Emergency election is 250 unity. That is stupid.
Yeah, because Ukukril does have 5
That is
leaders,
actually
and he has
stupid.
the cruiser focus leader as a ruler at the moment, which has probably been helping him out a bit.
Alright guys, thank you for having me on the casters board. Thank you for everyone who is watching, and good luck with Mr. Dynamics. Hopefully to see you next time and playing as well. Yeah, see ya.
It's
Thank you.
been wonderful
great
having
having
you.
Yeah, thanks, Conrad.
Yep. Wait, I was muted. All right. Wait, how long have I been muted? I was asking questions and getting no answers. A while. Okay.
So I think since you relogged.
Oh my! Seriously? Wait. Okay. That means that when I
We've just
asked
been ignoring
about,
you this whole time.
I've asked Comrade, about the whole leader rerolling thing afterwards, but I think it was just a coincidence that he brought it up again.
We did hear that.
Okay, you did hear that. Okay. All right. Now, I will say I did get desynced. I will be fine for the next, 20 minutes or so. After that, I'm either going to have to rejoin, or if one of you guys can stream in Discord, I'll relay the stream over on this main stream.
Yeah, I think we'll just we'll reload the session, because the
Reload,
streaming
alright.
to Discord can be a bit iffy with compression.
That's true. Because it'd be going through compression through Discord, and then it'd be going through compression on the stream, and I imagine the end result will be pixels.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting to the point in the game.
That's what I had to do for our last tournament.
Oof.
Yeah, the last hour I couldn't see anything, so I had to get someone else to stream it for me.
We're at the point where all the players are on one screen. There's 11 player countries left. We start with what, 27? More than half the lobby is dead. And this is actually more casualties, I believe, than any of the other tournaments that we did up to this point.
Yeah, no, this has been brutal. This has
Very
been a
brutal.
bloodbath.
Yeah.
Yeah, and HG's climbing up to that fleet score, 133k.
Him and Silas together are now stronger than DZ. Not enough that I'd recommend war at this point, but still stronger.
Silas's alloy output is a little bit crazy compared to everyone else. 874.
Nutty.
Yeah, I've just seen that.
Double DZs.
He managed to stabilize his economy. Yeah.
And
Although
even
Ukukril
HG alone outscales DZ in terms of alloys.
Wow. I mean, I guess that's partly because DZ has not been snowballing all that much. He got a very, very big boost to his power by taking out the other machine empire, but after that he's just been kind of sitting there menacingly.
DZ has also boosted his tech output. He's up to almost 3k now. He's just
that is true.
Hat off.
Not that he knows what tech he's getting. Oh, he's he's checked out his wormholes. He knows where they go.
They all go to HG, right? Pretty much.
No, one goes to Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
One goes to Silas.
Yep. Actually, 2 go to Silas.
Ah, and he hasn't checked the one that goes to Comrade's Empire.
Finally, someone will take it. Finally.
We might see
what we
He hasn't
DZ fight
researched that one
Comrade.
yet. He doesn't
Just
actually
because.
know where that one goes.
It'll only
So
have outlasted.
DZ, he can attack anyone or be attacked by anyone at this point.
Mhm.
Kanji also has 2 wormholes to HG, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
Yeah, or at least very close. Kanji's really climbing the rank with fleets right now. Is he currently tributized?
Oh, DZ is war.
Oh.
Oh,
He's going for Starship Troopers through the wormhole.
Ooh. As we were talking about it.
what a bold move.
Well, Ilkariel did lose 100k fleet, so...
Yeah, this
Stefan
might
must
be
be
the end.
silently reeing inside at the use of wormholes.
Where you come from, creature? Oka Girl is saying.
Might be the end for Starship Troopers, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ukukurl has been battered. His invasion failed.
How many? It's not much in the way of claims, though, so... And he doesn't have the influence to claim too much more, so... 2 to 3 planets.
You see, I think this is the time
which
for the
DZ
Dark
doesn't
Horse
get any
Union to
benefit.
strike.
Hmm.
147k
know?
fleet power in HG. Yeah,
But
that's
do
the
they
thing,
know?
whether they know.
Does Silas even have wormhole technology? He has jump drives getting researched, but let's see.
He doesn't know where his wormholes go.
I think
Yep.
the more important
Oh, he
one
does
is
have
the
wormhole
Strong
travel.
Lord.
But
So the Strong
He
Lord
hasn't
have
checked.
157k themselves,
Mm.
and they do border DZ, who has
They
got his
do.
fleets out of position at the moment.
It's interesting looking at the scoreboard that Strong Blorg is so low down and yet has second strongest fleet in the galaxy, although about to be overtaken by HG.
he doesn't have a lot of
his,
tech output and not a lot of anything else, really. He's mostly just sitting there with a big fleet that he can't... Honestly, he can't really support it. He's at minus 600 energy credits a month.
Yeah,
I think he expected more from my pops, quite honestly. Because I did focus my entire economy towards energy, but if you look at the happiness of my pops, because they're all spiritualists and unruly and deviants, they're all at maximum 40%.
Oh, wow!
what I can't believe is that Silas is sitting pretty on plus 300 energy as well as all those alloys. I really thought you'd have to run a deficit to get that kind of alloy tech at year 80.
Yeah,
I would like.
it's because he captured Arc, and then he pulled some magic and turned minus 200 minerals and food into positives. Like,
Yeah.
he microed well.
I would like to point out that DZ has activated the ambition for scientific revolution, and it is eating his unity. Minus 564 a month. He will have no more unity for the rest of the game.
Wait, that actually takes that much?
Crazy.
Because it scales with your empire size being so high.
That seems like an insane oversight, though. How much does it cost a month?
800 a month
819.
for an empire with 533 pops. That's a
You've got
little.
to think that there's capacity subsidies is taking 328, so...
Yeah.
There goes one of the AI.
Man, how are you supposed to
yeah.
get something like that?
Him having no unity does mean that he won't be able to hire any more leaders. So if he loses a general or admiral mid-fight, he's not going to be able to replace them.
Oh, and he's hit 217k.
Yep.
Wow.
Big
I
boy.
think he's just said this is the end game now. Time to start attacking. Oh, he's also cancelled his edict. Not edict, the ambition.
Has he actually declared the war? Yeah, he has. Goddamn. He's got, 9,000 army strength.
9,000?
Yeah.
Yikes. Holy moly.
This is an army that could have broken my shit easy. I'm incredibly impressed.
You know you're doing well when you've got a bigger army than the CIA.
Yeah. I got to like 4k.
It's
That
all
was
just
like
battle
50.
frames, though.
Oh,
Don't make up
yeah.
war forms.
Let's see
Yeah.
how quickly he devastates this planet with his bombardment. Oh, never mind, he invaded it first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
when you
9k
have
army, he doesn't.
If you have 9k, it's just Easy.
I was
you
hoping
right
to
click.
see a 200k fleet bombard the planet in 2 seconds.
Well, unfortunately, you can only bombard it with one fleet, so it's
Ah,
only going to be 40k to 50k bombarding.
Yeah.
that's sad. I'd love to be able to scale it to stupid levels. Isn't that what Stellaris is all about, after all?
And hey, Jube.
You say
Okay,
they only
according
have,
to-
like-
According to chat, we are all angels is saying that the game doesn't allow for 0 Unity Eco anymore. The second Unity hits 0, it turns off all Unity Edicts. It does seem like that, yeah. The scientific revolution has been turned off. I don't know if it was by DZ or by the game automatically, but that is good to know.
I think that was he turned it off because it turned it off and he still had like 1.5k Unity. So,
Alright.
Yeah.
well, here's the
Oof.
fight.
Actually,
And I
if
don't
any
think it was
reason-
much of a fight.
Is it a fight or a massacre?
Slaughter.
I'm not
It was
sure.
a slaughter.
Oh, Silas is at war. Silas and HG have declared war on the mule.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow, that is an. Oh my god.
300k worth of fleet going into the mule. Poor
They're gonna
guy.
get-
Poor
This
mule.
guy's gonna get picked apart. What is Mule's current fleet strength?
Mule's current fleet strength is pretty good.
113.
113, but there's no way that he triples that.
Yep.
For the Mule.
It's all
Interesting
ogre.
how these two who went to war with each other so much eventually just depleted each other to the point where they're getting picked apart by DC
Yep.
and
Yeah.
outlaws.
Well, who would have seen this coming? You know, I was with Comrade. I had R pegged as one of the regional powers, and instead we're looking at HG and Silas stealing
Yep.
the game here.
I mean, HG. First of all, it's surprising that they actually allied because I don't know how much they play together, but I don't see them playing together often.
They were not aggressed since before the truce timer run out. Like they were
That was
friendly for each other.
Well, that was JoJo and Silas, which had the non-aggression pact from before. the
But
truce
didn't
time.
HG have an aggression for a while?
I think they did.
That came in at around year 50, I think it was.
Ah, okay.
But like,
HG.
they had been friendly for quite a while.
Yep.
Hmm. Although knowing
the
HG, I'm sure he never took an attack off the table.
Well, the question is, does JoJo and Arsenac say this is our time to fight?
It's their only chance, really.
Just to warn everybody on Earth, the Sol system is about to fall.
Oh no. Again.
Which one?
died
Or is it a
few
different
times
soul
this session.
system? That's a different soul
Yeah.
system. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not
Oh,
my
we're
soul
looking
system. This
I'm
Yeah.
looking at the Sol system in the mule.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we definitely don't have two suns. It's not.
Well, Max, you called your planet the USA.
Yeah. I mean, what else? I was CIA. What else? Am I supposed to call? I did. I'm just telling it like it is.
Yep, there goes the Sol system. I've noticed that HG is letting Silas's fleets just go a tiny bit in front of his.
By the
Yeah.
looks of the signatures, I think he's got worse thrusters.
Out of the kindness of his heart, I'm sure.
But
Yep.
it also makes good sense. Was it Silas's armies are mostly cruisers, and HG's are mostly battleships, which I would believe are slightly more valuable.
Yeah.
I'd say that, yeah.
Interestingly, HG's battleships only have proton launchers and mega cannons, then don't have neutrons. Or gigas. They also only have tier 4 shields. Like, which is odd because usually HG goes for way more tech than is necessary, at least in the Saturday lobby.
I
He
guess he's
certainly
trying his
does.
hand at something new.
I mean, then again, he just kind of sat here the entire game. He hasn't had any conquered territory until like a decade ago with Winter Cobra. So he's been
Well, saying
sitting there with relatively limited resources and tech.
The strong
You-
Blorg have shot up into 3rd place, and they've hit alloy cap.
But
They're
their
distant cable.
their economy is not doing too well.
No.
HG has actually started the energy weapon repeatable damage.
All right.
Interesting.
That's
So
before
he
neutrons.
just hasn't gone. He just hasn't gone for the neutrons of that. Either that, or he's got really unlucky. And
I don't
they
think he
won't
hasn't
roll.
gone for neutrons. I think he's just got unlucky because there's no way There's no way you
know what,
wouldn't.
guys? Instead of going for neutron launchers, which are like a 30% damage increase, I'm gonna go for a repeatable energy weapon.
Yeah, plus 5%.
Yeah,
yes.
But like, surely you'd just go and take the lowest cost physics tech, just so you can roll quickly as possible to get your neutrons.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly been
And he's
trying
prob-
with plasma throwers, planetary shield generators.
He
colony
could well be
development
at the
speed.
point at which they're the lowest tech.
They're repeatable, but they're not going to be lowest.
Hmm.
Unless he's only got repeatables, but you can't
DZ
get them, you still have to-
DZ has done a thing.
Oh.
Really?
He has attacked the Dark Horse Union.
Oh.
That is
Yep.
such an odd move.
Yeah.
It's not really. Like, he knows if he lets
Yeah.
them get stronger, he's going to die pretty much. So he's now grouping up with Mule.
And if he's
Like-
done the maths, he will know that Silas is ahead of him.
He also brought an ally to his side, Gilithanas, who I wouldn't think would ally with Dizzy, but I guess it's better for both of them if the Dark Horse Union ceases to exist.
Insane.
Is Kaji currently under DZ, by the way? What's
Is
Kaji
he?
doing?
No, Kaji is independent. I guess the whole tax thing was put on the back burner.
I
'Cause
wish
he
I
has
could.
quite a bit of fleet, but he's not doing anything with it.
I wish I was in that
the
chat
Winter
right
Cobra
now,
has gone to war.
hearing all the street screaming going on.
Yeah, the Winter
Cobra.
Cobra has also attacked the Dark Horse Union.
Wow.
Winter Cobra.
They're not doing
Wow.
too good.
What are the
Although
Winter Cobra's
HG
fleets
does
on?
have 17k just sat back there anyway, which
bold
is more
move
than
by-
Winter Cobra's 11k.
How
Bold
the
move by
turns have
Winter
tabled.
Cobra. One of HG's reinforcement
Yeah.
fleets could unfortunately wipe out Winter Cobra.
Oh,
The funny thing is, we were thinking that DZ would be the one, getting a coalition formed against them, but no, it's Silas.
Mm.
Which is very interesting.
The
Well,
Dark Horse Union are no longer Dark Horses, I suppose.
no. And the Mule, well, their fleets have been targeted. The
Actually, speaking of the
combined
Dark Horse
armada is
Union,
following them.
I just want to say, actually, maybe I can't really say F for Silas's economy. I see him all negative, but then again, I'm desynced, so I don't exactly have the best intel.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Silas
Yeah.
is
Okay.
under-
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to rejoin.
Yeah. Do we want to do that rehost now then? Give everyone a breather as well. I'm sure they won't be too upset.
Yeah,
the,
sure.
the Mule just lost all their fleet.
You know
I'll
what?
go through and let people know what's coming then.
Silas fought the Mule without HG and still won.
Yeah, and it was a complete destruction.
Yeah, still lost. So bad. Also, he lost in a wormhole system, which is probably the worst place to take losses. It must have been almost like 100%
He
casualty.
dropped 18.9k the Mule.
What's the Mule at? 18.9k?
Yeah, so he lost 100k there.
Yeah. If you know you're gonna lose, you really don't want to take the fight in the black hole system. That's just so odd. You Kukuro talking about Ukraine.
I'll be back in a minute.
Is
I was
Ukukrill
tempted
perhaps the Ukraine of the galaxy with DZ being Russia?
Maybe.
Just unceremoniously being annexed.
Like, what was it? I was actually planning on naming my empire Ukraine because of the armies just being unconquerable.
We had this conversation. I was sat there saying, no,
and
Max,
then-
let's not have
Yeah,
this politics
no.
on stream.
No, I agree. Bro. I wasn't actually gonna
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting.
It would devolve into the secret SCM politics channel.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Unlucky.
I mean, I was fine for like 5 to 10 years. This is just a thing that happens on rejoin. I have to say, I'm surprised they haven't fixed it yet. Like, desync on HotJoin has been an issue for the past 2 years, probably longer. Like,
Yeah, but so has like, you know, performance and the fact that it doesn't use more than a single goddamn thread.
I mean, it does. They actually made it use more than a single goddamn thread.
They did.
Like when I
thought
run,
they just optimized job weight calculations.
no, they actually at one point before, I think in 2.8, they made it use other cores and threads as well. And when that update hit, I think I had like 100% performance increase, something stupid like that, just because I have a 12 core processor or 12 thread, something like
We
that.
actually got a similar, like, it actually got twice as fast here as well. Like in
Yeah.
this update because of the job weight thing.
I mean, one thing I've noticed is it's gotten a lot faster for certain people, but personally, I've not noticed that much of a difference. For me, I did some tests. It's 10% faster for me.
Yeah,
So
I guess it caps up at off at a certain point.
Yep.
Yeah, I've noticed it a lot faster in multiplayer, but personally it hasn't had that big of an effect.
yeah, it's had a lot more of an effect for people with lower end PCs.
Yeah. As in they can actually play the game now.
Yep.
It's nice that like you don't have to wait for 13 hours late game. You can actually play that game Stellaris now.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean,
One thing I have to say about that, like on the one hand, late game Stellaris is more possible because the speed is higher. But on the other hand, they introduced the mechanic of empire size, which intentionally slows the game down with the tech and tradition cost. So honestly, overall, you get about the same, if not less progress, I've noticed. Which
yeah.
it's kind of feels weird. You're further
think it
on in
nerves.
years, but you're less further ahead in progress.
Yeah, you sort of just cap off, but that also
Yep.
makes like actually increasing your production worth a lot more of like base resources and alloys, because you can sort of those aren't really affected by the whole empire size thing. Only
That's true, yeah.
traditions. Also tall, pretty viable comparatively.
Mhm.
At least compared to before. Toll was always pretty good, just with habitats and such. Anything special going on right now?
I mean, DZ is still at war with the Dark Horse Union. Nothing has happened yet,
Fortune?
but
That is one hell of a fleet for DZ, though.
Where is
I mean,
it?
where are Silas's fleets actually? Silas's fleets are all over the place.
Bottom
The
guy
mostly taking
is
out Mule.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The mule is pretty much out unless DC distracts the Dark Horse enough. But where the hell are the fleets of DZ?
DZ, they're down. They were by Sol. Yeah, they are currently in the south, the Mule's territory at Angkor, and moving across into Abiri.
Oh, the mule's actually being saved by DC.
Yeah.
They're not at war.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, he's gonna move into HG's territory. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying for HG to deal with.
Like this is the main reason why DZ was saying don't surrender to Mule. They keep fighting on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hmm.
That is insane. But
Question is,
DC
what happens with the strong blog? They can throw this either way.
They can. They have a big fleet that's just kind of neutral in the middle of it all.
Yeah, he sort of just conquered me and Aphora and then just sort of chilled out for quite a while. Oh, he did declare war on Kaji at one point, but that never went anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I
what
think
we're gonna
literally no territory changed from that one.
What I think we'll do is in 10 minutes, when there's half an hour left of the game, I'm going to put up the Audience Choice Award into the stream and let the stream choose who gets the a $50 prize.
Sounds
Yo,
good.
vote for me. CIA. You saw me hold out.
I do like how we've had guest hosts from Comrade and the CIA just come in and stick around.
Yeah, I cleared my whole evening. I love this.
Now all that we need is Boris Johnson.
No, the last thing we need is Boris Johnson.
See, I wonder what Gilthanos' fleets are doing. He is involved in the war against Dark Horse.
Well,
But-
I'm also seeing Jojo move a few fleets around.
Gilthanos' fleets seem to be doing sweet FA.
Yeah.
They're just sitting back there. Yeah.
Not doing much.
Does he even have a wormhole leading to anywhere relevant? I'm not sure.
Well, Jojo and Artanis have put all their people on the border of this tributary of Gilthanos. They're on the Feltaran Collective's
Oh.
border.
Yeah, I see
So I
that.
think Gilthanos is about to be a hit.
Wow.
It will soon be galactic war.
Wow.
There's only a couple of people not getting involved.
Wow.
Yep.
Galactic War 2, Electric Boogaloo.
This is also a Fed fleet. Oh my god. It's actually a Fed fleet. Someone's using
They have
the
a Fed fleet.
Wow.
Oh. I've
The
never
Fed
been
fleet's quite
happier.
nice with the no upkeep.
I mean,
Yeah.
they can't win by themselves, so they
It
gotta
has
stick
some
together.
downside, though. Fed fleets have the issue of being capped, so if you have it on like,
There we go.
You know.
There's the war.
Well,
oh,
I mean, Fed
is
fleets
it?
are capped, but like, you get the 400 naval cap for free.
Yeah.
Upkeep.
600 if you have it on high.
Mm.
But the issue is also later in the game, you contribute way more naval cap than you sort of like can actually hold.
That's
But
true,
if you
but-
downgrade it, you also lose the fleets you've built because of
Yeah.
the naval cap decrease.
But by this point in the game, I'd say it's well worth it for them to go for a Fed fleet.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And looking at where they are on the scoreboard, they've got nothing to lose and everything to win at this point.
Mhm.
And it's still very much all to play for.
Might as well go for it.
Yeah.
The irony is though that Gilthanos never moved his fleet, so
Wait, out of
they're
where?
still at home just waiting.
Yeah, Gilthanos can respond to this very easily.
DZ are just rocking and rolling back at the border with HG. Oh, they
Well,
seem to be in full retreat now.
100k fleet,
Are they?
Wait, who?
up around 250.
Oh, never
Oh, now
mind.
they're
clearing
liberating
out the
mule
mule.
space. Yeah.
They're
Oh.
saving the mule because that's more annoying to HG than him just running around taking star
Yeah,
bases.
that they fought. That's what it is. Silas has no fleet.
Silas has no fleet?
Interest?
No.
He's lost it all.
No way. Oh my god.
Whoa.
No, he didn't.
Wait, what happened?
I
We
missed the
big
battle.
fight.
Where did
We
they?
missed the big.
My god.
Oh my god. God damn it.
Ah, how did we
Oh
all
my
miss that?
30, 30, 60. Oh my god. Yeah, DC lost like 100k somewhere.
Wow, I think we know where.
Taking
Nice.
Silas.
My god. Oh, I'm looking at
Although
HG
he's
fleet.
building it back up quick enough.
Oh well, there
HG.
goes DZ again, back at double HG.
HG just hasn't gotten neutron launchers or giga cannons. Yeah, it's honestly a little
Oof.
infuriating. Look at his ship designs. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Alright, I'm gonna quickly
this
message
is-
Silas and ask him who actually killed his fleet.
It was pretty clearly DC. Nothing else could have taken 100k off of them.
And DZ
Mhm.
took such a big dip to his own fleet power as well.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't think anyone else in the galaxy could have taken anything off of DC.
Well, we'll get a confirmation, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it was
is
DZ.
amazing. Although Silas has a huge reserve of alloys, so he's not out of the game by any means, and he's
There we
making
go.
1k a month. You
That
love
is
to
true.
see it.
But it would take
Using.
it would take years to build up a fleet and move him over. Because if he's
Yeah.
building battleships, those take a while.
He's building cruisers because he's got the
Building
cruiser
cruisers.
focus leader.
Ah,
all he-
He's
okay.
building a lot of cruisers.
All he needs to do is
That
have
makes
those
sense.
cruisers reinforce HG. He's got jump drives as well. He can jump them in there.
That is true. That's a good point. But where are HG's fleets, anyways? They seem
they're
to be
back in the
in
zone.
his space. Yeah, they're in his
A little bit
space.
everywhere. There's a flanking fleet up north. Only 18k.
Yeah.
That's probably what was left after the battle. Quite
Well, no,
honest.
but it's still charging forwards. It's valiantly charging into battle.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
That is
Oh,
certainly
it's stopped
interesting.
now. He's just parked it up there.
I mean,
Well,
once DZ leaves from clearing out the mule, he's gonna be able to just come back in and swipe the territory again, and all is back.
DZ's turned it around again.
Yep.
Done. I think until Starship Troopers goes down though. He's been under occupation for quite a while. What's even left to take? Can't imagine anything halted the 9k armies.
To be honest, Silas and that should have just surrendered. All that they'll
Yeah.
lose is 3 planets at the top of Silas's space. And they could have taken out all of the Mule and the Winter Cobra.
I guess they thought that I guess they just looked at their fleet and thought, oh, we're 2 players. Silas is pretty clearly the strongest. Pretty much in the galaxy in terms of income and such. We'll just grind them all down eventually. But it turns out that DC barely took any losses.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like
DC's army is actually parked up at the
I
north
regret
of the Starship Troopers.
not paying more attention, because it must have been like
Yeah, he's building more. Like there's other armies you can
Okay.
see coming in.
Oh, Starship Troopers also has a fortress world with 4,000 garrison.
I mean, how much is that against the 9k army?
It's
Yeah.
not 9k anymore. It's
Oh, it's
lost a lot.
5K,
It's
wow.
5.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
it's
lost a
really
lot of
important.
army.
But it is getting reinforced from all over the place. I think it's gonna get back up to 9k
This
pretty
will be
easily.
a deadly fight, though. Yeah.
I do have to say, I regret not paying more attention to DZ, because like HG and Silas were basically together in a single death stack until they weren't, and then suddenly Silas lost a fleet. So it would have been interesting to see what exactly happened.
Honestly, if HG hadn't like lagged behind and not participated in the fight with the Mule, which lost Silas a lot, maybe the fight with DZ would have gone a lot differently. Maybe we would have lost a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because a lot of Silas's losses in the fight with DC or in the fight with the Mule were permanent because they went out.
It is hard to coordinate multiple fleets from multiple people.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't expect them to like stop in that system and just looked away to manage the other parts of his economy.
Oh, Gilfanis has lost all of his fleet to Artanax and Jojo.
Yeah.
Wow. he's
So
just
how
been
much
taken
is
down.
Artanax claiming?
And somehow Cooker really has lost all of his fleet as well.
That is a lot
Uh,
of claims that Artanax has.
Ukukuri is under complete occupation. He is actually 1 planet away from being completely capitulated.
But
Wow.
yeah, Artanax is about
pretty
to
much
jump up. He is the contender for top 2.
Really?
Although DZ is going to jump even higher, I think, with this Cooker roll.
Yeah.
I don't think he would. I don't think he can use these pops. I think they're gonna be well. Oh, he can probably
Let's see,
just like
they're-
burst them for a massive amount of energy.
Lithoids and Artonics is. Wait, are they Hive mines? Oh, they are Hive mines, I think.
Actually, what's
No.
interesting is that at the end, maybe DZ can switch all of his like energy
he's not
processing
Hive.
slaves into purging, just for that little increase to economy score.
Oh my god.
He can use all of those.
He's not gonna need to.
You can turn them into batteries.
Yeah, but Artanax can use all of those pops from Gilfanis, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's true.
They're both normal organic empires.
Yeah, and that is a lot of claims.
DZ is absolutely crushing the army on Mitra. Just absolutely crushing it. These armies are almost as good as my my undeads were. Like they're
That's a
actually really
12 planet swing.
Yeah.
What from
That is
Artanax from Gelthas?
Gilfurnace to Artanax.
I will say to Comrade Truck about this. He's Yukugirl is second. He's 500. He's getting capped now.
We need to see Comrade Truck fight DZ in a future tournament. I would love to see that.
Oh yeah.
That could have happened this game if that stuff hadn't happened with guaranteeds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna post up the polls for people to
that
vote
would
for
be
the Audience Choice Award. So vote for whoever you want to get $50.
Yeah. Vote for CIA.
Post up the polls where? Ramao.
I've put them in the stream chat, so there's one in your stream chat now.
Okay.
I will guilt trip you.
Because I don't... Or where is it? I don't see it. Maybe I don't allow links or something?
I don't allow links. So
Yeah,
mine's come
I
up
think
with
it's
3 dots.
automatically not allowed links. Okay, Hippo,
right.
what's your YouTube account? I'll add you as a mod.
I've been using the Stellaris community multiplayer account.
Okay. I think I've seen it in the chat. Can you just write something? Just write anything. I'll give you mod.
There you go. Cheers.
Starship Troopers still has a
Alright.
planet left.
Hopefully you can post the link now.
Give that a go.
Oh,
There we go.
wrong blog is down south.
No, I mean, there you go. I still don't
Starship
see it.
Troopers.
Re.
And I'm also going to put the I'm going to put the link in the general chat in SCM.
Yeah.
Okay, can you just send me the link? I'll post it. Because I don't see it on
Yeah.
my end either.
Okay.
Even though you are mod.
Posting it.
Give me a sec.
Wait, am I not even an option? It's
Are
only
you not
people
an
who
option?
survived.
No, you're on there. You're Goblino
Oh, thank
Max.
God. I just only saw like the first page.
Ah,
Thank God. Can I
Yeah,
vote
no.
for myself? Is that allowed?
yeah, it's allowed.
Oh, nice.
just don't make a bunch of
didn't do it.
accounts.
I definitely didn't vote for myself though. I'm a very humble and nice person, you know. I'll just call up all my mates. I want those $50. Who do I actually think it should go for? Except me, obviously. I
Alright.
honestly.
Anyways, I pinned the link in the chat, so next 5 or 10 minutes, please vote on the straw poll, and we'll get a choice award.
Yep.
There's a
I've
tie.
also pinged it into my channel.
Maybe we do rock,
Oh.
paper, scissors, who knows?
While we're waiting for that, the Strong Blog and Kaji have gone and launched their attacks against DZ.
End of
There
Winter
goes the
Cobra.
Winter Cobra.
Rip.
So DZ is now in wars everywhere.
War on all fronts.
Comrade Truck is on here. Comrade Truck is on the poll. That is funny as hell.
Everyone's been on here.
I
made
mean,
it at the
he's
start,
been
so I
in
didn't miss
he's
anyone.
been in the game for like 2 minutes, so he was a
5
participant.
5 months in game. I'd
The
love it
words
if
of
you won.
Shaggy still counts.
Yeah. Vote for Comrade Truck, everyone. Vote for him.
I mean, vote for him not as a player, but I mean, as a commentator, I guess, would
Based Comrade. Based.
base comrade.
Oh yeah, CIA is completely no max, by the way. Just so you know, that's just to make sure.
Is this actually working? I'm not able to see the results for this.
I don't
They're
see
not
any
showing up.
results on the straw
Neither. I
poll.
can't. It's a
Yeah.
0%.
Yeah, this is.
I don't think this is-
Are you sure you didn't mess it up?
I think
I'm
he
pretty
did.
sure Straw Poll's the simplest poll site. You just put in the answers and click
I
go.
mean, I can make a poll on the YouTube. It would have
Maybe do
less
that.
options than this. but if it actually works, then it's better than something that doesn't, right?
Yeah, do you want to stick on everyone that's in at the moment and put Goblino and Comrade in there as well?
Okay, I'm not
I'd
sure how
also
many
stick in
options I
Ark.
can have.
Okay.
I'll just stick in the top. I'm not sure how many is it, like 4 or 5? Let me do the thing.
Well, maybe
Okay.
just ask your chat who they think and have a
Yeah.
quick look through and choose like 5 people which you're seeing a lot of names
Let's
for.
just get some spam in chat. Let's just do it
Spam
that
in
way.
chat. Okay, it's gonna be a pain. Okay, please do not post the same message multiple times. Okay,
Post, CIA, vote for Goblino Max, CIA.
but please, guys, vote. As a
Whoever you
reminder,
want.
let me do a bit of a recap of some of the players that we've had, some of the more notable ones. Right, so, of course, we can start with Comrade Truck. Comrade Truck has contributed nothing to the game itself. However, he has been in the voice chat commentating with us, representing the pro community for quite a while. Respect for that.
Nothing
I'd
to the
like say
game,
his
but everything
AI
to your
is still
entertainment.
Live.
Yep. Then we've had Chess God, CIA, another commentator. He had a brief stint as a big wall, I guess, in the galaxy. After that, he transitioned to commentary, and your commentary has been pretty good, Chess God. I have to note. That's why we haven't kicked you out yet.
Thank God. I
Yeah.
I almost spit out my curler when you said he has contributed nothing.
Of course, we also got Silas PT. He has been a very diplomatic boy at the start with those non-aggression pacts, and even though things look tough for a few decades, he has managed to pull back and become one of the stronger empires in the galaxy. And overall, he's been very impactful on the game.
Mule is about to fight with the Dark.
HG is definitely worth mentioning as well as somebody who has
HG,
sat in the back and built and built and built.
And there
a
goes
true
Mule's
dark horse.
fleet.
DZ is obviously unequivocally the strongest in the galaxy and did very, very well to keep that going and keep himself relevant.
What I will say as well is that first place won't be given the Audience Choice Award. So if someone's in first place, we're then going to go for the second most popular option. Just for the sake of spreading the prizes around a bit, keeping things fair.
That does mean if you do get second place and you win the Audience Choice, then you make as much as the first place.
Yeah, which I think is fair enough.
I mean, we
Yeah,
should
I think
distribute.
it's fun.
Yeah, we'll distribute them.
We
We'll
should
distribute.
The Mule is tapped out,
Oh,
which means that AI will go and probably surrender within time limit. So
Yeah, Comrade makes a good point that
Yeah.
R is also a valid
R?
honourable mention.
He's
They,
notable. He's been engaged in a lot of war, and at one point we wrote him off. He was still in it to win it, but he didn't win it, unfortunately.
yeah.
We have Gelthanus, who's been a master of puppets, and Artonix, who's been there. And he fought against
Sure, I
Arg.
didn't know.
Yeah, he took territory against Arg through devious means. So
Yeah.
please vote in chat.
get voting. Just put down your first choice and
Just put down your
write the
choice.
names in chat.
I want to see some spam, because if there's like 2 names, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Spam CIA. Chess God.
Spam CIA.
Goblino Max. These are my monikers.
Yeah, Ukukiril as well, I guess. 1v2'd in year 2230. That's a good mention.
He's still alive, by the way. He has one
He is
planet
still
on
alive.
Yeah, which is very interesting.
He's completely
Necrophage
occupied,
is-
but
Yeah, it's not going great.
DZ
He has...
DZ is currently suffering with his energy massively.
is he? I mean, he has a big stockpile. I don't know how
does,
synced I am,
but-
but I see 52k minus 300.
It's 41k minus 800.
I I think he'll last until the end.
He should last. Like, he's got a reasonable amount of alloys and that to sell, but being beset on all sides, like, if he loses a couple of crucial planets, his eco might just collapse. By the way, were you wanting me to stream to Discord so you can see up-to-date stuff or no?
I think it's fairly accurate still. Worst case scenario, I rejoin. I mean, last time it happened, it took like 60 seconds. Nothing.
Yeah, Silas is currently running away with the observer score.
Mm. I'm not seeing very much spam in the chat. I think we need to get more spam.
Even I voted. I don't see many people voting, which is...
It's harder to write letters than to click a multiple choice button. To be fair. To be fair,
Simply,
right?
You don't
This is
believe
so-
your audience has the brain power to type letters?
Too much.
I
effort
know,
for the
I don't
YouTubers.
have the brain power to type letters.
They've got the sweatbands on and they're trying their best, but it's a tough assignment.
Yeah. Wow.
Like, personally, like, I think I've only sent, like, a handful of messages in stream chats ever, personally, so I understand, but, you know, we need accurate results. And I see some people are saying stuff.
Oh, good. We're getting plenty of people
Yep.
talking now.
Damn, no votes for me.
Wait, who is
I'd already
is
tried
the
to get a
Thar-
mortgage without money.
who is the Tharbarite block?
That is...
Oh, that was the mule he
mule.
That was
left.
Mule.
Ah, oof.
That's a shame
see,
that he left, because he honestly had a shot at third. Maybe.
No, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's completely
Pretty
dead.
dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
HG now.
Yeah.
Because DZ has returned all his fleets to defend his space, so... Yeah, the mule could not fight. He tried to and then lost his fleet.
Hmm.
I do think it's insane that like HG and Silas, who didn't have great starts, managed to go that far with that. Also, Strong Blorg, he probably conquered the two worst empires to conquer, and yet he still pulled this off, which is pretty impressive. Like,
Now, I don't recall which empires he conquered. Wait.
That was
one
me.
of them was you,
And
and the other one was your friend. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Now I remember.
So they were not good empire setups at all. So it was impressive that he was able to pull this out of them. Middle East slavery is a very good way of doing that. And Stellaris. But you know, even so, pretty impressive. See. Yeah. What is this? Mostly indentured, yeah. On social welfare still though. Social welfare is really just that good, I guess.
Social welfare is alright if you have a surplus of consumer goods.
Helps on academic privilege though.
Actually, wait. Social welfare with indentured servitude? How much upkeep is that actually? Oh, wow. So because they're
21.
slaves, the social welfare doesn't actually matter. The upkeep for consumer goods is 0.1.
Well, that's crazy.
Oh, okay. I think we just stumbled upon something. So you just make your slaves have social welfare, but not actually pay them any welfare.
Can you do that with Utopian Abundance? Oh, is that possible?
No. You can't do it with the Utopian.
Okay. Yeah.
You can't have slaves with utopian abundance.
That is funny. Plus 5%.
That is funny though. Yeah. Just
God. Jesus.
Well, looking at the chat, it looks like R has got the Audience Choice Award.
you counted them?
I'll do a proper count to make sure, but it
All right.
seems that way anyway.
He deserves it. He lasted for ages. How long
He
did
did.
like,
He
war
was under
down?
constant war, and he was quite entertaining to watch. So kudos for that.
Yep, sounds like the audience loved it.
Yep.
Yep, he was good fun to watch.
See, I think his war lasted longer than mine, and I was playing the animators, so that's insane. Oh my god.
People voting DZ, even though he would still be the winner. I mean, we don't know that he's gonna be number one, but I
think
have a strong
Silas
feeling.
Silas is
Yeah.
2,500 points ahead now.
Has
okay.
run
I
away
need
with
to
it
rejoin.
anyway.
I need to rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Silas is gonna win, probably, in general. His economy is just that good. This is an amazing economy for the year. I mean, this is something you'd expect to see in, like, Woolies. This would be good in Woolies, which is crazy.
Mm.
Wow. He does have quite a large empire size, though. My god. How much is that hurting him?
That's easy.
Oh, double. Woo! Wow, that is expensive.
Hypno, can you tell the host to make the speed slowest when I rejoin?
Yeah, alright.
Maybe that'll help with the desync.
Get H3.
Just until the month ticks over. Although I don't think I'll need to do another rehost even if it desyncs, because there's 15 minutes left. I just want to make sure I have the accurate numbers for...
Yeah.
Count.
And by the way, guys, if you haven't left a like yet, please do leave a like. It's been a very entertaining session, and we have learned a lot today. Well, I'm not sure about we. I'm not sure if I'm speaking for everyone, but I personally have learned quite a bit about some of the new methods people are using to adapt and overcome.
I learned a lot too. I'm planning on going through I took a lot of saves throughout this. And I'm planning on going over them to see what different people did for their setups and such. See what's good now. Hopefully integrate it, understand it, and try to figure out how to do it
Assimilate
myself.
the knowledge. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Max, it'll make no difference to you whatsoever because you'll be back to playing Woolies, and most of the stuff won't work on Woolies.
Thatch. I don't know. Maybe I'll go to
Woolies
the
are your modded games,
I'll go
right?
to the dark side and play.
Yeah, so Woolies Legacy is the SCM mod.
Mhm.
Yeah. It is much better than Vanilla Stellaris, objectively. No opinion.
Yeah,
No
I have
opinions
played
at
a
all.
few times with it. It's a pretty good mod pack. You have to agree.
Shout out
And
to
it seems that it seems that it doesn't matter, Lamau. Yeah, okay. Go back to normal speed, please.
Permanently out of sync.
I am the forever desynced.
Did anyone get the 2 new archaeology sites this game? The what were they called? The Rage Sage and the Mask of Transformation. Did you guys see?
I'm gonna look around
No idea.
some of these sites, but I
Because I do not know what it did. I've
I
not
don't know.
figured it out, and I've not been able to spawn it.
PBH, I only really know one minor archaeology site, and it's freaking Asteroid Blast Door.
That one happens so often. I don't know. Does it have like an increased chance?
I mean, it's one of
It's one of the
the default ones, I think. So it might be more common. Who knows? But I get it
Whispers
more
in
often
the
than
Stone must roll.
the others. I guess it also plays a role that whenever you get Asteroid Blast Door, you really notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those minor artifacts bump your economy a fair bit.
Yep.
Especially in the new update where you only have to spend 1 for 500. Insane.
Interesting
Man, I
that
remember-
Silas is looking like he's
Okay.
going to win despite having half of the fleet power of DZ.
Yeah.
Well, I think DZ's about to lose a lot of fleet power. Him and the Strong Blorg's fleets are closing in on each other, and the Strong Blorg has almost 300k himself.
Oh, this is
Honestly-
something I need to watch.
If this hits him hard, HG might pull out a surprise win if this really kills him.
Well, I think Silas might well pull it out as well.
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
But I just
Actually-
think Silas has it.
That actually is weird. That
I mean, Silas is clearly gonna win.
I mean, Silas is number 1 in the victory thing as well. Partly because of the Federation score, but even without the Federation score, he'd still be number 1. How is he number 1? He doesn't have the fleet to match. This is what alloys.
It's just all the alloys.
Oh wait, my bad. Yeah, I forgot to. 1.4k alloys per month. All right. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
The alloys and the tech as well. The tech is pretty beautiful.
3k tech per month. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, Kaji got the broken gates. Imagine if you could still do the science ship trick.
Oh, so yep, it's about to happen. DZ and Strongblog are one system away from each other. No dancing around, trying to bait that one into attacking.
Let's see.
Oh, there we go. They've gone for it in Zedran.
Oh.
Will they have? Oh, where is this?
Let's watch this.
Zedran system.
Oh, look at that.
There goes all the transports.
All right, the first strike. DZ played this well.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a wipe for Strongblog.
Yep, and with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, but like, just losing that much from DZ, because DZ is still at war with the Dark Horse Union, and HG's at 300k as well.
HG, the strongest military power in the galaxy.
Well, he could easily steal position 2 here with Lord and DZ taking each other out.
Wow, they're actually losing so much. Oh my god, this is so evenly matched.
Is DZ gonna lose?
I think DZ might be a goner.
Is he gonna lose? I think he's gonna lose. Oh my god!
Holy!
Whoa!
What? All of the wrecks exploding.
DZ getting knocked down a peg. That massive fleet is gone.
30k.
Oh
my god. Wow.
They've just wiped each other out.
Last 10 minutes.
They've just wiped each other out.
Look at Silas. What the hell happened? He just jumped 3k. 4k.
What is going on?
He won the war against them.
Easy might fall into 3rd.
Oh my god, no way. No way.
There's 500 score in it. That's the kind of score you can make back up in the last couple of minutes.
Millie, I think fleets only hurt your score actually. So if HD deleted this,
no, it's your base. It's your base output. It's not affected by fleets. But Hypno, can you recount real quick? Make sure DZ didn't have a whole bunch of votes, because.
Yeah, I'll do another quick recount, but I'm pretty sure that we're looking at R.
Pretty sure R. All right, just double check. No new votes at this point, just the old ones. But yeah, I was not expecting it to go this way at all.
I'll pull out the calculator. Let's do this properly.
Oof.
If Silas gave some systems from the Mule to HG to pump up his base output.
Oh my god.
That would be pretty funny. Though obviously they can't see the score screen. So that would deter them a little. But
I mean, Silas has to know that he's ahead. Like if he just checks the situation log, it's
yeah, but it's hard to tell.
He's comfortably ahead.
Yeah, it's hard to tell though. Like, yeah, he's like
up to 3rd.
Stronger. He's like 50% stronger than DC.
But I have to say, if the
HG to 3rd. Oh.
I have to say, if the Dark Horse Union truly are the Dark Horses of this tournament and become number 1 and 2 by the end, that would be incredible.
They might. Look at.
They will be true Dark Horses.
Strongblog just went down quite a bit.
Is he at? Who's he at war with? He's at war with Arctonics? No, it's with Kaji and
Just to confirm, R wins the audience choice by 8-5.
By 8-5. Alright.
Yep, and Jojo is currently attacking the Kajis. There's no one to stop the Dark Horse Union. It just can HG get enough score for himself in time.
Jojo got a surprising amount.
8 minutes left. 8 minutes left.
Yep.
And there's 3 players in it. Oh, this is so close.
It's 1,500 score difference. I don't know if HG will be able to overcome it.
Well,
You might well get third place though.
Wars against, because the war's against DZ and there's 3 wars against DZ. If DZ loses planets in each of those wars, he's just going to tank in that score.
Yep.
But I don't think he'll lose in like 10
He
minutes.
just has to
I don't think
survive.
that's
He just has to survive.
Keep in mind that third place slot as well would still net HG a $20 gift card if he got there. It's not much compared to first place, but it's not terrible. It's
I
something.
didn't think it did.
It wasn't going to, and then we had some nice chap sponsor it. So
Oh, all right. Wonderful.
So shout out to that chap, whoever that was.
Special shout out.
I'd say the difference between what's it called, the top 4 and the bottom 4 are pretty stark.
yeah,
Sadly, yeah.
Just remember, Comrade's AI is still alive.
Mm.
Anything's possible.
Anything. Look at him. It's the hot one. It's the hot
Some top competitive players have died, but Comrade's AI has survived.
Yep.
Oh god, look at that. Impressive build setup. A build so strong even the AI could survive with it.
I think more likely nobody wanted to take those terrible, terrible worlds after the AI had been through with them.
What did he build? What is his empire, by the way? What are his civics? God, I'm intrigued.
What are his civics? Let's take a look. He's dead last on the scoreboard, but let's take a look. Still Masterful Crafters Meritocracy. AI hasn't even gotten the 3rd civic slot yet.
Oh my lord.
Let oof.
Oh, he's a tributary, okay. Pretty sure I had more pops at one point during the war than he did right here.
He's making,
That AI does.
drum roll please, 10 alloys per month.
Oh,
That's a lot.
he's making enough consumer goods to fuel half the galaxy.
He
though.
is. He was getting
What?
Captain CGs, yeah.
My god.
I guess that's because AI just builds as many artisans as it thinks necessary,
Yeah.
but since those artisans are extra efficient, it's
yeah,
big
they're
surplus.
so strong on base that they're the only job that the AI thinks is worth building. Look at that, man. My god.
16
he has a
artificers.
Can we take a
He
look
has
at
a
the
fleet.
AI fleet?
Let's take a look at the AI fleet. So it consists of large advanced railguns on the cruisers,
Ooh,
We got
advanced
some-
railguns.
some railguns on the destroyers, and the corvettes. Oh my god, the AI actually retrofitted the corvettes and made them have weapons.
Whoa.
That's amazing. That's actually
Even
incredible.
I would-
Computers are taking over, guys.
I have to
So
say,
these are the AI optimizations
just
they were talking
clap,
about.
clap, clap. I have to say,
Kudos to
Three-
Paradox.
3.2 AI would never have retrofitted corvettes to actually have weapons.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Truly advanced.
You know, these could maybe pose a threat to one of the fleets in Year 5.
I mean, Comrade's AI currently has more fleet power than Gilthanas. Only Gilthanas has left, so.
Ah,
Hmm.
But Comrade is not dead last by fleet power, at least.
Are there any AIs who are currently stronger than AIs that are currently stronger than players?
Yeah.
Like in numbers?
The likes of Edu has 56k, whereas Kaji, because his fleet got killed, has only got 14.
Yep.
3 minutes to go.
Also in the economic score, he's stronger than Yuki Krill.
he's
Yuki Krill
not
is
quite
still
stronger.
alive? No way, he's still alive, man.
I mean,
Easy is
DZ
going up
hasn't
so quickly.
he hasn't
impressed.
annexed them yet.
Yuki Krill had one planet standing, like, for the past 10 years.
I wonder whether DZ might win this when he annexes them.
No, he can't. Hold on. The occupation's
I don't think he
gone. Unless you see an
Whoa,
occupation on your
what?
end. Because I don't see an
He's
occupation
alive?
on my end.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, HG is taking it over. Is this his
Oh
way
my
of
god.
getting,
No, now,
Yeah.
now HG's taking over Lamau.
Yeah,
Oh, you
when
control, man.
DZ was in this big fights against HG's fleet, and the Blorg went and attacked. The Blorg went and sent a couple of ships, and they just went and took a couple of systems back. And with those couple of systems, then Ukuriel just kept on building fleets and was taking
2 minutes.
systems back.
Okay. Ukuriel managed to
minutes.
liberate himself.
Yeah.
But he's now refusing to surrender to HG and Silas, which means DZ is going to keep his second place by the looks of it.
They don't have enough time either to do much.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
only
2
HG
minutes.
is Wormhole to attack DZ. Oh,
Oh, will HG come
HG.
out as second?
He could come out as third, I
Oh,
think.
got to
I think it's
pass.
second.
Oh,
Second
third.
is sailed.
Sorry, yeah. I mean third.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
well, saying
Oh,
that HG
Strong
is
Blorg.
just
He's hit
jumped
third.
up.
Strong Blorg is
How
back.
can he jump
Oh,
up that much?
HG. What's going on? I
He's
think
only
they're doing.
600 points off.
I think they're doing edicts to like last-minute edicts to.
They might be doing
Together.
last-minute edicts.
Yeah, I can see his unity is in the negative, so
60 seconds to
Going
go.
on.
That is smart. That is smart.
although he doesn't have ambitions, so it isn't ambitions, and he can still put on the likes of reactive armor and volatile ammunition for a bit more fleet power.
Yeah, he could.
Alright, just saying, I'm desync. Can someone stream the actual scoreboard? I'll put it up
Yeah,
on
of
the on the stream.
Sure.
Um,
There we go.
Ooh.
Come on, HG. I wanna. Come on, just a little more, HG. I want to see the dark horse. I want to see it. Come on.
It's so close.
20 seconds to go.
Oh, I should give him insider information. Tell him he's 800 points off. Oh, 60 seconds.
It's not long enough.
Oh, no. DC is doing their last minute stuff as well, I think. Oh, he's
Yeah,
killing off
DZ
his
just
fleet.
took out. Yeah, DZ took out Ikaru's fleet.
My god.
And time is up.
Okay.
Time is up.
Now the stream is a
Oh.
little pixelated, but we can see that Silas is number 1, DZ is number 2, and HG is number 3.
Number 3.
Arg is gonna get the choice award for from the audience, and that concludes the tournament. So let's go into a chat with all the participants and let's say thank you, because this has been an amazing game to spectate.
I'll start
Yep.
bringing everybody in.
All right.
That's time anyway.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
You good with that, or you want me to let it run for any longer? Like, you
That's
want-
fine. So
that is all.
congratulations to Silas for coming in first place, with DZ in second and HG in third. If Silas and DZ can contact me with their PayPal email addresses, that'll be brilliant. HG, yours is coming in a Steam gift card, so that'll make its way to you in time. And I've contacted R separately.
Yep. Good game, everyone.
Good
Mhm.
game.
Good game.
That was well played, guys.
Hey, robots in the top 3. 2 robots out of 3. You know, new
2
meta.
robots.
Oh, right, DC was robot as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I have to say, Silas and HG, you guys formed the Dark Horse Federation like 50 years in, and you've been the true dark horses of this galaxy. I would not have thought either of you would have been some of the top players, because at that point things were looking pretty dire, but things have turned around. It's been amazing.
When we formed the Feds, I was very confident because we had just killed R and he had AQ, entire
okay.
AQ, and like
So Ark did have an EQ. Okay.
he did.
So that's part of the
Which was
reason why
nice.
you were managing to get like 1.5k allies a month by the end.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I can easily pump it to almost 3k at this point, honestly,
If
if I just build enough foundries.
Big numbers.
But the issue is not the acquisition of allies; it's a question of energy and naval cap.
But anyways, that's gonna do it for today. Thank you all for watching. Everyone say goodbye, and we'll end the stream here.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for the game, guys.
Bye.
I'll leave the session up for a tiny bit if anyone wants a screenshot or anything.
Okay.
but I'm gonna close it in like a month or two. So